Hello, one and all. Welcome to another D&D Monster Ranking, and this one is going to be a weird one. Not only because we're looking at a particularly weird monster, the Mimic, but because of how inconsistent this monster has been over the different editions of the game. Unless you're brand spanking new to D&D, you probably have a good idea of what a Mimic is. In many ways, it's a very well-known and even infamous monster in the game. It's not at the same level of fantasy popularity as things like goblins, giants, and vampires, but it's certainly up there with creatures like gelatinous cubes, owlbears, and beholders. In fact, you can find no end to Mimic creations when it comes to art and crafts and toys. There's even a Mimic in the D&D movie and a Mimic creature card in the D&D Magic the Gathering crossover set. Despite how popular and well-liked they are, there actually aren't very many Mimic entries in the bestiaries of D&D. In old school 1st and 2nd editions, there were a few different ones. Then in 3rd edition, there's only one Mimic. Really just the baseline Mimic in the monster manual, and I'm still in shock about this. 3E had tons of source books, and several bestiaries, and overall just a flood of official content. And somehow, there's just the one official Mimic. I've hunted and searched and talked to lots of people and even consulted ChatGPT, which straight up lied to me, making up all kinds of 3.5 edition Mimics that never actually existed. 4E had a number of really cool Mimics. They did a great job. Then after that comes the 5E that we all know and love, with just a few Mimics. Actually, there are like 5 Mimics from adventure modules that are just slight variants of the basic Mimic. Things like a large Mimic from the Dungeon of the Mad Mage and a Mimic chair from Candlekeep Mysteries, but they're really no different from the baseline Mimic, so I won't include them in this ranking. In a nutshell, a Mimic is an amorphous monster that has the ability to shapeshift into forms of inanimate objects. Treasure chests is what they're normally featured as, but they could also do things like doors, furniture, rocks, etc. There are some rare Mimics that grow to massive proportions, and they can take on the form of whole rooms or even houses. The disguised Mimic ambushes unsuspecting prey, such as adventurers hunting for treasure. It can secrete an extremely sticky natural adhesive, and it also produces a potent acid. In many ways, the Mimic resembles an ooze, but the Mimic has never been categorized with the ooze creature type. In 3E, they were aberrations, and then in 4E, they were as well. Technically magical beasts with the aberrant origin. Now in 5E, they are considered monstrosities. Traditionally, D&D stated that the Mimics were originally created by a wizard, though 4E's lore deviated from that, saying that they originally came from the Far Realm. And 5E says, well, not really much about their origin. Another point worth mentioning is that some Mimics are of low intelligence, just slightly higher than predator animals. And then other Mimics are actually quite intelligent and then can even speak multiple languages. We'll see this point come up a bit as we go over the various bestiary entries. But just before we jump in, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Every bit of your support helps, and I personally find it very motivating. Also, if you aren't yet signed up for my free newsletter, make sure to do so. It's called Scrolls of the Bard, and it features 5E creations that I concoct. You also get a dungeon or wilderness map, and sometimes other cool freebies as well. See the link down in the video description. It just takes a second to sign up, and you'll immediately receive the welcome issue, which has a fighter subclass called the Battle Priest, 3 dynamic monsters, and a welcome message from your dear bardic friend here. Now, let's stroll eagerly into the treasure vault and put our hands on the first treasure chest we see, without any forethought as to any kind of potential lurking dangers. There are no mimics in F or D tier. Like I said, this is a bit of a strange monster that we're looking at here, and there are not a large number of entries to go off of, so it's actually in mid-C tier where we encounter the first specimen. It is 4E's Mimic Spawn. It's connected to the Impersonator Mimic, which we're going to see a bit later on. The Mimic Spawn is a minion, which in 4E terms means that it dies with just one hit. This was a pretty cool mechanic that allowed a DM to easily run encounters with large groups of monsters. The Mimic Spawn has an ooze form that can squeeze through small spaces without any drawbacks, and an object form in which it appears as an inanimate object and resists 10 of all damage, but cannot move nor attack. It has just one basic attack in the form of a slam. Minion creatures typically have very simple attacks, and by the way, their damage is just a set amount. It's not rolled, and that helps to speed them up in combat, considering that there's going to be a lot of them. One with Master is the Mimic Spawn's trait that allows it to move into an Impersonator Mimic's space where it gains full cover, though it isn't able to attack from there. It is also highly stealthy and highly intelligent. It's able to take part in all kinds of different plans. This creature maybe would be lower down, like in a high D tier place, if it weren't for the fact that it's connected to that Impersonator Mimic that I mentioned, which can utilize it in an amazing way, so you'll hear about that soon. For a minion creature, the Mimic Spawn is a really good one. Moving along, we have the Mimic, the 5E Mimic, the baseline Mimic creature from the 5th edition Monster Manual. It's a pretty good creature. It's not amazing, but it's not bad at all. It can shape change to appear as virtually any object, though it cannot really expand or contract much, so it's always going to be medium size. Anyone or anything that touches the Mimic adheres to it due to the slime it secretes. This counts as the Mimic automatically grappling a creature that touches it. So sticky is this gunk that creatures have disadvantage on ability checks made to escape the Mimic's grapple. However, the DC is only 13, so anyone with proficiency in acrobatics or athletics probably won't have much of a hard time getting away. Another odd bit is that this adhesive feature doesn't provide any guidelines for a character retrieving a weapon that got stuck to the Mimic after hitting it. I suppose the character and the Mimic would just make opposed strength checks. Maybe the character would have disadvantage, like it would if it were trying to escape the Mimic's grapple. I don't know exactly. The Mimic has 2 attacks, though it can only make 1 attack per turn. The first option is a pseudopod that deals mediocre damage and it grapples whoever it hits. The second option is a bite that has some extra acid damage on it, so that makes it definitely stronger in terms of damage output. It's also worth noting here that a Mimic has advantage on attack rolls against creatures that it's grappling. The Mimic's hit points are pretty high for challenge rating 2, but its armor class is not good, and its speed is an abysmal 15 feet. Basically, it lurks around in the object form, waits for things to come to it and get stuck on it, then tries to bite them to death. If a creature does escape the grapple, the Mimic will hope to grab it up again with a pseudopod. But if the characters can keep their distance from the Mimic, which is not hard to do, it will get obliterated by their ranged attacks. The Mimic presented here has an intelligence of only 5, and it cannot speak, but the Monster Manual does have a line that briefly mentions how a few rare Mimics evolve and develop a little more intelligence and the ability to hold simple conversations. Then, in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, which came out years later, there is a page devoted to Mimic colonies. It includes a rather interesting and amusing illustration of 2 old ladies having tea on a porch, and the entire house and all the objects there are composed of Mimics. These colonies of mimics band together to form big amalgamations, even whole structures, and they possess a human level of intelligence, along with the ability to speak and use telepathy. At times, these intelligent mimics will bargain with adventurers who are too powerful to serve as food, with the mimics bargaining with valuable information that they've collected over time, or perhaps they'll bargain off one of their young, juvenile mimic, which we're going to see here shortly. So the 5e mimic isn't bad at all. It's a really good C-tier monster, and if we apply the expanded bits from Tasha's Cauldron, it really would go up to a solid B tier. The right DM could even make it feel more like A tier. I should also mention quickly here that the 5e Mimic is very similar to the 3e Mimic, enough so that it's really not even worth making a separate 3e entry in this ranking. Next up is the Spitting Mimic from the 5e module Rime of the Frost Maiden. It's really only a hair better. Basically, just take the regular Mimic, advanced up to CR5 and large size. It has magic resistance, and it can spit acid, which deals a lot of damage to a single target. It also has a higher intelligence score of 9, which gave me a glimmer of hope, but it still speaks no languages and is described as being particularly voracious, so still just a hungry predator thing trying to eat people. In mid-C tier is the Object Mimic from 4th edition's Monster Manual 3. This is essentially that baseline Mimic, but it has enough difference from the 5e Mimic that I wanted to showcase it. For starters, it's a level 8 creature. Now this is 4e, and that uses a 30 level system, so we could think of this as a CR 5 or 6 in 5th edition terms. Along with Dark Vision, it also has Tremor Sense out to 25 feet. Its ambush trait lets it deal an extra 2d6 damage against surprised creatures, so it will often start an encounter with a bang. It can spend an action to automatically deal 15 acid damage to a creature it is grappling, and it has a Ravening Maw bite attack that inflicts the slowed condition on a hit. Slowed reduces a creature's speed to just 10 feet. In this case, the Object Mimic's own speed is actually 25 feet, like a dwarf's. The Object Mimic Shapeshift is only a bonus action for it to use, not a standard action, so it shifts especially quickly. It can go between an ooze form, in which it can squeeze through small spaces at full speed, and an object form, in which it appears as an inanimate object, can't move or attack, and resists 10 against all damage. To top it off, it is also highly intelligent. It has an intelligence score of 19, and it speaks Common and Deep Speech. Oh, also, the artwork is done by Thomas M. Baxa, an artist whose work I have very much enjoyed for many years. Unfortunately, I don't think he has done anything for 5e. Anyway, well done Monster Manual 3. The good news here is that 4e did a fantastic job with its Mimic monsters, and they only get better and better after this baseline specimen. In low B tier is the Juvenile Mimic from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It is a very minor Mimic in terms of power, being just a CR0 creature, and its only offense is a low damage bite. It's also extremely slow. Its speed is just a measly 10 feet, though it does have a climb speed, which I think really all Mimics should have. So when it comes to mechanics, the base 5e Mimic is superior. Where the Juvenile Mimic really shines is on the role-playing side of things. It comes from one of the aforementioned Mimic colonies. It has human-level intelligence, it speaks, it even has telepathy. And it just might end up being given to a character or an adventuring party who successfully deals with the mimics of the colony. Now, as I already said, the baseline Mimic could be at this level or even higher in the ranking, but it relies upon the DM employing this Mimic colony lore and giving advanced intelligence and personality to the Monster Manual Mimic. In mid-B tier comes the Horde Mimic, a creature that I slightly underrated when I first had a look at it. In both 3e and 4e, we got fantastic Draconomicon books. In 5e, we get Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. It's actually a pretty cool book in its own way, but it made me miss the grit, the detail, the soul of the actual Draconomicons. So the standard mimic in the 5e monster manual can appear as medium-sized objects, treasure chest, door, etc. Now imagine a huge-sized mimic that appears as an entire treasure hoard. It's really devious. The horde mimic is noticeably stronger than the baseline one. It's at CR 8. It has the ability to make 3 attacks on its turn, 2 sticky pseudopods, and a powerful bite. It also has a caustic mist that affects a 30-foot cone and deals acid damage and inflicts blindness. The sluggishness of the Monster Manual Mimic is nowhere to be found here, as the Horde Mimic speed is 30 feet, just like most characters. Another edge the Horde Mimic has is its smarts. It has an intelligence of 10, it speaks Common and Draconic, and has telepathy out to 120 feet. Though, strangely, it has lost the immunity to acid that the core baseline Mimic possesses. I can't help but wonder if that was an oversight. Now we get into A tier, where the Mimics get really interesting. From 4th edition's Monster Manual 3 is the Impersonator Mimic, a creature that reminds me of 5e's Oblex, which actually got top place in my Oozes ranking, by the way. Just listen to this lore paragraph about the Impersonator Mimic. A young girl begs for bread at the door, and an old lady's act of kindness is her last. Then, in the form of the old lady, an impersonator mimic lures a passing farmhand inside, begging for help moving a table. Next, as the farmhand, it accompanies a team of woodcutters. For the mimic, each persona it assumes means another victim's unmarked grave. Excellent. This creature is a level 16 controller. We could roughly translate that into CR 10 or CR 11 in 5e terms, and controller just means that it has noteworthy control effects. So it's one of the most powerful mimics out there. That's a pretty high CR. It has a 10-foot reach magical effect that actually targets fortitude. It's kind of like 5e's Constitution saving throw, and on a hit, the target creature is dominated until it succeeds on a save to break free. As a bonus action, this mimic can attack the will defense of a creature within 50 feet, sort of equivalent to a wisdom saving throw there. On a hit, it moves the target up to 20 feet, and all attacks against the target get +2 for a round. Like the object mimic, this one can shape change as just a bonus action. And not only can it take on an ooze form and an object form, it can also select a humanoid form, appearing as a person. And while it's shape changed in this way, it gets +4 on deception checks, and it can speak all languages known by the last person it killed. This is on top of the common and deep speech it already knows. Oh, and remember that minion mimic spawn creature that can go into the impersonator mimic space. Haha. Well, not only does the impersonator command these minions to serve its bidding, but also as a free action once per round, it can absorb a mimic spawn to gain an action point. An action point can be spent to gain an extra action. So it's much like the 5th edition's Fighter Action Surge, which is one of the most amazing features of all time. Overall, this is an incredible mimic monster, really knocking it out of the park in terms of great abilities and an evil genius type persona that makes it completely geared towards role-playing and deploying all these social-based schemes. Really, it's only the simplistic lore that holds it back. And the lore has so much potential, just so little was done with it. In high A tier, we come across the Mirror Mimic, which is part of the Wandering Tower, a group of closely associated creatures. We find this entry in Monster Vault, Threats to the Nintir Vale. which, as I've stated before, is one of the very best 4E books, possibly the best bestiary from that ill-fated edition. It's actually a small book. It only has 127 pages, and it's a soft cover. But the focus on giving each monster a lot of lore and adventure hooks is just fantastic. Combined with the fact that it has some of the best 4E art, really is a home run of a book. So the Mirror Mimic is another highly intelligent mimic with a relatively high challenge rating. It only has one attack, a fairly powerful slam, but its signature feature is a body duplication. It attacks a target's will defense, and on a hit, it takes on the target's appearance. Simultaneously, it teleports up to 15 feet, conjuring 3 duplicates in the process. Each duplicate has only a single hit point, but it also takes a very high DC insight check for a character to know which one of these 4 is the actual mimic and which one are the duplicates. And if you destroy a duplicate, you take 3d8 plus 10 psychic damage. As a move action, the Mirror Mimic utilizes a secret teleportation effect that allows it to swap places with one of its duplicates without the characters realizing it. And after it does that teleportation, its next attack that hits deals an extra 8 damage. Naturally, there are going to be ways to counteract these bluffs and tricks, but that's really part of the fun of this encounter. You have to change up your tactics, you have to find creative or even rarely used solutions. You have to find ways to deal with this shifty trickster creature, and it's so cool. Is it possible that there could be an S-tier mimic? The idea just sounds wild, doesn't it? Well, my brave companions, there is one, which is also part of the Wandering Tower. Behold the core of the tower in low S tier. It is not only an amazing mimic, but just an amazing monster entry with a stunning amount of adventure hooks in its lore. And this is combined with outstanding mechanics, symbiotic allied monsters that also live inside this tower, and a devious role-playing based personality. Where do I even begin? Well, how about the opening flavor text here? Stories tell of a place that is not a place. It travels across the Nintir Vale, changing its appearance to suit its environment and preying upon the avaricious, the trusting, and the desperate, for they make the most reliable meals. The entry then goes on to give 5 adventure hook sections across its 3 pages. Check these out. There is Shelter from the Storm, which describes how during a critical battle, a messenger was tasked with delivering a map of powerful artifacts to the Emperor. And during a thunderstorm, the messenger stumbled upon a mysterious inn and was never seen again. Thus, this map has disappeared, and the inn itself apparently has been lost. Then there's Holy Sanctuary. In the ancient times of Narath, a knight on a quest to find the legendary Sun Spire, where the sun's own daughter resided. He found a golden-haired lady who welcomed him inside an amber tower, and he was never seen again. The third one is Lordly Manor. Prince Rand of the Lost Narath established House Randorn after killing a suspected doppelganger who offered him her lordly estate in exchange for his life. But soon after moving in, the prince and his entire household vanished without a trace, leading to rumors of an angry ghost haunting the cursed manor. Then we have Lost Tower of Fastermel. 3 dwarves stumbled upon a mysteriously well-preserved tower hidden in the ruins of Fastermel, and upon investigating, they encountered a dwarf crone who beckoned them inside with her promise of unlocking the mysteries of the ruins. When their rogue companion heard their screams and tried to force his way in, he was set upon by swarms of red birds and eventually ran away. He found the tower and its occupants gone when he returned weeks later with another group of explorers. The last one is called Emporium of Wonders. A mysterious bazaar appears in the city of Fallcrest, offering exotic trinkets and treasures, and its elderly shopkeeper tempts customers with rumors of fantastic items, leading them to the back of the store with the promise that they will find all that they desire. In fact, in each of these scenarios, the supposed inhabitant of the tower speaks that same ominous phrase to the victims. Here you may find all that you desire. It's incredible. Now, the mirror mimic that we just covered lives within the Wandering Tower, but the real power is the core of the tower. It is a huge-sized mimic that is a level 18 solo controller. A solo monster in 4E has the power of 4 creatures in one. It's designed to be able to take on entire parties by itself. The core of the tower has an immense amount of hit points. It can phase through walls and solid objects. It's immune to being dominated. It treats the stunned condition as just being dazed. It has a +5 bonus to all its saving throws and 2 action points. It can make opportunity attacks against anything that moves within 15 feet of it. Its basic slam moves creatures up to 15 feet when it hits, so already it's a combo effect with itself there. It can make a constricting attack that targets the reflex defense and grapples the target while crushing it. It has 3 different bonus action options. One is the ability to appear like an object, like all mimics do. Another is called No Exit, and has the core mimic create a door inside the tower which is jammed shut. The other bonus action option is called Rippling Architecture, which is an area effect that knocks creatures prone and slows them. To seal its stat block with a golden key, it also has a once per round free action called Maw of Doom. It attacks the fortitude defense of a creature that it's grappling, and on a hit, it moves the target up to 15 feet, either adjacent to itself or to a wall of the tower, and the target then takes 3d10 plus 17 acid damage. Now you might say, it makes sense that the core mimic could bite and deal that acid, but why would the target take the acid damage from being moved against one of the tower walls? Well, it represents the fact that the tower itself is alive and capable of harming foes. In fact, if we read on in the entry of the Wandering Tower, we come across a terrain effect called Living Walls. It's a hazard of up to 8 contiguous 5-foot squares. It gets its own initiative. It can attack up to 2 creatures, biting them, grappling and restraining them, and imposing ongoing 10 acid damage. But that's not all. There is still another creature that lives in and around the Wandering Tower. Remember those red birds mentioned in part of the lore? That is the Blood Raven Swarm, a level 14 skirmisher swarm monster that flies about, attacking with bloody beaks, and if it hits a creature that is at half hit points or lower, its attack also weakens them, a nasty condition that means you only deal half damage. Whew! The Wandering Tower is a tour de force. It is more than just a group of interconnected monsters. It is a whole adventure unto itself. Heck, it could serve for multiple adventures. It could provide a chunk of lore for a prominent region of your world. I have to give a bardic bow of appreciation to the designers for this masterpiece. Really, this is one of the best things that I know of in all of Dungeons & Dragons. Anyhow, that is all I have for Mimics. Again, I am disappointed and really just befuddled how 3E had so little in terms of Mimics. But 5E has done a fairly decent job, and 4E knocked it out of the freaking park, which I believe those Mimics could be pretty easily adapted to 5E. I hope you enjoyed this peculiar ranking, and don't forget to sign up for the newsletter if you haven't yet. Try not to get your hands bitten off by sentient treasure chests, and as always, May your adventures be many. Drow are some of the most interesting creatures in Dungeons & Dragons. This is because they combine many interesting elements all together. They're elves, they're also dark creatures, they're also very religious, and they are denizens of the Underdark. As elves, they are intelligent and beautiful. They have culture, social intrigues, technology, and magical abilities. As dark, evil creatures, they provide us conflict and villains, and it always gives us a look into the endlessly fascinating realm of morality and psychology. As religious creatures, they're highly associated with their spider goddess Lolth, and that provides a deep element of ritual, theology, philosophy, spirituality, and sacrifice. And as inhabitants of the Underdark, they live in this cavernous underworld of danger and adventure. All these things combine together into a mega composite. And this mega composite is also backed by some of the best and most developed lore of any creature in D&D. Along with their lore in the D&D sourcebooks, there are whole novels by author R.A. Salvatore that take place in and around Drow society. The closest thing that D&D has to a Batman or a Spider-Man is Drizzt, who is a Drow that originated in Salvatore's books. There's a lot that could be said, but the bottom line is that the Drow and the perilous realm they inhabit are a smorgasbord of adventure. The Drow are also known as Dark Elves, and for most of D&D's history, they were described as having skin the color of ebony, or the dark of night, or charcoal. Sometimes a very dark gray, sometimes a very dark purple. They have hair that is either pure white or some extremely pale color. Their eyes are often red, though sometimes a very pale violet, blue, pink, or silver. In recent years, Drow have been reimagined as having gray or even light gray skin, but personally I prefer the very dark skin tones. It makes the Drow more distinct, more striking, more beautiful, and in a way, more hardcore. It also fits their ecology as they use their traits to blend into the shadows and the darkness, especially when they carry out nighttime raids on the surface. In general, a light gray skin tone is kind of a boring color. It's a weak color. It's a lack of color. Gray does work well for creatures that are made out of stone or some kinds of undead that don't have the complexion of someone who's alive. But typically, for a race of living people, light gray skin is a weak choice. In this ranking, we're going to take a closer look at several Drow entries from across 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition D&D. I'll also include a couple monsters that are closely related to the Drow. Like usual, I will be rating each creature in the areas of style, mechanics, role-playing, lore, and versatility. As you can probably guess, there aren't going to be many low-tier Drow at all.
Listen here now, oh viewer. Your mission is to strike the button of subscription and the thumb of liking. Do it swiftly, while the opportunity is at hand. Should you fail, I will send a swarm of spiders upon you whilst you sleep.
Cast your light spells and ignite your lanterns, my brave companions. We're going down, down into the depths of the Underdark to gaze upon the terrific and terrifying Drow elves. Things kick off in high F tier with the animated Drow statue found in the Out of the Abyss adventure path. These statues are actually petrified Drow. They had been part of an expedition from Minzabaranzan, the greatest of the Drow cities. They got petrified by a Medusa, then later animated by Ogrimmok's Bane, a drifting cloud of transparent magical dust. It touched the petrified Drow, transforming them into stone elemental type creatures under its control. Much like the animated armor creature in the monster manual, it has a number of immunities, blind sight, and a basic slam attack. A very simple creature made to serve a very simple purpose. It's about as cool as an F tier monster can get. There are actually no entries at all in D tier. I couldn't find a single one, so it's not until mid C tier that the specimens continue. The Drow Exalted Consort comes from 4th edition's Monster Manual 3, a book that actually features Lolth on the cover, and it provides a number of Drow that are loosely referred to as Abyssal Drow. These are basically Lolth's most powerful and devoted followers who have joined her in the Demon Web Pits, which is her layer of the Abyss, the realm of demons, and the most vile plane in all of the cosmology. The Drow culture is strictly matriarchal, with most males leading undistinguished lives, often relegated to servitude or menial roles. The rare few who ascend to prominence may become powerful warriors known as Exalted Consorts. They're noted for their exceptional combat skills and beauty. They receive divine empowerment from Lolth to serve her and the most influential priestesses in the Demon Web. The Exalted Consort is an extremely high CR 25, though keep in mind the 4E system was based on 30 levels, not 20, so this creature would actually be like CR 16 or 17 in 5E terms. He is a master swordsman who can make multiple strikes as he skirmishes about battle, and is particularly adept at blocking opportunity attacks. Once per encounter, he can send out a burst of dark fire from himself. It deals fire damage, and it inflicts enemies with a fairy fire type effect, such that they glow and they can't benefit from invisibility or concealment. When his hit points reach half, he teleports up to 35 feet as a reaction, and the enemies adjacent to him after the teleport grant advantage to all attacks made against them for the rest of the encounter. In high C tier is the Drow Zealot, also from 4E's Monster Manual 3 and the Cycle of Abyssal Drow. This is the lowest caste of Abyssal Drow, known as Zealots. They undergo a magical transformation that curses them with a demonic spider infestation, as in their bodies. The Zealots are those who failed to display sufficient gratitude or obedience in the past. Now they're given a chance to use combat as an opportunity to prove their devotion to Lolth. They willingly throw themselves into battle, attacking with oversized greatswords and wielding single-target fairy fire effects. When the Zealot becomes wounded, the demonic spiders that infest it come crawling out of its orifices to poison the enemies. The spiders get more agitated as the Zealot takes more and more damage, and when it finally dies, the spiders burst forth, creating a toxic webbing in the surrounding area. That's actually all for C tier. As I said, the Drow are almost all high tier creatures due to their fantastic mix of aesthetics, abilities, adventure fueling lore, and of course their high versatility. We begin low B tier with the Dragloth, which is technically a kind of demon. This monster is from 5E's Volo's Guide to Monsters, though it also appears in Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse, aka Monsters of the Consumerverse. Hey, remember those bestiaries we sold you a couple years ago? How about, instead of a new bestiary with new monsters, we just repackage the old ones and sell them to you again? Sounds great, doesn't it? A Dragloth is a half Drow, half Glabrazu demon, born of a Drow priestess in an unholy and rather dangerous ritual. In other words, this has its way with this. And if the Dark Elf does not get killed by the demon sex, or by some other foul component that's involved in the ritual, or by a demon spawn growing in her womb, or by giving birth to a baby that's far too big for her body to handle, then we end up with a Dragloth. As you can imagine, or perhaps you try not to imagine, this process fails far more than it actually succeeds. But Drow are depraved and twisted people, and they clamor incessantly to gain the favor of Lolth. In fact, successfully birthing and obtaining a Dragloth is considered a blessing from Lolth herself. This demon is a powerful thing, a foul combination of the stealth and the prowess of the Drow and the strength of a demon. It even has 2 pairs of arms to represent this. It has a large, muscular pair and a Drow-sized pair with manual dexterity. The creature has powerful melee attacks and the same 5E innate spells of a Drow: Dancing Lights, Darkness, and Fairy Fire, along with the addition of the Confusion spell. Dragloths, per their demonic blood, crave slaughter, and thus they are trained as assassins and slayers, and are wielded against rival Drow houses and whatever other enemies. Back to 4E's Monster Manual 3 and Lolth's Demon Web collection, we have the Dragloth Abomination. A Dragloth is already abomination enough, and this one is even more so, I suppose. The lore states that it is a combination of demon and drider, which that actually doesn't make any sense, as driders are the failures that get cursed and cast out by Lolth. Despite this hiccup in the lore, the abilities of this Dragloth are a sight to behold. It can bind 1 or 2 creatures in webs that deal poison damage and daze the creatures. Daze in 4E was a sort of lesser stun effect that restricted a creature to just doing one thing on its turn. The Dragloth can pull webbed creatures closer to it, and its powerful claws do even more damage if the target is one of the dazed ones. It can produce an area of magical darkness that slows and dazes enemies, and only the Dragloth can see through this darkness. Top this all off with variable damage resistance and a reaction teleportation effect. It makes for a dynamic monster that has a lot of synergy within its own features. In mid-B tier, we have the Drow Warrior from 3E. Technically 3.5, but I'll just use the terms interchangeably throughout this video. This is the baseline Drow creature in the 3rd edition Monster Manual. I appreciate that it's actually called Drow Warrior instead of just Drow. I wish more monsters were handled this way, particularly with humanoids and monstrous humanoids. When we see something just called Drow, it gives the impression that every typical Drow has those same statistics. It's just too generalized. The Drow who makes clothing, or who farms mushrooms, or who is a teacher is not the poisoned weapon-wielding innate spellcasting warrior that we find in the Monster Manual. Anyway, the 3E Monster Manual actually provides very little lore about the Drow. The designers seemed more interested in cramming in a bunch of elf subraces instead of just going with 2 or 3 and giving more space to the lore. However, later on in 3E, we did get the fantastic book Drow of the Underdark. This is an amazing resource with tons of Drow lore, Drow prestige classes, Drow spells, associated monsters, and more. The illustration by Todd Lockwood is fantastic. It really captures the look and the essence of the female Drow warrior. My only gripe is the shield. It is a bit too small, and it suffers from modern fantasy's great folly of showing shields and armor that look to be made of like 2-inch thick steel, which would weigh ridiculous amounts, impossible to be worn. But I love this skin tone. It's a low saturation purple that is so dark it's almost black. Just gorgeous. And it combines with the darks and the silvers of the equipment, the harsh and the calculating expression, the agile and cunning combat stance, and the contrast of the stark white eyes and hair, and the further contrast with the bright highlights and the deep shadows. Lockwood really nailed it. This Drow Warrior stat block has what we have come to expect, a light to medium warrior who fights with a finesse blade and a hand crossbow, the innate spells of Dancing Lights, Darkness, and Fairy Fire, and the Drow Knockout Poison, which can render the target unconscious for an extended period of time. Being a creature of the dark depths below the surface, the Drow is sensitive to sunlight, which can render it unable to see well. The 3E Drow also has spell resistance, which 5E basically converted into the much simpler magic resistance. Heading back to 4th edition's Monster Manual 3, we have the Drow Shadow Blade. Lolth is such a vicious and twisted goddess that she actually encourages suffering and treachery within the Drow communities. When an assassin manages to kill the High Priestess of a Drow city, Lolth summons the killer to the Demon Web pits and bestows a personal blessing. The assassin thus becomes a Shadow Blade and is charged with even more sinister tasks. Due to the extreme danger and audacity required, this path is a rare choice among Drow. In combat, the Shadow Blade conjures an animated shadow that it uses as a flanking companion against enemies. While flanking in this way, its short sword strikes deal extra necrotic damage and causes the animated shadow to expand out into an area of magical darkness that only the Shadow Blade can see in. It can use a bonus action to apply a dose of Soul Rot Venom, which causes the blade to inflict ongoing 15 necrotic and poison damage. And the target cannot benefit from immunities or resistances. To top off its abilities, the Shadow Blade can phase right through walls and solid objects, and when it misses with an attack from its short sword, it can immediately redirect the strike and make a new attack at a different creature. In high B tier is the Drider from the 5e Monster Manual. Every so often, the Demon Queen Lolth selects a powerful drow and summons this individual to the Demon Web Pits. There, the drow undergoes harrowing trials of both faith and power. Those who succeed receive Lolth's blessing. Those who fail receive her curse and are turned into Driders. These twisted half-drow, half-spider abominations are rebuked back to the Underdark to serve as an example of what happens to those who cannot live up to Lolth's near-impossible standards. Driders are filled with madness and live either on the fringes of society or just out in the cavernous wilds of the Underdark, where they lead solitary or semi-solitary existences. Drow consider Driders to be the lowest of the low, the dejected and disgraced, respected even less than slaves. Stat block-wise, Driders have a number of great abilities, from spider climbing to spell casting to poisonous bites and weapon attacks. This creature literally is a mixture of drow and spider traits, which provides it with a nice array of options, especially if we take into consideration the option for an expanded spellcasting feature. The Drider is just overall a freaky and really interesting monster, and it's connected to some fantastic lore, so that makes it primed for storytelling and adventure crafting. The Drow Warrior made a comeback in the 4th edition Monster Manual, even featuring that same fantastic illustration by Todd Lockwood. The Drow lore in this book isn't bad, but it just doesn't get the space to be developed to any large degree. It's crazy how high the CR is for the basic Drow Warrior in this book. Even in a 5e format, it would still be approximately CR 5 for just a baseline Drow Warrior. It keeps the same kind of equipment and knockout poison that Drow are known for, though its innate spells are relegated to just one power called Darkfire, which is like a single target, short duration fairy fire. It also has a 2d6 sneak attack type feature and a fantastic stealth skill, so it makes it more roguelike than ever. Also from 4e, this time back to Monster Manual 3, is the Drow Archmage, which sits at the top of B tier. The description from the entry in this book reads, "The most powerful and perverse Drow mages are welcomed into the Abyss, where they can serve Lolth directly. There, they warp their flesh and souls toward Lolth's depraved ends. A Drow Archmage commands abyssal power through force of personality. Despite their power, Drow Archmages fear death and the torment that awaits their souls. Thus, an Archmage will abandon his or her thralls if battle goes poorly." The Archmage wields a dagger that inflicts the target with a -4 penalty to attack rolls, and it can cast a bolt of acid and poison damage combined at will. It can teleport an enemy 35 feet and daze it, and its demonic grasp power is even more interesting. The target gets restrained and lifted off the ground, and anytime the target or one of its allies deals damage to a drow, demon, or spider, the suspended creature takes 10 poison damage. As a bonus action, the Drow Archmage can deal 20 damage to an ally in order to regain one of its powers or deal extra damage on its next hit. While this all feels lacking and overall less magical than the full-on spellcasting of other editions of D&D, it does have a uniqueness to it that is interesting. That wraps up B tier. Some very cool creatures are here, but really we're just still getting started. A tier is going to have a bunch of excellent dark elves of all kinds. Before we move on, something strikes me as I go through these drow entries. I have never seen a drow that really builds off of their innate spells. It seems strange because all the drow have these innate spells. Sometimes they do have a feature that synergizes with their darkness spell, but that's about it. So I've crafted the Drow Gloaming Magus, a sort of lesser drow magic user that has enhanced effects with its dancing lights, darkness, and fairy fire. The dancing lights can deal radiant damage to creatures that start in the light spaces. Creatures inside the darkness spell have disadvantage on saves against the drow, and a creature affected by its fairy fire is considered to be in sunlight, which serves as a great anti-drow effect since they are so sensitive to sunlight I think that fits well thematically because Drow so often scheme and fight against one another. I'm going to put a fully developed version of the Gloaming Magus Drow in the next issue of my monthly newsletter. It's called Scrolls of the Bard if you don't get it already. I'm going to put the stat block in both the free and the patron version. Check out the link down in the video description and you can sign up for the newsletter there. It's free, it just takes a quick second, and you also get a welcome issue right away. And on this note, did you know that I have a Patreon page? Every month I release content there like battle maps, and my newsletter gets posted and archived there. You can join as a supporter to get access to a bunch of great content and get your name into monthly drawings for a selection of rewards, such as your own monster concept in a newsletter, or a Zoom call for guidance on a subject of your choice. So if you're keen on some great rewards, and supporting this channel and all the videos and adventures that I produce, stop by my Patreon, show some love. Again, link is down below. In the 4E Monster Manual, we have the Drow Blade Master. This is going to start us off in A tier. It's a 2-weapon fighting, skirmishing elite warrior. In 4E, an elite monster was supposed to have the strength of 2 creatures in one. The Blade Master has an excruciating stab that can stun the target on a hit. It can make counterattacks whenever anyone opportunity attacks it. It can make a tremendous flurry of strikes and a whirlwind attack, and it can create a cloud of darkness that blinds everyone except for the Blade Master. Overall, it's a very open-ended master swordsman drow that really does justice to the fighter archetype. On just the next stat block over is the Drow Priest, though she really should be called the Drow Priestess, as Lolth only allows women to hold this kind of position. This drow has an aura that gives a slight increase to attack and damage rolls of drow and spider allies, a web that entangles and weakens the target while dealing necrotic damage to it, that dark fire bonus action single target fairy fire thing, and a power called Lolth's Wrath, which causes a willing drow ally to explode, releasing a burst of spectral spiders that bite all the enemies nearby. Additionally, the Drow Priestess can transfer damage that she has taken onto a spider or drow ally. These features really evoke how twisted and treacherous Lolth's religion is, and how badly it can destabilize drow society. And yet, they are all so dependent upon her. It's like someone who's addicted to an abuser, or to a drug that's killing them as much as it gets them high. We turn now to a different book, Monster Manual 4 from 3rd edition. This book contains a number of cycles of NPC-like monsters. The designers here, they built variants of things like gnolls, orcs, yuan-ti. They used options found in various source books. I really enjoyed this. Plus, we still got lots of new, unique monsters as well as these NPC monsters. There's a cycle of drow NPC stat blocks in here, the first of which in this ranking is the Dark Sniper. These are skilled marksmen in drow communities. They employ hit-and-run tactics near settlements and outposts in order to weaken adversaries before stronger reinforcements arrive. Utilizing their superior dark vision, these snipers strategically position themselves along subterranean thoroughfares, launching arrows from a distance of nearly 100 feet away. In close combat, they constantly move, employing shot-on-the-run and tumble skills to maintain distance and avoid multiple attacks, while their group strategy involves splitting up to maneuver freely and to attack from various directions. The Dark Sniper is built using the baseline Drow Warrior, with 6 levels of the Scout class from Complete Adventurer. It ignores difficult terrain, and it deals extra damage as long as it has moved at least 10 feet on its turn. The Dark Sniper and the other Drow from Monster Manual 4 each have a little section in their stat block that states what equipment they have, which includes mundane weapons and armor and adventuring gear, along with lesser magic items and other special equipment. This makes me miss when monsters had proper equipment as part of their stat blocks. It makes so much sense that these powerful NPC creatures would be using some good equipment, and it saves me some work as a GM, as I don't have to prep equipment for each creature, and I don't have to improvise something every time the characters search the body of a slain enemy. Getting into mid-A tier is the 5th edition Drow, the baseline Drow from the 5e Monster Manual. It is hard to think of another humanoid monster in 5e that is this stylistically evocative and this rich with lore and storytelling. The book actually gives a page and a half of lore to the Drow, which is way more than most creatures get. This is the Drow warrior in effect. It's wielding a short sword and a hand crossbow with a poison that can knock creatures unconscious. It has dark vision out to 120 feet, and like all 5e elves, magic cannot put it to sleep, and it has advantage on saving throws against being charmed. It has the classic innate spells, Dancing Lights, Darkness, and Fairy Fire, and it's sensitive to sunlight, like many underground creatures are. This Drow, like many other creatures in the Monster Manual, accomplishes what 5e originally set out to do, to capture the spirit of the main D&D creatures, to express them in a smooth format that is easy to implement without being too complicated nor being too oversimplified. It's a balance of mechanics and aesthetics. It feels both modern and classic. Looking over this stat block, I remember how much I fell in love with 5th edition during those first few years. I remember how much promise it held, how it aimed to be an edition that could fit both the old school and the new school players. I don't know how much of that promise still holds up now, but I know that as I hold my 2014 Monster Manual that's falling apart, I feel a distinct nostalgia for a moment in time that gave me so much hope and so much inspiration. The Drow Elite Warrior takes the base 5e Drow and gives it multi-attack for 2 attacks, along with an upgraded short sword that also deals 3d6 poison damage on a hit. It doesn't say in the stat block where this extra damage comes from, if it's a magic weapon effect or some behind-the-scenes feature of the Drow. It also can cast the Levitate spell once per day in addition to the regular innate spells. It has a parry reaction that it can use once per round to increase its AC by 3 against an incoming attack. We also see it has proficiency with the 3 most common saving throws, Dexterity, Constitution, and Wisdom, as well as Expertise and the Stealth skill. Nothing fancy here, but a great entry to have in the Monster Manual for an advanced version of a Drow warrior. Lolth's Sting is an elite female assassin in the employ of Clerics of Lolth. In Drow society, assassination is used with some frequency. It's a means of eliminating rivals or rising in status. This Lolth's Sting comes from 3rd edition's Monster Manual 4, so getting back to the Drow NPCs with character class levels and adventurer equipment. In this case, she's a Drow with 4 levels of the Ninja class from Complete Adventurer. So she's something like a mixture of rogue and monk, and she can spend 1 key point as bonus action to turn invisible for a round. Again, I appreciate that the stat block actually says how many doses of poison she's carrying, along with her potions and her other equipment. This bestiary also gives each monster a section on strategies and tactics, which I think is a really nice addition. While this does reduce the quantity of creatures that can be included in the book due to the space being taken up, it's really interesting. It's helpful to see advice on how to utilize a creature's abilities and equipment, and it gives us better insight into their behaviors and mentalities. Plus, it's so rare to see the designers taking the time to share this kind of tactical guidance with the GM and to give insights into what they were thinking when designing the monsters. Another entry in the same book is the Arcane Guard. These are male Drow who are multi-class 2nd level fighters, 5th level wizards, wielding spiked chains along with spells such as Fly, Scorching Ray, Invisibility, Magic Missile, Shield, and Ray of Enfeeblement. Typically, Drow Arcane Guards are retained by more powerful Drow spellcasters, and they prioritize defeating enemy healers and magic users first. Another thing I really appreciate as I go through these old 3rd edition NPCs is how they follow the same character building guidelines as a player character. Now, I do think that 4e and 5e make a good point in that an NPC usually should not be as complex as a full player character. It doesn't need every single class feature and every nitty-gritty detail. That's just too much for a GM to remember and to manage in the midst of a session. But on the other hand, it's weird to me how 5e NPCs deviate so far from the character classes. Like, every humanoid NPC has a d8 hit die because it's a medium creature, so even if it's a wizard or a barbarian, it just has d8s. Plus, their proficiency bonus is always based off of their challenge rating, not their class levels. So you could have a 20th level NPC, but instead of having a proficiency bonus of +6, it's considered a CR12 monster with a +4 proficiency bonus. The incongruence is bizarre. From 4th edition's Monster Manual 1 comes the Drow Arachnomancer, a wizard-like NPC that wields a spider rod and casts all manner of sinister magics. A strike from its rod immobilizes the target, and its at-will venom ray deals poison damage and inflicts additional ongoing poison damage. It can conjure an area of webbing that restrains non-drow and non-spiders. This area is crawling with spectral spiders that deal 10 necrotic damage to any creature that starts its turn in the webs. It also casts other spells, such as a spider curse that covers a target in spectral spiders that deal necrotic damage and weaken it. And it has a venom blast that sends out a wave of poison damage. As a bonus action, it can create an area of magical darkness that lasts for 1 round and only the Arachnomancer can see in it. Its final feature is called Lolth's Judgment. Whenever the Arachnomancer hits a creature, all of its spider allies gain a +2 bonus to hit against that creature for a round. The way that the Arachnomancer alters and creates magical terrain makes a very dynamic encounter, and its leader-like qualities that synergize with spider allies is a really cool touch. This is overall such a thematic drow spellcaster. Back to the 5th edition Monster Manual, we have the Drow Mage, which brings us into high A tier. It's essentially a 10th level wizard, so its spellcasting is its main thing. It favors spells like Black Tentacles, Cloud Kill, Greater Invisibility, Web, Misty Step, Fly, Lightning Bolt, Shield. Essentially, a generalist wizard with spells that fit the drow theme pretty well. It can also summon a demon once per day, either a Quasite or a 50% chance to successfully summon a Shadow Demon. My only real criticism with this drow is that its hit points are too low, only 45 HP for a challenge rating 7 monster. That degrades its mechanics rating a little bit. The main reason for the low HP I can only assume is the Greater Invisibility spell, which can really help it if the characters don't have a good way of detecting it. But we should keep 2 things in mind. You can often tell where an invisible creature is if it's not using the hide action. In combat, if it's moving around and casting spells or attacking, you can usually determine at least what space it's in just from hearing it. And 2, Greater Invisibility does require concentration, so it can't use Black Tentacles or Cloud Kill or Fly at the same time as the invisibility. And with its paltry +0 Constitution modifier, it has a good chance of failing the concentration check and losing its Greater Invisibility. The Drow Commander is found in the Against the Giants adventure in the anthology book Tales from the Yawning Portal. It is a Drow elite warrior that we saw just a bit ago, but it's enhanced with higher hit points, a magic short sword and hand crossbow, and 3 magical crossbow bolts. A bolt of holding, which casts hold person on a target hit with the bolt, as well as up to 2 other targets within 30 feet. A bolt of blinding, which casts the blindness portion of the blindness deafness spell on the target, as well as up to 2 other targets within 30 feet. And a bolt of vapors, which casts the stinking cloud spell centered on the point it hits. I'm surprised that its CR is still just 5, the same as the elite warrior. I would think these enhancements would increase its CR by 1, maybe 2. In any case, the increase to its mechanics rating is enough to have it bumped up a notch in this ranking. We now come to the 5e version of the Drow Shadowblade, which is also a souped-up version of the Drow Elite Warrior, though this time it has a big bump in its CR going up to challenge 11. It can make 3 Shadow Sword attacks on its turn, which can actually be used for melee or ranged attacks, and they deal a lot of necrotic damage. We're talking 7d6 plus 5 damage per hit. The Shadowblade can substitute one such attack with the Darkness spell, which it can cast at will, and it can see in the darkness thanks to its Devil Sight feature. It also has a Shadow Step bonus action, which is the same as the Shadow Monks class feature, letting it teleport up to 60 feet from shadow to shadow and gain advantage on its next attack. It's worth noting that there are two versions of this creature, one from Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, and one from Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse. They are similar in some ways, though their features work quite differently. The original from Tome of Foes is a little more complex and dynamic, and the remake in Multiverse is a bit simpler and does more damage overall, which actually that's the one that I just described here. The Drow House Captain is also found in both of these books, though as best I could tell, the features and the stats are the same. The only real difference is that Multiverse formats things slightly differently and has the new Drow aesthetic with this light gray skin tone that makes it look like it's made out of concrete. A Drow House Captain is often the first or second son of a matron mother. He assumes leadership of military forces in the city of Minzoberenzen and elsewhere in the Underdark. These officers are dedicated to studying strategy and tactics, and they lead troops in various conflicts, such as defending strongholds or fighting in wars. The House Captain attacks with a scimitar that mysteriously deals an extra 4d6 poison damage on each hit, and his other two weapons are a whip and a hand crossbow. If he whips one of his own allies, it gains advantage on attack rolls on its next turn, which I think is just phenomenal. What an evocative and mechanically interesting feature. He also has the same parry feature that we see on certain 5e NPCs and monsters, usually the ones that have this master or swordsman type theme. The 3e Drow Priestess is in Monster Manual 4, along with those other Drow NPCs with class levels. This time, naturally, the Drow is a cleric, an 8th level cleric, with spells like Unholy Blight, Summon Monster 1, 2, 3, and 4, Magic Circle Against Good, Bestow Curse, Dispel Magic, and the ability to spontaneously turn any healing spell into an Inflict Wound spell. She rebukes undead as an evil cleric did in those days, and she has a bunch of magical gear to improve her baseline statistics, as well as a sweet wand of Cure Moderate Wounds. Clerics are such an interesting class, combining full spell casting with some degree of physical combat ability, powers over the undead, and the best healing magic in the game. This combines with the religious aspect that adds an element of story or world building or role playing to the character. You of course can lean into this heavily or less heavily, but it's especially so with the Drow, as priestesses of Lolth wield great power and influence in Drow society, and they are feared or even respected by all. At the top of A tier is the Drow Lady of Spiders from 4th edition's Monster Manual 3, which is the last of the cycle of Abyssal Drow. Exactly 66 Abyssal Priestesses hold this coveted title. That's right, 66, just like Order 66 in Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. When you can't use 666 because that number is just too on the nose as far as evil sounding numbers go, but you also can't use just 6 because it sounds too trivial and small scale, you go with good old 66. In order to achieve the illustrious title of Lady of Spiders, one must eliminate one of the existing priestesses holding that position. A Lady of Spiders commands a diverse force of demons, drow, and spiders, issuing orders from the rear while summoning demonic spiders from shadowy cocoons to disrupt her foes. In battle, her sinister whispers constantly compel opponents to obey her commands or else face intense mental anguish. She thus wields a mixture of powerful control magic, demon spider summoning, damage spells, and an aura that heals allies. That all combines into one incredible Drow adversary. What a roster of great A-tier creatures. While I do have a few issues here and there, they are fantastic throughout, and they really make me want to run more Drow encounters and adventures that feature Drow and Drow cities. And this is coming from a GM that has already used Drow quite a bit over the years. They just keep giving and giving. But now we set our sights on S tier, where we will find the best of the best that Drow have to offer. The first of the S-tier Dark Elves is the Drow Inquisitor. In the treacherous world of Drow society, Lolth promotes deception and even betrayal. A delicate balance exists between permissible backstabbing and the utter destabilization of the community. To maintain order and uncover traitors, Drow priestesses enlist Inquisitors, which are powerful female Drow with authority rivaled only by noble house mothers. Those who an Inquisitor deems to be in opposition to the hierarchy face torture, and they often meet gruesome ends at the hands of these same Inquisitors. Like others in this ranking, there are two versions of the Drow Inquisitor, one from Tome of Foes, one from Monsters of the Multiverse. This time the difference between the two is quite large. The Tome of Foes version is a 12th level cleric, with all the way up to 6th level spells, along with some additional innate spells like clairvoyance, detect thoughts, dispel magic, and suggestion. This really evokes the theme that the Inquisitor wields powerful divine magic and then some, and those extra innate spells really fit the theme of probing minds and gathering information through magic. The Multiverse Inquisitor strips away the 12th level cleric spells entirely. That's right, all of those glorious spells all just gone, only except for a couple of the innate spells. Yeah, that sucks big time. Is there anything to replace all those spells with? Well, how about a once per short rest spiritual weapon? What a joke. Anyhow, both versions have the same attack, which is actually 3 spell attacks in one, called Death Lance. It deals necrotic damage and reduces the target's maximum hit points. And both versions of the Inquisitor also have magic resistance and Discern Lie, a feature that lets the Inquisitor become aware whenever she hears a lie in a language she knows, which are Elvish and Undercommon, so really she's just an Inquisitor among the Drow. Let's just forget the stupid multiverse version even exists, because the original one deserves her high place in this ranking. Next is 5e's take on the Drow favored consort. Like we saw before, Drow priestesses and matron mothers select attractive male Drow as consorts for pleasure and breeding. While some consorts may offer valuable advice and gain the priestess's trust, their positions are precarious. They're subject to the whims of the fickle priestesses, who just might sacrifice them to Lolth at any moment. Many consorts possess some amount of arcane skill, and the most favored ones, like we see here, are powerful wizards in their own right. In the case of this stat block, the Drow favored consort is an 11th level wizard, so he goes all the way up to mighty 6th level spells, and prepares things like Chain Lightning, Cone of Cold, Dimension Door, Counterspell, Haste, Fireball, Mage Armor, and Shield, so basically the baseline fan favorites that are generally reliable and very effective. He can also make 3 scimitar attacks. Each one deals an additional 4d8 poison damage and causes the target to have disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell the consort casts. Wow, that's incredible. So if you're looking for a high-level Drow wizard with some intense story to it, this is your guy. Oh wait, it looks like there was a remake of the Drow favored consort in Monsters of the Multiverse. Did they strip away all of its wizard magic and give it something paltry in exchange? Yeah, basically. He still has some spells, but it's nowhere near what the original consort has. And of course, he gets the generic force damage blast that we keep seeing over and over in recent D&D bestiaries. Force damage, for when you just need a one-size-fits-all, can be anything for any creature, generic spell blap. Next up, we have the 5th edition take on the Drow Arachnomancer. I'm going to focus on the Tome of Foes version because that's the one that I think is better. Drow spellcasters pursuing complete devotion to the Spider Queen may choose the dark path of the Arachnomancer, surrendering body and soul to Lolth in exchange for formidable power and a supernatural link to the ancient spiders of the Demon Web pits. Through this connection, they channel potent magic from the ominous realm of the Spider Queen, becoming warlocks in the 5e sense. An Arachnomancer can change shape into a giant spider, which has an extremely venomous bite and a web shot. In humanoid form, the Arachnomancer has a poisonous touch attack, which also deals a ton of poison damage. It has spells like a 15th level warlock, and it can still cast even while in spider form. So overall, this is just a powerhouse of a drow. The Drow Priestess of Lolth is the final entry from the core monster manual of 5e. She's basically a 10th level cleric who wields a slew of powerful spells, along with a scourge that deals a mysterious extra 5d6 poison damage each time it hits. She also has a summon demon feature, but I don't really care for it. Once per day, she can attempt to summon a Yaklol demon with a mere 30% chance of success, even taking 1d10 psychic damage if she fails. The demon only sticks around for 10 minutes once summoned, so I'm not sure what exactly this feature is trying to accomplish. Among the great cleric spells like Insect Plague, Mass Cure Wounds, and Dispel Magic, she also can cast Web and conjure animals for 2 giant spiders. These little touches really tie the whole thing together, and it gives a sense that this Drow Priestess has a spider domain as a cleric of Lolth. From 4E's Monster Manual 3, we have Aklavdra, the Exarch of Lolth. She is a Drow Priestess who earned Lolth's favor more than anyone else. She actually has betrayed and outsmarted Lolth twice, once with the cult of the Elder Elemental Eye, and once with the Demon Lord Grast. Her attempts ultimately failed, but on the other hand, they succeeded in gaining her Lolth's admiration all the more. Aklavdra is a living symbol of cruelty and cunning. She combines the quintessential Drow characteristics, using her beauty as a weapon through seduction, and wielding staggering power in magic and in combat. Aklavdra is armed with a deadly tentacle rod from her service to the Elder Elemental Eye. It deals a high amount of damage and removes targets' immunities and resistances, weakens them, and leaves them immobilized. Whew. She can deal blasts of psychic damage, as well as dominate minds and knock foes to the ground, rendering them unable to even lift themselves back to their feet. Aklavdra is a highly strategic warrior. She avoids situations that are beyond her capabilities, relying on servants to contain foes, or resorting to retreat if diplomacy, trickery, or magic fail. She even has a magical reaction that she can use every round to teleport away when she would be hit by an attack or area effect. In other words, she uses every means necessary to ensure her own safety and her ability to come back for future revenge. We now come to the final creature in this ranking. I can think of no more an illustrious dark elf than the Drow Matron Mother. Such a Drow is a grand high priestess of Lolth and the head of a major Drow noble house. This loftiest of the Drow is a staggering confluence of awesome magical powers, dark and sinister beauty, and vile, treacherous evil. This is the type of villain that works as the final boss of an entire campaign, and there's no limits to how far her webs of insidious influence reach. Her stat block alone engulfs nearly an entire page, filled with all kinds of spells, essentially a slew of innate spells, plus a 20th level cleric spells. She can bestow Lolth's fickle favor, which harms the recipient even as it grants their next attack advantage. She wields 2 weapons, a demon staff that deals psychic damage and inflicts fear, and a tentacle rod that can inflict a slow-like effect, though I do think its attack modifier and effect DC are a bit too low. She can summon a Yaklol demon or a retriever, both incredibly strong allies, and unlike some other Drow, she has no chance to fail in the summoning. Her legendary actions are additional spellcasting, a demon staff attack, and a command that gives a demon ally an attack with its reaction. I really wish she had layer actions as well, but it's possible the designers had space limitations and had to choose between layer actions for her or an additional Drow creature entry. That said, there is a different version of the Drow Matron Mother in Monsters the Multiverse, which does have layer actions, though her spell casting has been trimmed back quite a bit, no longer casting as a 20th level cleric. I really dislike this direction with spellcasting NPCs in recent 5e. It makes the D&D world just that much more incoherent. Are we now saying that player characters are the only ones who have regular spellcasting? All the NPCs and all the monsters in the D&D universe just now have simplistic, unorthodox ways of casting spells. I don't buy it. The Drow Matron Mother's layer actions are quite cool though, giving her options to 1. Detect intruders and negate their invisibility and hiding, 2, create a massive area of restraining spectral webs. And 3, telekinetically throw and smash a creature of her choice. These are excellent. I know the creators of D&D have been trying to broaden the Drow race such that they're not all evil. But there's no denying how epic and inspiring the wicked matron mother is. Along with all her house members and rival houses and plots and Underdark conquests, it's just hard to top that in terms of how rich it is. It's just begging for adventure, begging for heroes to come. All of its dire conflicts and ordeals push mortal heroes to the extreme limits. I may have no love for the Drow matron mother herself, but I love how this captures the villainous power. It puts fuel on the fire in that grand struggle to reach ever higher character levels and finally fight for ultimate victory or ultimate tragic defeat. This is the stuff of legends, my friends. Let's hear it for the Drow. What a phenomenal rogues gallery this is. It's really hard to think of a better villainous or monstrous race in D&D. I'm sure there are some variant Drow from across the editions that got left out, so feel free to let me know in a comment if you wish that they would have been in this ranking. Thanks as always to all my supporters over on Patreon, in particular Adam Wood, Vince Vallely, Nick Thy Pirate King, Locke Monroe, and Nicholas A., the grand patrons that really go the extra mile in their support. Until we meet again, my brave companions, if you dare to brave the depths of the Underdark, make sure you prepare some antitoxins and poison-suppressing magic, and as always, may your adventures be many. There have been lots of different spiders and spider-like creatures in Dungeons & Dragons throughout the editions. Some of them are actual spiders, usually giant spiders. Some of them are hybrids of a spider plus something else. And others are not really spiders, but are spider-like or spider-influenced things. Suffice it to say that spiders are a source of inspiration that just keeps on giving and giving. And it's no wonder, they're a fascinating kind of creature. They combine a bunch of amazing abilities into one deadly hunter, with the added perk of having a creepy 8-legged body. Like with my other ranking videos, we're going to take a look at a bunch of monsters, and I'll score them in 5 main attributes: mechanics, style, role-playing, lore, and versatility. As you might know, I like to look at all the aspects of a creature, not just how much damage it can deal in combat. This is a storytelling, role-playing game after all, not just a dice-rolling tactical battle game. These attributes will give a final score to each monster, and then they will be ranked F through S tier. Something a bit different I'm going to do in this video is actually feature creatures from 3.5 edition and 4th edition, alongside the 5th edition ones. There are just so many cool spider things from over the years that I decided to expand into some different entries from previous versions of D&D. And if you like this kind of video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. There's no way I could fit all the spider monsters into just one video, so if there's one that you wish I would have included, let me know in a comment and I'll go and search it out. F-tier creatures, in the case of spiders, just represents very, very simple creatures, such as a normal spider, just a little tiny spider, or even a swarm of spiders. A good representative of F-tier spiders is actually the giant wolf spider. There's nothing wrong with this creature. It's not supposed to be complex or epic or anything. It's just a human-sized spider. It doesn't even feature any illustration, like most of the animal or beast type creature stat blocks. It has expertise in stealth, a bit of blind sight, and a poisonous bite. It's sort of the goblin of D&D spiders. Going right into low D tier is another staple baseline creature of this kind, the giant spider. So this would be like the orc or maybe the ogre of D&D spiders. It's large size, it's a bit tougher and more dangerous than the giant wolf spider, and it has a web that it can shoot at a short to mid range and restrain the target that it hits. Again, there's nothing at all wrong with this creature. It serves really as the framework upon which many other spider monsters are built. Next up is the blade spider from the 4E Monster Manual. Instead of biting with fangs, it has blade-like claws protruding from its legs that deal piercing damage and inflict ongoing poison damage and a weakening effect. These large-sized spiders are known to be trained by Drow as mounts. There is even a combo attack that the spider can make for free when its rider makes a melee attack. Up next is the phase spider, a creature that I wish was higher up in this ranking. It is an exotic-looking arachnid that can shift in and out of the ethereal plane, along with having a poisonous bite and some amazing climbing abilities, like most spiders do, though it has no webs. Like many spiders, it is held back from higher tiers because it just doesn't have any role-playing, aka social interaction to it. It's just a simple-minded, one-track predator who wants to eat you. Again, that's not really a bad thing. Not every monster needs to be role-playing associated, but it is hard to stack up against creatures like vampire or hag or dragon when you're just a big bug. A quick tip for DMs here: make sure the phase spider uses its ethereal jaunt a lot. It should start in the ethereal, then bonus action come into the material plane but in hiding, creeping up closer to the characters. Then, on its next turn, it attacks a character and immediately uses that bonus action to go ethereal. Then you'll repeat that, stalking the characters on and off again for quite some time. This leads to a different type of encounter. It has a different feeling to it. It also is going to greatly limit the amount of character attacks that are directed at the phase spider. Its hit points are kind of low for a CR3 monster, so if you just have it go head-on, stand your ground slugfest, it's gonna die fast. Going into mid-D tier, we come across the Blood Silk Spider from 3.5 edition's Monster Manual 4, which is quite a good book. The webs it spins and shoots are blood-soaked. They're red webs, and they do function much like standard spider webs except for two main differences. One, they're not harmed by fire, and two, once per round as a bonus action, the spider can drain blood from all the creatures snared in its webs, simultaneously dealing a bit of damage to them and gaining temporary hit points for itself. Moving into high D tier now, also from 3.5e, is the Web Golem, found in Monster Manual 3, which, by the way, is one of my very favorite 3rd edition books. So much so that I even made a video showcasing monsters from it that I wish would make a comeback. It is a large-sized construct built entirely from monstrous spider webbing. It has an arachnid-looking head, complete with a bite that delivers a poison that damages 1d6 points of strength. Yeah, it can cast the web spell, and it's so sticky that attacking it risks getting your weapon stuck to its body, and that includes you yourself sticking to it if you're using an unarmed strike or another type of natural weapon. At the top of D tier is the Cave Fisher, an arachnid-like monstrosity that I've already featured in a couple prior videos. It's a creepy underdark predator that lurks atop a rock formation or a stony shelf, trying to catch prey with its strand of adhesive filament. It doesn't have venom, doesn't even have a bite attack for that matter, but rather it slashes and pinches its prey to death with its scorpion-like claws. While it's at half hit points or fewer, the Cave Fisher has vulnerability to fire damage due to the fact that its blood naturally contains a very high concentration of alcohol. So, for those Underdark denizens who can manage to hunt a Cave Fisher without getting killed themselves, it provides flesh for food to eat and blood for liquor to drink. So there have already been some great entries in F and D tier, none of them bad or poorly designed, but certainly a bit on the simpler or narrow side. This is mainly due to the fact that they're usually low intelligence predator creatures. They're big bugs. Exotic, fantastical, yes, but still just big bugs. In C tier, though, we'll start to see that some of them have more intelligence and a layer, maybe 2 more layers of depth to them. Ettercaps are humanoid spiders that dwell in remote forests where they tend and herd spiders, using their silk to trap or strangle victims. They transform forests into gloomy, web-infested places, and they are enemies of fey creatures, whom they particularly seek to ensnare and devour. I want to like the Ettercap more, I really do. But in the end, its stat block is essentially just that baseline giant spider all over again, with a slight variation in that the Ettercap also has a claw attack, and they are more intelligent, sort of the ogre level intelligence, yet for whatever wacky reason, they don't actually speak any language. Lolth's Reaver comes to us from 4th edition's Monster Manual 3, and this was a book that represented a shift in 4E's monster design, making combat a bit less of a slog and a bit more dangerous. This large-sized monstrous spider has a very high challenge rating, technically level 25 in 4E terms. Maybe we'd consider it CR 16 or 17 in 5E terms. These are the spiders which Lolth most favors, and they are raised on the blood of elves, eladrin, angels, and demons. You will not find Reaver spiders in typical forests or ruins, but rather they are elite guardians that protect her most grand of temples. They have a powerful bite that inflicts ongoing 20 poison damage, a lassoing web strand that pulls targets nearer while restraining them, and a 40-foot leap that combines with a short-range area blast that damages enemies while knocking them prone and binding them to the ground. Oh, and Lolth's Reavers are also ridden as mounts by those high-level NPCs who maintain such dreadful temples. In fact, Lolth's Reavers are intelligent beings, and they can speak both Elvish and Abyssal, so that's going to allow them to coordinate more sophisticated tactics. This definitely is one of the most powerful spiders in all of D&D's history. Flipping back to 3.5's Monster Manual 3, we have the Harpoon Spider in mid-C tier, which is actually an intelligent, spider-like, 10-legged aberration, with both large size and huge size variants. Its body is covered in spines that pierce anyone who strikes it in melee, and it can even fire spikes tethered by filament strands that harpoon targets and pull them in close. Its venomous bite deals 1d6 points of dexterity damage, then a minute later, another 2d6 points of dexterity damage, so you really don't want to fail your constitution saves against this one. Retrievers are high-powered spider constructs created by Drow. Their primary function is to hunt demons in the abyss and bring them back to Drow masters for magical experimentation and ritual. Sometimes retrievers are used in the world to fetch people or even objects. A retriever is powered by the soul of a Bebelith, which is a huge spider-like demon that we will see here shortly. The retriever has some decently strong defenses, and it has attacks in the form of 4-leg slashes, a force beam, and a paralyzing beam. It can also cast the spells Web and Plane Shift, with the option to bring along an incapacitated creature when it does the plane shift. Another of its signature features is Faultless Tracker, which allows it to know the direction and distance of any kind of quarry. The Retriever is certainly a strong monster, though it doesn't actually have any features that specifically help it defeat demons, which you think we would find in a creature whose primary purpose is abducting demons from the abyss. Its immunities will help it withstand the attacks of most lesser and mid-powered demons, but oddly, the Retriever itself doesn't have magical weapon attacks in order to get past the resistance to non-magical weapons that most demons have. In high C tier is the Chitine. The name is a bit misleading as they don't actually have chitin or an exoskeleton. They are multi-armed bipeds with arachnid-like qualities that are created by cults of Lolth, who transform elf captives through a dark ritual. Lolth herself was displeased that the chitines were made to serve the cultists and not her, so she placed a sort of curse, such that from time to time, one of the elf victims becomes transformed to an even more spider-like mutant called a Choldrith. Choldriths serve Lolth foremost, and they hold command over chitines. As you might imagine, this caused renegade groups of chitines, led by Choldriths, who turned on the Drow cultists that made them, and then they went on to form their own colonies. The top of C tier is the Black Spawn Stalker from 3.5's Monster Manual 4. This creature is part of a cycle of creatures collectively known as the Spawn of Tiamat. They are variant dragonkin that are based on the chromatic dragons. As the name states, this monster is created from black dragons. It has a spider-like body, a spider-dragon hybrid, and spider-like abilities. It climbs like a spider does, it throws restraining webs, but its bite deals acid damage instead of inflicting poison. It can also spit acid like a black dragon. And as a blessing from Tiamat, it has a 5-foot aura of acid immunity that benefits other spawn of Tiamat. It lacks the intelligence of typical dragons and is therefore a bit simpler and more bestial, but it does have something that black dragons really should all have: a gore attack with its front-facing horns, made especially potent when it's charging or even dropping down onto prey. The C-tier creatures were pretty damn cool, though all held back from greatness by certain limitations. Now we enter into B tier, filled with monsters that have even better strengths or just all-around good ratings. The Inferno Spider is the first of these in low B tier. It comes from 3.5's Monster Manual 4. It is technically an elemental. It has a spider-like form, but it's really a being of flame, magma, elemental fury. Its thrown webs burn the target as they restrain it. Its bite deals fire damage instead of poison, and its fiery body damages those who strike it in melee. Usually an Inferno Spider is found alongside salamanders or maybe priests of fire deities. Its method of procreation is a peculiar one. It involves 2 Inferno Spiders circling each other in a mating dance that lasts for hours or even days, and at the climax of the dance, the 2 of them charge into each other and explode into a fiery swarm of young Inferno Spiders. These newborns prey upon each other, and they are preyed upon by rival creatures. So that means very few Inferno Spiders ever survive their first few moments of life. In 3.5's Monster Manual 3, we find a peculiar creature known as the Losk. This is an intelligent race of forest creatures who have spider lower bodies and gorilla upper bodies, which actually fit together really well. It creates a hairy black creature that is mighty and a little bit freaky. They are certainly an obscure D&D monster. You don't really hear much about the Losk, but I think they have potential, especially given how versatile they are. They climb and throw entangling webs like spiders, but they do not have poison. Rather, they attack with powerful bites, slams, and even simple weapons like spears. They are wild-spirited things, and they live nomadically, roving about warm forests and jungles. Alas, their lore is limited, but if they were to get some additional lore and maybe one more unique ability, they could definitely rise up higher in this ranking. At last, we come to the Bebelith, a creature that I waited many years to see make a comeback in 5e, though it has only appeared in an obscure book called Minsk and Boo's Journal of Villainy that was initially part of a charity fundraiser, and it's not truly a mainline product of 5e. Anyway, Bebeliths are arachnoid demons that prey upon other demons, and demons in general avoid Bebeliths. Some scholars believe them to be natural predators that roamed the abyss before other demons even arrived there. Bebeliths are relentless hunters, marking their prey with pheromones and demon magic, and they track them across any distance. They cannot be summoned to the material plane, but the Drow have discovered a way to draw their spirits into the Reaver constructs that we just saw in C tier. They have some awesome abilities. They have the classic combo of the darkness spell plus natural blind sight. They have a bite that deals a lot of poison damage, and once the target that has been bitten drops to 0 hit points, it bursts into flames. So there go your death saving throws. It also has a web shot similar to other spider monsters, except that it also delivers a contact poison that damages the target every round. And the web is not only immune to fire, but it will ignite if exposed to flames. That causes additional fire damage to the trapped creature. To top things off, as a bonus action, it can mark a creature that it has damaged as its quarry. Therefore, it gains advantage on all attacks against the quarry, and it always knows the quarry's exact location. As fantastic as these features are, I have to scratch my head in puzzlement. If Bebeliths are specialized to hunt demons, why do they deal fire and poison damage? Most demons are resistant to fire and immune to poison. You know, the whole idea behind being a hunter is that you specialize into attacks and abilities that get around targets' defenses and strike at their vulnerabilities. At the very least, the Bebelith could have had some sort of supernatural trait that allows them to ignore resistance and immunity to poison and fire. In mid-B tier, we come to the Aranya, which, if you speak a Latin language, is sort of a silly name because it just means spider. Anyway, this is a pretty cool creature. It's an intelligent, human-sized spider with innate sorceress magic. It can shape change into a human form or into a hybrid form, though the natural form really is a spider, though it has a couple of human-like arms below its mandibles. Its features are kind of what you would imagine, including the spider climb and a web shot. It also has an amount of sorcerer spells, and its venomous bite deals 1d6 strength damage, then a minute later another 2d6 points of strength damage. So again, one of those poisons that you really want to make your con save on. They dwell in remote woodlands where they typically keep to themselves, though of course they will sometimes venture to places where people dwell for various different objectives and motivations. They're typically neutral aligned, and in general they are one of the most versatile creatures in this ranking. The Choldrith was mentioned in the Chitine lore that we went over, they being essentially Chitines mutated by Lolth to be stronger, more spider-like, and to be able to command Chitines, and to create more of them. Because they wreak havoc on the cultists who create Chitines, they are usually slain as soon as they form. But of course, some of them manage to survive. Much like a Chitine, a Choldrith can spider climb and throw webs, but not bite. The Choldrith does have higher ability scores, higher hit points. Overall, its challenge rating is more than a Chitine, and they can cast spells like a 4th level cleric. In Monster Manual 4 from 3.5 edition is one of my favorite spider monsters ever, the Tomb Spider. I love these guys. This monstrosity is suffused with negative energy, and though it is a living creature, it borders on undead. Its venom does not deal damage or reduce ability scores, but rather it causes the target to be harmed by positive energy. In other words, healing spells will hurt you, and conversely, the target is healed by negative energy. When it kills a humanoid, it implants its eggs inside them, which then reanimate the corpse as a web mummy. This undead thing is coated in sticky webs that entrap enemy weapons, and it shambles along, defending the tomb spider that created it. If its creator is killed, the web mummy enrages and gains +2 to attack and damage rolls. And if the web mummy itself is slain, a swarm of baby tomb spiders comes spilling out of it to crawl all over and feast upon the attacker. This is one of the freakiest monsters I've ever seen in D&D. In high B tier is the Drider, which is deeply connected to Drow lore, and that is some of the best lore in all of D&D. Every so often, the Demon Queen Lolth selects a powerful Drow and summons this individual to her domain in the Abyss, the Demon Web Pits. There, the Drow undergoes harrowing trials of both faith and power. Those who succeed receive Lolth's blessing and go on to become even greater champions. Those who fail receive her curse and are turned into Driders. These are twisted, half-drow, half-spider abominations, and they get rebuked back into the Underdark. There they serve as a warning or an example to other drow. They are filled with madness, and they live either on the fringes of society or just out in the cavernous wilds of the Underdark. They go on usually to live solitary or semi-solitary existences. Drow consider Driders to be the lowest of the low, the dejected and the disgraced, respected even less than slaves. Stat block-wise, Driders have a number of great abilities, the typical spider things like climbing, poisonous bites. They also have the options for spellcasting and warrior-like weapon attacks. This creature is literally a mixture of drow and spider traits, so that provides it with a really nice array of options, especially with that expanded spellcasting taken into account. There's a lot we could say about the Drider. It's fun, it's interesting to run, it's connected to some fantastic lore that makes it ripe for storytelling and adventure crafting. We now arrive at A tier, which is the territory of greatness, always filled with really solid creatures. Well, in this case, there's just one occupant here, Orasta, coming to us from the 5e book Mythic Odysseys of Theros, based on the Magic the Gathering set inspired by ancient Greece. Orasta is a CR21 legendary creature. Actually, she's a mythic creature. Mythic is a mechanic available in this Theros setting, and it gives certain monsters a sort of final form, a new mode they enter once their original set of hit points is reduced to 0. It's kind of like fighting two monsters back to back. Orasta was once a beautiful dryad who was a dear friend of Nylea, goddess of the hunt. Nylea had a rivalry with Phoenix, the god of deception, and in a moment of spite, he transformed Orasta into a giant spider monster. She now dwells in the shadowy deep wilds of the Nessian Wood, where she is a brooding, resentful creature of immense danger. The lore is vague on her exact motivations and goals. Does she just spend her time brooding and ambling about in madness? Will she just attack the characters or any other intruder? Her lair and the surrounding area is absolutely choked with spider webs, which are actually not from spinnerets, like typical spiders, but rather strands of her endless white hair. Her combat abilities are immensely powerful. For one, her bite delivers a poison of legendary toxicity. She can unleash an area of webbing from her hair that is one of the most difficult entrapments to resist and escape. She has legendary actions to make additional claw strikes, to summon swarms of spiders, and to deal poison damage to creatures restrained in her web of hair. And within the area of her lair, she can psychically learn about all the creatures stuck in her web, and she transforms tiny, normal spiders into giant spider servants. Within 1 mile of her lair, spiders serve as her spies, through which she can look and listen at any time. If reduced to 0 hit points in battle, her mythic form activates, and a massive swarm of spiders crawl over her like living armor. She regains 200 hit points and gains 100 temporary hit points. On top of that, she is empowered with mythic actions, which are even stronger versions of her legendary actions. top this all off with some amazing and pretty unique artwork, and Arasta is well deserving of this slot in mid-A tier. My only real wish is that her lore was a bit more developed. It seems interesting, it has potential, but she really could have used like another page delving into who she is, her relations with other creatures or gods, and some adventure hooks involving quests to slay her or perhaps free her of her curse and unite her in friendship with the goddess Nylea. The highest peak of the tallest strand of spiderweb, we come to S tier, the best of the best. There's only one entry here, and I bet you know what's coming. For this, we could draw upon many sources, but for completeness, I am referencing specifically Monster Manual 3 from 4th edition. And just look at who we have on the cover. Lolth, the queen of the demon web pits, the lady of shadows, the mistress of lies, the weaver of webs, the spider bitch. Lolth is the goddess of darkness, treachery, spiders, and of course, the Drow, aka the dark elves of the Underdark. She is no true goddess in the sense of a celestial deity, but rather a demon lord, a being of pure evil and chaos who sows hatred, deception, cruelty, and malice everywhere that her vile webs touch. The lore of Lolth, the Drow, and all the associated creatures goes about as deep as it gets in D&D, and few other topics have received as much development through novels, through comics, and of course, D&D sourcebooks. There are many things you could read if you find yourself curious about this dark corner of Dungeons & Dragons, but a great baseline is the Dark Elf Trilogy by R.A. Salvatore and the 3.5e book Drow of the Underdark. The 4th edition stat block of Lolth really does her justice, as do the illustrations. She has two forms, a medium humanoid form that resembles a drow, and a huge spider form that she enters when her first form reaches 0 hit points. So this is actually the proto-mythic creature mechanic, we could say. Let's take a quick overview of all her features. She has spider climbing and at-will 40-foot teleportation. If you're taking ongoing poison damage, and you take a hostile action against Lolth, you cannot make a saving throw to overcome the poison this round. A scourge weapon that inflicts ongoing 20 poison damage and moves the target up to 15 feet. A mind control effect that automatically forces a creature suffering ongoing poison to attack someone of Lolth's choice, with the attack dealing an additional 3d10 plus 9 poison damage. A bonus action kiss that deals damage and inflicts ongoing 20 poison damage, and once you do save, you have a second ongoing poison effect that dazes you. Toxic strands that she shoots as a bonus action that reduce your speed to 0. Then, if you fail your next save, they restrain you. And then if you fail your next save, they inflict you with ongoing 50 poison damage. She even has a third bonus action, a dark fire area that purges everything in a 25-foot cube of invisibility. It blinds the enemies, it inflicts ongoing 20 fire damage, and it makes the area into pure darkness that only Lolth can see through. She has a dominating rebuke reaction that automatically allows Lolth to take control of a creature that has hit her. Whenever she is subjected to an ongoing effect that a save can end, she gets an immediate free saving throw to overcome it right away. When she drops to 0 hit points, she assaults the minds of all enemies within 50 feet. And if she hits their will defenses, kind of like if they were to fail a wisdom save, she stuns the targets and gives them vulnerability to all damage. She then shifts into her huge spider form and regains all of her hit points. From here, her abilities are slightly less complex, but still very powerful, with poisonous bites, extra attacks, mind-controlling poison, burning webs, and impaling legs. The only real downside to this is that a DM would need to really study Lolth before using her in a campaign, and especially study her right before a combat encounter. But if you don't take devious glee in this sort of study and reading over this epic material, you might not be cut out to be a DM. Or maybe you should just stick to low-level kobold and goblin adventures. Lolth is a horrific, manipulative demon queen with an obscene level of power. In other words, a freaking amazing villain for an entire campaign and a final boss that your players will remember for the rest of their lives. There are so many other spider creatures in D&D, but these were some of the main ones and some of my personal favorites. What a fantastic group of creepy, crawly monsters. I wish you the best as you venture out into the cobweb-strewn caverns and ruins. Don't forget to come with a mage that can sling fire spells, or, at the very least, keep some torches on hand. I'll be holding my torch high to tend the beacon of hope in the dismal darkness. May the spiders never take you down with their entrapments and poisons, and may your adventures be many.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm glad to be back with a new monster ranking for 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons. This time we are going to look at the slimy, mucky, goopy blobs of the D&D world. Oozes. The unfortunate truth is that 5e values the ooze creature type so little. There are a mere 4 ooze creatures in the monster manual, and all are found under the generic ooze heading. There are some other oozes in other books, but this creature type is the least utilized in the game, which I consider a real missed opportunity, as there are some fantastic oozes throughout the editions that really deserve to make a comeback. Now, I can admit that this creature type is somewhat more limited, and so it will never have as many entries as, say, monstrosities or undead or humanoids, and I'm totally fine with oozes remaining a forever underdog. But by the squelching scrotum secretions of Jublex, oozes deserve more entries in the official bestiaries of 5e. The origins of ooze creatures in games and media is a bit difficult to trace back, as it is not typically a creature that you would find in, say, mythologies or religions or old tales, which those are the roots of fantasy, along with sci-fi, horror, and other such genre fiction. There was no great slime of Samaria or accursed goo in ancient Greece. Beowulf and King Arthur and St. George didn't do battle against an amorphous, pseudopod-wielding sludge creature. The closest thing I've found is the Nupepo from Japanese lore, which first appears in texts in the 1600s, though probably had folk or oral tellings before that. It was a yokai, which in Japanese folklore and the Shinto religion are essentially spirits or ghosts or otherwise strange supernatural beings. The Nupepo isn't really an ooze, though. It's a somewhat blob-like creature, but it does have limbs and a heavily wrinkled face. Now, there is slime in the real world, of course, from animals that produce slime all over their bodies, like snails and slugs and frogs and octopuses, to actual slime molds such as the false puffball and dog vomit. These critters have certainly contributed to some degree of influence on the ooze monsters that we know and love. Slime also makes us think of mucus and other grotesque bodily fluids, also putrefying corpses, and also various kinds of foods that have different degrees of appeal, from kitchen mishaps to jelly and gel. I also thought of the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, The Juniper Tree, in which a woman chops up her stepson, cooks him into a black pudding, and feeds him to her husband, among other atrocities. Though I found out that this traditional black pudding dish is actually a kind of blood sausage, not really like a pudding. So there are certainly elements to draw from for slime monsters in bodily fluids and the culinary arts. When we get into the 1900s, things finally take off for the oozes. Creators begin concocting slime creatures of different kinds, from writers like H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard in the 20s and the 30s, to the movie The Blob from 1958. And its much superior remake in 1988. There is the episode of the original Star Trek called Devil in the Dark from 1967, in which they face a sort of blob-type creature, as well as the oil/slime monster from 1987's Creepshow 2, which was a far inferior movie to the original Creepshow. There was the Monster Blood book from the wildly successful Goosebumps children horror books. Slimes are a core monster from the massively popular Dragon Quest, aka Dragon Warrior as I knew it growing up, the video game series. I could go on and on. There really is no shortage of ooze monsters in modern day media, and you can bet that Dungeons & Dragons plays a part in contributing to the popularization of this gloopy kind of creature. So, oozes are not the deepest or most complex sort of creature, and 5e, for whatever reason, has majorly neglected them, so this ranking is going to be something of a shorter one. But I, as a lifelong lover of monsters, will always hope to see them around, or underneath, or in between the cracks, or whatever other little nook that they can squeeze into. Now, let's descend into the dank and moldering cavern, where sticky and slimy things slug about, hungry to devour everything in their path. I expected to find an ooze or two in F tier, but actually there are none. I attribute this to the fact that there are just so few ooze monsters in 5e, but hey, no F tier entries is sort of a good thing. So we actually start things off in low D tier with the Oblex spawn, which is part of a larger cycle of Oblex ooze creatures. When I first saw the artwork, I recognized it from 3rd edition's Monster Manual 5. That's right, 3E/3.5 had 5 monster manuals, plus the Fiend Folio, and some other books that had a bunch of monsters in them, such as Libris Mortis, Sandstorm, Stormrack, Fiendish Codex 1 and 2, Oriental Adventures, and others. So this artwork is actually recycled from 3E's Monster Manual 5, the monster Graveyard Sludge, which is a real shame because the Graveyard Sludge is a really cool monster. So getting back to Oblexes, they are some of the most complex and intelligent oozes in the game. Where did they come from? Well, Mind Flayers. That's right, the Mind Flayers are at it again. They keep experimenting upon and warping creatures, who then often escape and get away. Githyanki, Githzerai, Quotoa, Quaggoths, Intellect Devourers, Mind Witnesses, and more. Oblex oozes are known for absorbing personalities of their victims. When an adult Oblex cannot hold any more absorbed personalities, it splits off a little chunk that becomes a new Oblex spawn, a tiny-sized ooze creature. So I'm taking that as meaning once the adult is at full capacity on personalities, every single new intelligent creature it slays causes it to spawn another Oblex spawn. I'm not sure though, the lore really doesn't specify. The lowly Oblex spawn is not capable of absorbing personalities yet, so it functions really just as a simple ooze with an amorphous body and a pseudopod slam that deals both bludgeoning and psychic damage. Like all Oblexes, it has an aversion to fire, and if it gets burned, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the end of its next turn. That's really all I can say about the Oblex spawn. It's connected to some good lore and an interesting monster cycle, but it is far simpler and lower tier than its older counterparts, which we'll get into later on. Ochre Jelly. In mid-D tier, we kick off the first of the 4 oozes from the Monster Manual. It is a fairly simple and straightforward creature. It's a slime that gloops along looking to eat. Its natural acid dissolves flesh, but nothing tougher. Its speed is a paltry 10 feet, so it makes it quite a slow creature, and being just a blob, it's incredibly easy to hit with attacks. It can stick to walls and ceilings, and if subjected to lightning or slashing damage, it splits into 2 small-sized ochre jellies. There isn't much to say about this monster. It's a mindless glob of living snot. Gross and cool enough for what it is. The Monster Manual lumps all of the ooze lore together, which does give us a few details to take inspiration from, such as the ooze's niche in a dungeon or cavern ecology. The lore also drops the name of the demon lord Jublex, aka the Faceless Lord, who some scholars believe is responsible for the ooze monsters in general in the D&D world. Responsible is a loose term, more like he spawned the ooze monsters, whether inadvertently or intentionally. This catch-all origin is debated by scholars on both sides of the issue, but one thing that is for certain is that Jublex is one of the few beings in existence that can readily command and control oozes at will, which otherwise are just too mindless to be commanded without employing some kind of special magic or some supernatural ability. I mean, spells like Charm Monster and Dominate Monster, they're very powerful, but they don't affect most oozes, so you need something special to be able to command them. At best, NPCs and intelligent monsters usually just come up with clever ways to corral or cage in or slightly train oozes as crude dungeon guardians and waste removal. Gray Ooze, a very simple, medium-sized ooze that is just a basic stony gray color. It is amorphous, it's extremely slow, and attacks with an acidic pseudopod. Its natural acid is strong enough to corrode even metal. Weapons that strike it become corroded, and when it hits a creature wearing non-magical metal armor, it corrodes the armor. So it has a bit of natural camouflage and this metal equipment corroding effect that certainly will impact the character's tactics, but it is a very slow creature and extremely simplistic in the area of role-playing. It fills a niche as a very low-level dungeon bottom feeder, or almost like a terrain hazard in a way, but don't expect much more from it. That is unless we're talking about the psionic Grey Ooze variant, which we'll find a bit higher in the ranking. Oh, and I should also mention the huge Grey Ooze from the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. It is essentially the same as the Grey Ooze, except it is much more powerful. It's huge size, and it has 2 additional abilities. It can temporarily enlarge itself to gargantuan size, which doubles the damage it deals, and it can turn invisible, similar to the invisibility spell, once per short rest or long rest. So I would consider that one actually a little bump up higher than the baseline Grey Ooze. Inkling Mascot. In upper D tier is the Inkling Mascot, a floating, tiny-sized ooze from the Strixhaven setting, which is Dungeons & Dragons' take on the Magic the Gathering setting that is inspired by Harry Potter and the whole Hogwarts and Wizarding World thing. It is what it is, folks. Gone are the days of D&D embracing gritty swords and sorcery settings. Now we get things inspired by Harry Potter, anime, Marvel, video games. Will the game come back around to more serious and mature themes? Well, considering D&D earned a record-breaking $1.3 billion in 2021, I don't see that they have any incentive to do so. My sympathy goes out to the Whitebeards, the old guards, the history buffs, and the lovers of adult fantasy. Sorry guys, but mainline D&D left this camp a long time ago. I'm staying mostly in this camp though, because I love the darker, deeper, more traditional fantasy, so hopefully my contributions make some kind of difference for you. I suppose this is a perfect moment for a quick segue. I also created an inky ooze creature some time back, the Ink of Pain. The official version of this creature is found in my book, Esper's Emporium of Esoterica, which is now available in both hardcover and PDF. When adventurers first encounter this ooze, they typically believe it to be a black pudding. If they engage the slime in combat, they quickly discover that the creature absorbs their assaults. Rather than suffer damage, it invigorates, moving more swiftly. The inky monster seems unstoppable. All the more horrifying is how the creature emulates the shapes and sounds of creatures in agony, a veritable mockery of all those the ooze has consumed throughout its existence. Other oozes in the book include the horrific Flesh Ooze, the carcass-wearing Doozeldog, the mage-consuming Spelldrinker Ooze, and the gargantuan, soul-trapping Zymocratoris. If you're curious about these and the loads of other content for both players and GMs found in the Emporium, check out the link down in the video description. Back to the Inkling mascot. These tiny black ooze things are summoned by professors who are creating writing workshops and by students who want company as they stay up late studying. The Inkling's body serves as an endless source of ink, which I imagine would have quite the economic implication, considering how valuable ink is in a medieval/Renaissance type setting. The Inkling is unlike many oozes, not just because it has a funny cartoon face, but because it floats. Yes, it has a flying speed of 30 feet and can hover. It also is smart enough to understand a language, but it cannot speak. Maybe it just writes. Its melee blot attack deals psychic damage, and once per day, it can attempt to blind a creature with ink for 1 round. Oh, and due to its dark coloration, it can attempt to hide in darkness or dim light as a mere bonus action. If you're looking for a cutesy ooze familiar for your cartoon Hogwarts game, the Inkling mascot is perfect for you. Moving on to C tier, we're going to find creatures now that have a balance of downsides and upsides. This is the type of tier that we typically find a lot of entries in. Technically, I can say the same holds true for the oozes, though there just aren't a lot of entries in general due to there not being many oozes in 5e at this point. So, we now look at the Psychic Grey Ooze, which is a variant of the baseline Grey Ooze. It has dwelt long enough near psionic, telepathic creatures such as Mind Flayers that it develops a supernatural sort of mind and limited psionic powers. The example Psychic Ooze given in the Monster Manual has an intelligence score of 6, which is just a hair above the typical ogre, though it does not have any kind of language or telepathy. And it has a Psychic Crush ability that deals psychic damage, with the target making a DC 10 intelligence saving throw for half. It's still quite a simple creature, but with a modicum of personality and intelligence that gives it a layer of depth beyond the typical Grey Ooze. I think a lot more could have been done with this concept, but alas, it just didn't get much space or attention in the Monster Manual. Black Pudding. One of the mere 4 ooze entries in the Monster Manual, the Black Pudding is pretty cool for being such a simple creature. Its strong points are its mechanics and its grotesque, tarry, inky aesthetic. Like most oozes, it is an amorphous, hungry blob that lurks in the dark of dungeons, slugging along the floor or clinging to walls or ceilings, blending in with the shadows. Creatures that strike it find its acid splatters onto them and, even worse, damages and corrodes weapons, eventually destroying them. In a like manner, when the ooze strikes a creature, it damages the target's armor. It's similar to what we saw already with the Grey Ooze. Another curious trait of a black pudding is similar to the ochre jelly, in that if it is struck by lightning or slashing damage, instead of being hurt, it splits into 2 oozes of half the size, but with the same offensive capabilities. It begins as large size, then can split into 2 medium oozes, each of which can split into 2 small oozes. I think one of the best ways to use this ooze would be in combination with a flesh golem that heals when it is exposed to lightning, and some other creature that produces lightning bolts, like a spellcaster NPC or even a living lightning bolt. Alas, a cool style and a few unique traits are about all this ooze has going on. In the end, it's just a mindless blob of slime that creeps along trying to prey upon whatever it can. If adventurers can keep it at bay, it is so slow and with such a low AC that it is doomed to be quickly dispatched. Gelatinous Cube. The gelatinous cube skirts the line between goofy and cool, and if you ask me, it falls onto the cool side. Sure, some artistic renditions of the monster make it look like a giant cartoon block of jello, but others keep it in the realm of grim pulp fantasy. Something I really like about art from older D&D editions is that it often showed the monsters putting adventurers in real peril or even seizing upon them. 5e has moved away from this style, and the monsters are either these neutral case study poses, or the characters are these ultra badass superheroes who are all confident. Yet, the gelatinous cube is an exception. Even in the 5e monster manual, it shows the ooze with the skeletal remains of a warrior suspended inside it. It has two main features, a transparency trait and an engulf ability. The transparency makes it nearly invisible until it starts moving and attacking. There's nothing quite like an unsuspecting adventurer bumbling straight into a gelatinous cube. And the engulf ability does what you would expect, trapping the characters or other prey inside its 10-foot by 10-foot slimy body. It deals a surprisingly high amount of acid damage for just a CR2 monster. That is, assuming it can keep a character engulfed, and said character doesn't just escape or get pulled out by an ally. It functions almost like a cross between a monster and a terrain hazard or a trap, and I actually love that. The ooze is so slow and with such a low AC that if a character does get away, they're gonna outmaneuver it and slay it at a range really easily. Like with many oozes, its downsides are that it is a super simple creature with no personality or motivations or storytelling. That is okay. Not every monster needs to do those sorts of things. I think it can be eerie and creepily effective to have a monster that is nothing but a crawling, hungry slime, like a terrifying force of nature. The gross underbelly of nature. There's nothing wrong at all with a monster being simplistic in the area of social interaction and persona and such, but it will always hold it back in these rankings when we compare it to things like vampires, mind flayers, sphinxes, and dragons. Speaking of dragons, our next creature is the Dragon Blood Ooze. This creature is an ooze that comes into being from dragon's blood in an arcane laboratory or an alchemist workshop, perhaps as an accident, perhaps spontaneously, or perhaps as a result of mad experimentation. It is a simple creature. It does what oozes do best. It's glooping along, attacking with its own slimy body, even trying to hold the shape of a dragon at times, and spewing acidic gel instead of a true breath attack. Its pseudopod attack grapples automatically on a hit, and the grabbed creature takes ongoing acid damage as long as it remains in the caustic clutches. All in all, this is a fairly simple, straightforward ooze monster with a touch of a draconic theme. Now we're going to be moving up to B tier, where as always things make a shift into more pros instead of cons, more upsides instead of downsides. There is unfortunately only one entry here, but it is a really good one. Slithering into low B tier is the Slithering Tracker. This creature actually has some interesting lore. It comes into existence when a person undergoes a ritual performed by a lich, a hag, or some other dark spellcaster. The subject must willingly be transformed into this watery slime monster. Why would someone choose this? Well, typically for revenge. Once the person is changed into the Slithering Tracker, it can flow upon the ground, along walls and ceilings, and even swim, all much faster than a usual ooze can. It is a highly sneaky monster, and it has expertise in stealth and survival, also known as the tracking skill, and it can appear as a mere puddle of water. Its stealth is even better when it's in water, gaining advantage and being able to hide as a bonus action. It grabs onto a victim, restrains the target, and simultaneously drowns it and drains its blood. As a fantastic defense property, while attached to a target, whenever the slithering tracker takes damage, the restrained creature takes half of that damage. This creature has a much better AC and speed than most oozes, and it retains its intelligence and understanding of language, though it cannot speak. And after years of being trapped in a silent, slimy form, it may very well fall unto a madness and indiscriminate killing spree due to its bloodthirsty nature. And that's it for B tier. One creature, though, as I mentioned, quite a worthwhile creature. Moving up to A tier, we find a creature that is even better still. It's in high A tier that we come across the Adult Oblex and the Elder Oblex. They have come a long way since the meager Oblex spawn, now possessing amazing mechanics and some of the most unique features I've ever seen in an ooze. Oblexes are drawn to highly intelligent creatures most of all, so wizards beware. The sharper and more robust the mind, the more nourishing the target. Some Oblexes still serve Illithid masters, so if characters entangle with them, there is a chance that Illithids will end up getting involved as well. Unlike most oozes, the Oblexes have proficiency in a few saving throws and skills, representing their strong minds and the types of knowledge they have gained from absorbing the personalities of sapient creatures. The Adult Oblex has some innate spells: 5th level Charm Person, 3rd level Hold Person, Color Spray, and Detect Thoughts. These spells really fit this ooze's theme, and they have good potential both in and out of combat. As a bonus action, the Adult Oblex can create a copy of a creature whose memories it has stolen. It makes this simulacrum from its own slimy body, and this sort of puppet can move up to 120 feet away from the ooze. It remains connected by a minuscule trail of slime that needs at least 1 inch of space to fit through, and a faint smell of sulfur emanates from this clone. This slime puppet can alter its shape, color, and texture so well that it really appears just like the person or the creature the Oblex is imitating. Now, when I say puppet, keep in mind that this imitation creature actually is the Oblex, literally just part of its own body that it has extended and reshaped. It's creepy, and it's awesome in many ways. Again, useful for role-playing type scenes in which the ooze impersonates someone and speaks to the characters, or even in battle, with the ooze occupying 2 different spaces up to 120 feet apart from each other. Actually, it can be even in more spaces than that simultaneously. A typical Adult Oblex can have up to 1d4 plus 1 impersonated creatures. For an attack, it can make a slam with a pseudopod, which deals bludgeoning and psychic damage like we saw with the lower spawn version, and it can combo the slam with Eat Memories, its other signature feature. The target of Eat Memories must make a Wisdom saving throw, and on a failure it takes psychic damage and becomes memory drained. This imposes a 1d4 penalty to the target's ability checks and attack rolls, with this penalty die increasing in size by 1 step each additional time the creature is affected by Eat Memories. So it goes to d6, d8, d10, d12, and if the penalty die reaches 1d20, the target falls unconscious. After eating a subject's memories, the Oblex learns all languages the subject knows and gains all proficiencies it has, except for saving throw proficiencies. The Elder Oblex is just as good as the Adult, even a tiny bit better. Really, they are quite similar, just the Elder has more options and is bigger and stronger. Its baseline stats are higher, as it is a CR10 monster compared to the CR5 adult. It can cast even more innate spells on top of the ones that the adult has. It also has Confusion, Dimension Door, Dominate Person, Fear, Hallucinatory Terrain, Hold Monster, Hypnotic Pattern, and Telekinesis. Most of these spells are enchantment or illusion magic, which is quite fitting for the Oblex, and they are some fantastic spells for a variety of reasons. The Elder Oblex can have up to 2d6 plus 1 sulfurous impersonations extended from its huge size body, and its melee attacks and Eat Memories feature all do substantially more damage than the adult Oblex. There are sadly no oozes in S tier, so the Oblex is the reigning king as of this moment. And coming into this ranking, I basically knew the Oblex would be the top ooze, as it has that wonderful mixture of stylish, thrilling abilities. It's great for role-playing. Its lore really is not bad. It can have so many identities and personalities, which make it a very versatile and variable kind of creature, though it is held back from the highest score in versatility because ultimately it is still just an ooze that wants to eat you, or in this case, eat your memories. So it's never going to have the highest wealth of different motivations and goals like a truly top score versatility creature has. I also appreciate how the adult and Elder Oblex's DCs are sufficiently high and will definitely challenge the characters. There are a lot of 5e monsters whose spell and special ability DCs seem like they're 2 or maybe even 3 points too low, and that really works against how challenging they're supposed to be. A CR3 Mummy's Dreadful Glare is only DC 11. That would be like playing a 5th or 6th level wizard with a spell DC of only 11. The CR7 Oni's spell DC is 13. Meh. The Beholder, which is the monster icon from the Monster Manual of 5e, has an I-Ray DC of 16. It's not a bad DC for Challenge 13 monster, but it isn't great either. It really should be like 18. The Beholder's I-Ray DC is based on intelligence, like a wizard's spell DC. It has an intelligence score of 17. Again, that's pretty good, but it's not quite what it should be. A first level character can pretty easily have a 17 in their main ability score. Imagine being a 20th level spellcaster. Your intelligence is only 17, your spell DC is only 16. A 20th level spellcaster is probably going to have a spell DC of like 20 or 21. I don't mean to go down a rabbit hole with this, but the point is, I really appreciate the Oblex having appropriately good DCs, with the CR5 Adult Oblex having DC 15, and the CR10 Elder Oblex having DC 18. I have to say, this is one of the best and most interesting ooze creatures I've ever seen. I love it, and I applaud the designers here. Actually, there is a bit of real-world lore that goes along with the creation of the Oblex. In 2017, a boy named Nolan Whale, sponsored through the Make-A-Wish Foundation, met with the designers who were working on Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. The creative young Nolan provided the concept for the Oblex, which turned out as quite a success. You can also see his character Balthran Ironheart on page 82 of the book. I wish Balthran would have been mentioned or quoted in the lore of the Oblex. That would have been great. So that brings us to the end of the Oozes, a lamentably underutilized creature type in 5e. I like all the Oozes, even the simple low-tier ones. They all have their place in the overall ecology of the game. I just wish there were more. But until we get them, I'm happy to make my own Oozes when I have the time. I can only speak for myself, but I think there are lots of things that can be done with Oozes to create all kinds of strange and wondrous monsters. Maybe I'll do a bard stream where we conceptualize an ooze monster together. Until then, watch out for slimy doom, and as always, may your adventures be many. I have returned for another D&D Monster Ranking. This time we are looking at one of the most unique types of creatures in Dungeons & Dragons, Celestials. There are no end to gruesome horrors and ferocious beasts in D&D and RPGs in general, but it is not as often that we see celestial creatures. The angels, the noble beasts, the spirits of the upper planes, and other sorts of sacred beings. Partially this is because the characters are far more likely to come into conflict with neutral or evil creatures. And partially this is because terrifying monstrosities and strange roguish foes have a dark allure to them that the beings of light don't have. I suppose celestial beings are closer to perfection, and as great as that is, perfection is less interesting for storytelling. Stories, after all, revolve around conflict, tragedies, and struggles, and some of the most interesting characters are the flawed ones. I also think another issue is that D&D doesn't always know quite what to do with celestial creatures. It has no trouble finding room for demons and undead and weird abominations, but for some reason, it starts to lose its grip when it comes to angels and exalted spirits. I've also observed a similar shortcoming with primal creatures and tribal folk in D&D, though to a lesser degree than Celestials. It seems D&D is great with dungeons and cities, but it gets oversimplified and a bit more generic when it comes to those who dwell upon the land or who dwell up in the higher, majestic celestial planes. But if we are going to have dark abysses, then there must also be luminous heights. If there is a hell, then there is a heaven. If there are devils, witches, and vampires, then there must be saviors, guardians, and deities. The battle between opposing forces gives us the story. One of the most profound parts in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov is the chapter The Confession of a Passionate Heart, which deals with how people are attracted to corruption as well as to goodness, and how there is a profound struggle between these opposing forces. The awful thing is that beauty is mysterious as well as terrible. God and the devil are fighting there, and the battlefield is the heart of man. That is conflict. That is storytelling. We need the angel grappling with the demon as much in D&D as in literature. This is the sort of thing that compels stories forward and develops characters and settings. Without these struggles between dark and light, good and evil, order and chaos, things are formless and meaningless. As with all my rankings, I'm going to examine the various aspects of each creature. They're analyzed in 5 main areas. Mechanics, which is how interesting, fun, and unique the abilities are. Style, which deals with aesthetics, tone, and flavor. Role-playing, which is to say social interactions and potential for interesting dialogue and exchanges. Lore, which is how much substance a creature has in its legends, its ecology, and adventure hooks. And versatility, which looks at the variety of different roles, objectives, and modes of expression the creature has. If a creature you like gets a low rating, don't worry. You can always breathe additional life into a monster, or develop one of its weak spots to make it more effective in that area. In fact, I encourage you to get creative with the monsters and the NPCs in your adventures. But I'm not here to rate your skills. I'm just looking at what's actually presented in the books. Speaking of books, I'll be referencing 5e's Monster Manual, Volo's Guide to Monsters, and Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. As well, I'm including some additional books this time around because there are not a ton of Celestials overall in D&D. So we'll see some entries from Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica, Mythic Odysseys of Theros, and
Eberron, rising from the last war. Oh, and before we delve in, I want to mention a few quick things. First of all, it seems that on every ranking video I make, I get these comments from people, or at least someone, complaining about what tier I place the song titles in. Well, the song titles actually aren't being ranked. I choose a band or an artist for each ranking, and I use their song titles as flavor text to describe the different tiers. Second, the pre-order store is up and running for my upcoming 5e book, Esper's Emporium of Esoterica, filled with monsters, a new class that I've designed called the Paragon, spells, magic items, cursed items, NPCs, traps, and much, much more. There's a link down in the video description below. And last but not least, let us offer up a short prayer. O glorious divine of the astral realm above, illuminate now these wayward souls who linger and lurk about my videos. Guide their hands to strike the button of subscription and toll the bell of awareness. And may our journeys to strange and misbegotten places lead us in the end to the majestic and sacred shrine, where we may reflect upon our experiences and attain higher levels of competence, such that we might successfully navigate through dark dungeons and slay the fearsome dragons. Now we approach the brilliant gates of Celestia. Onward to radiant majesty, my brave companions. F tier belongs to the most flawed creatures and also the most basic ones. Very few celestials are found here. The winged bull and winged lion are typically associated with archons, which we'll get into a bit later on. The mighty archons often use these celestial beasts as mounts. They're like normal animals in many ways, though they are technically celestials as they are native to the upper planes. They're more intelligent than regular beasts, and they have wings. They're also tougher and stronger than normal bulls and lions. Overall, these are relatively simple creatures, and the Mythic Odysseys of Theros book doesn't even provide any artwork for them. So that is actually all for F-tier celestials. And it's not until mid-D tier that we encounter the next entry. The Felidar takes things up a notch from the winged lion. It is a lawful neutral creature that typically bonds with a powerful companion that also embodies the ideals of righteous order, such as an archon, paladin, or magistrate. Physically, Felidars are feline creatures with horns and long fangs. Sometimes they possess wings. Mechanics-wise, they pounce like lions, have true sight, and can magically bond with one creature at a time. The Felidar and its bonded creature can communicate telepathically, sense each other's locations, and see and hear through each other's senses. You might wonder, why don't those celestial bulls and lions just have these magical abilities? Why create a whole new creature that's nearly the same thing? Well, this is because the Felidar comes from Magic the Gathering, by way of the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica setting book. And if there's something that Magic the Gathering has no shortage of, it's beast monsters that are remixes of already existing things. Soaring high a little ways above the Felidar is the Pegasus, a classic mythological winged horse. Pegasi are wild and free-spirited, even shy in a way. Their minds are intelligent and their hearts are noble and benevolent. The Olympian glades of Arborea is the plane of origin for the Pegasi, which is a place of majestic wilderness as well as ancient Greek-style palisades for gods. It's a chaotic good plane, so it's forever untamed and disorganized, but the powers that be are ultimately well-intentioned. In many ways, the Pegasus is a simple creature. It flies, attacks with a hoof kick, and essentially is a kind of mythical wild horse. It does strike me as very odd that they are as intelligent as humans, but they live as animals. From time to time, a Pegasus does join with a companion, such as a hero or a champion of good. But why don't they, in and of themselves, have something more going on? No culture, no society, no language. Even giant eagles, which are just beasts, can speak, giant eagle, which I imagine is composed of avian sounds. So the Pegasus has potential, and aesthetically it's quite beautiful and inspiring, but unfortunately it is underdeveloped. If it was up to me, I would create a sort of Pegasus society. Now we don't need to completely knock off human society for this. We could do something that fits more with the horse-like traits and proclivities. But imagine glades that function something like villages, or even something like druidic circles or small religious orders. And in these, the Pegasi could develop language, laws, cultures, ideas, philosophies, goals. And who knows, maybe even find some way to do some sort of construction. Maybe they have allied creatures or races that have opposable thumbs and can use tools. There's plenty of different ways you could go with this, and in the end, it's really up to you. Moving along, just like that, to C tier, we come across but a single creature, and it is actually the first angel in this ranking. The Battle Force Angel again comes to us from the Ravnica book, and she is associated with the Boros Legion, which combines furious zeal and a dedication to justice. The Battle Force Angel is sort of like a Valkyrie, a celestial of combat and war who flies in the vanguard alongside Sky Knights on their flying mounts. She's leading companies of soldiers against the evil hordes. This is all decently cool, but it's nothing too unique. She's a fairly standard battle angel, like a flying knight in shining armor. Her sword deals additional radiant damage, and her inspiring battle cries bolster allies' attacks and saving throws, much like the Bless spell. And this is the only entry in C tier. It's high C tier, but the only one in our ranking here. It gives us just a mere taste, a sampling of the greater angels that are to come. On to B tier. Much like what we saw with the Dragons ranking, there aren't too many low tier or even mid tier entries when it comes to Celestials. These types of creatures are typically full of wondrous abilities, inspiring aesthetics, and strong role-playing potential. In mid B tier, we have the Unicorn. Along with angels, this is the most culturally visible creature on this list, as far as modern day is concerned, though pop culture has kind of bastardized the unicorn, as it tends to do with pretty much everything. The unicorn is a legendary creature, which is fairly rare for a monster of only CR5. It has a forest layer with regional effects, though no layer actions. It has legendary actions, but no legendary resistance, which I think is one of its worst shortcomings, as it really needs some legendary resistance due to the fact that its AC and its hit points are so low. It really sucks the unicorn has to use up all 3 of its legendary actions to heal itself just to stay on par with some decent AC and hit points. In battle, the unicorn can charge with its horn and strike with its hooves. It has a selection of innate spells, such as Pass Without Trace and once per day Calm Emotions, Entangle, and Dispel Evil and Good. It can also heal other creatures with a touch from its horn and teleport up to a mile once per day, so incredibly elusive this one. The unicorn's lore describes how it is a lordly guardian of its forest realm, how a unicorn sometimes serves as a mount for a champion of good, and how magically potent its horn is. This makes unicorn horns prized as magical components, which brings with it a whole slew of moral questions and potential for stories and adventures. I can't help but think of the movie Legend, and the goblin Blix who cuts off the unicorn's horn to give it to his master, the archdevil Darkness.
Magic horn is mine.
And thankfully, unlike the Pegasus, the unicorn can speak. It even has telepathy. Personally, I don't think I would narrate the unicorn as talking in a typical mundane way, but rather making beautiful sounds and calls that other creatures understand within their minds and hearts, even unto sophisticated ideas. The unicorn is a great entry, and it has the potential to be even greater. A few main hairs ahead of the unicorn is the Firemane Angel from Ravnica. She's a different type of battle angel whose red hair ignites and flame during the fury of combat. Unlike most angels, which have a lawful good alignment, the Firemane is chaotic good. meaning she is rebellious, unorthodox, and willfully independent. Yet, her moral compass is ultimately aligned towards trying to do what is right and to help others. This defiance in terms of approach and dogma causes tension amongst groups of angels, which in turn provides us with a new avenue for storytelling. Even if you're not someone who gets into philosophical debates, you can still imagine angelic companies having arguments and competing with one another to take charge of the next great initiative. Abilities-wise, the Fire Main is a plate armor-wearing, flaming longsword-wielding, flying warrior. In fact, she can fly at a ferocious speed of 120 feet that allows her to capitalize on a flyby attack maneuver. She has true sight and some decent resistances, along with a relentless trait, which is reminiscent of half-orcs. Her innate spells include a 6th level fireball, a 5th level guiding bolt, and compelled duel, which plays into her specialty in single combat. Fire Mains revel in driving straight towards the most powerful opponents and engaging them directly, like Achilles calling out Hector while the masses of troops struggle through the grand melees. Overall, the Fire Main is a solid angel entry. She's a flying duelist warrior that also has a few powerful artillery-type spells, and her persona and lore can lead to some charged role-playing and storytelling. Empyreans are essentially lesser gods, as they are the children of the gods of the upper planes, and technically they are categorized as celestial titans. The gods themselves are so powerful that we rarely ever see a stat block of one, and there is a good argument to be made that gods transcend stat blocks. Empyreans, being in effect lesser gods or minor deities, are on this second highest of all tiers, the same general power level as demon lords, archdevils, archfey, elder horrors, ancient dragons, primordials, so on. We could also include 20th level player characters in that echelon as well. Empyreans, being the willful and impulsive souls that they are, get into all sorts of trouble, from simple things like temperamental fits that cause natural disasters, to more heavy things like venturing to the lower planes and getting corrupted by evil forces. As they are, in effect, giant, hyper-powered people, the Empyreans can potentially be found in almost any situation, even on the material plane, where they might exist as god emperors or divine pharaohs or some other grand station. The Empyrean has a variety of different abilities. His maul delivers a massive amount of damage and stuns the target. He can throw powerful bolts of elemental energy or radiance out to 600 feet. He has legendary resistance, magic resistance, immunity to non-magical weapons. His innate spells include things like Earthquake, Firestorm, Plane Shift, Dispel Evil and Good, Commune, and at will Greater Restoration. He also has legendary actions, which can be a Maul Strike, granting allies advantage on all saving throws, or a Seismic Tremor that can knock creatures prone within 60 feet. There's a lot you could do with an Empyrean. I just have to wonder why we don't hear about them very often. I'm trying to remember a single published adventure or D&D video game that features one. I'm sure they exist, but I'm not remembering any off the top of my head. This gets me thinking again about that peculiar shortcoming D&D has with divine and godly things. It's like D&D tries to cram too much stuff into a game at the same time, and certain things can get overlooked. Even things that seem like they would be impossible to overlook, like the children of gods who venture into the world to become titanic kings and queens, and when they get upset, natural disasters erupt from their anger. I also think that D&D has a strange relationship with religion. At face value, the game isn't deep enough to tackle a topic like religion, which deals with the biggest questions of all time. D&D is more about pulp fantasy adventure and dungeon delving. There's nothing in the game's mechanics that directly relates to spirituality, philosophy, and the like. But at the same time, the playing of D&D is like a religious experience, where we ritualistically gather to take part in an experience that is steeped in imagination, storytelling, and the journey of the self, and all the discovery and the growth that's involved with it. I don't know about you, but I've had countless mysterious experiences while playing D&D, where things, even supposedly randomly generated things, strangely align, they sync up, and everyone seems to be connected on some other level. There's also the fact that D&D is, at its very roots, connected to mythology, which is essentially one with religion. Imagine D&D without clerics, paladins, monks, or druids, without temples, shrines, or sacred locations, without gods, celestial realms, and holy artifacts, without prayers, miracles, and divine magic, without all the creatures that come to us from mythology. If we were to strip away all those spiritual and mystical, mythological elements from the game, it would be a far worse and far shallower experience. Speaking of a shallow experience, we come to Aurelia, officially referred to as War Leader Aurelia of the Boros Legion from the Ravnica setting. In a way, she is a solid B-tier entry, but I need to go on a quick rant here. Aurelia is a beautiful and mighty battle angel with legendary actions. She has something of a Mary Sue effect going on. She's a devastating force in combat, yet so compassionate. She's the epic war leader of one of the main guilds, but also so humble and empathetic of the lowly common folk, and she believes in equality for all. She commands a whole army, though she claims to be beholden to every one of her soldiers. She is fair, merciful, and self-sacrificing, and capable of delivering swift and unrelenting justice to the forces of evil. Yes, and she also shits gold bricks. I just don't buy it. Something in me reads all of this and thinks, so she's a totally perfect being with no flaws, who somehow has time to fight all battles, fulfill the wishes of each soldier, help all the poor, and show the world how she is a flawless saint and how everyone else can be so flawless like her. Well, if she's so perfect and swiftly eradicates evil, why do so many evil creatures exist in Ravnica? How can she be both a CR 23 war leader queen of a main guild and yet believe everyone is equally the same? How can she abide by the requests of all the thousands of soldiers she claims to be beholden to when people have such wide differences in opinion and perspective? Something in me just doesn't believe it. Maybe if she were a goddess and existed in a more mysterious, abstract form, she would work for me better. But as a literal person, she seems like a half-baked daydream of impossible perfection. Okay, enough with that. Aside from my rant, Aurelia does work if you just get away from her stupid lore. If treated as an icon of an archangel, she's actually quite amazing. Beauty, majesty, divine power, all together in one form. Her battle prowess is epic, with bardic inspiration-like abilities, a helix that deals radiant damage to an enemy while simultaneously healing an ally, and 2 different reactions. The almighty and sacred technique of parry, and also unyielding, which negates being knocked prone or forced to move. Her longsword is a devastating force of slashing and radiance, and her frighten foes ability is reminiscent of a dragon's frightful presence. Personally, I suggest either modifying Aurelia's lore or maybe even reskin her for your own campaign, but otherwise she's an epic, very high CR angel. Next up, we have the Archon of the Triumvirate. This creature is, as you see here, an Archon, which is different than the Archons of 3rd edition, such as the Lantern Archon, Hound Archon, etc. In 5e, an Archon is a stern, stoic being that embodies the harshest manifestation of law and order, lawful neutral taken to a severe degree, though not associated with Modrons or Mechanus. Archons are mysterious creatures that typically shade their handsome faces and pure white eyes beneath large, hooded cowls. They're also known to ride winged Felidar mounts or other flying mounts, and they share deep, magical bonds with these mounts. In essence, Archons are hardcore celestial punishers and lawbringers. The Archon of the Triumvirate is a legendary CR 14 creature, so it's nothing to sneeze at. It has a number of abilities, including spells that calm emotions, command, and also that compelled duel, all of these at will. It also has Eyes of the Law, which allows it to automatically determine what all laws a certain creature has broken within the past 24 hours, and an ability which is simply called Mount. Even though the ability's name is pretty mundane, it's really an incredible feature. As a bonus action, the Archon can teleport onto its bonded mount from anywhere within the same plane of existence. While mounted, the Archon can't be surprised. It and its mount have advantage on dexterity saving throws, though if the Archon dies, the mount dies too. So I guess their bond truly is to the core. In combat, the Archon wields a Hammer of Justice, which deals bludgeoning and force damage and can knock a target prone. It also has an incredible ability called Pacifying Presence. As an action, the Archon can target a number of creatures within 120 feet. Each one that fails a Wisdom saving throw drops any weapon it's holding, ends concentration on all spells, and is charmed for a minute. The Archon does not have legendary resistance for some reason, but it has legendary actions, which are Rejoin Mount, similar to what I just described above actually, a Twin Hammer attack plus Mount attack simultaneously, and Detention, one of those strange exiled to a demi-plane for one round abilities. So not exactly detention, but more like a flicker or a temporal phase out. This Archon comes from Magic the Gathering's Ravnica setting, and as with most things Magic the Gathering, its artwork and mechanics are really interesting, but the lore is not the greatest. D&D has something of a problem with its ultra-high magic, everything goes, kitchen sink fantasy, but Magic cranks that up to 11. It's just impossible to avoid the nonsense, the plot holes, and the ridiculousness when a setting is that over the top and bloated. Now, I do love Magic. I've played it a ton since the mid-90s, but the current state of its lore and the overall tone of it sort of reminds me of what Hollywood has turned into. It's a strange mixture of everything being overproduced and forced to be epic and hyper flashy, while at the same time overly politically correct and overly sensitive, strangely enough. It destroys the heart and soul of the story, and it makes the characters feel hollow. So, in some ways, the Archon of the Triumvirate is a great monster, but in other ways, not so much. Imagine being a common criminal in Ravnica, City of Guilds, while CR14 Archons are flying around and at will as bonus actions just by looking at you. They can psychically detect what laws you've broken. Say goodbye to the plucky ragamuffin street thieves like Aladdin. Kiss the Archon's rigid ass, you flawed gray characters. We've got mini gods whirling about, hammering everyone into gray cubes of obedience. Blech. And we're already through B tier. Celestials, much like dragons, have most of their entries in A tier, so let's ascend up now to the loftiest echelons of the divine and astral beings and behold their sublime majesty. The Radiant Idol comes from the Eberron campaign setting, though it could fit into many different fantasy settings. It's a type of fallen angel, a being with a celestial origin, but was cast down or pulled down due to its egotistical lust. It really desires to be worshipped by mortals, and it has lost the ability to fly, as its wings were thus ripped off to mere bloody stumps, or divine chains shackled the wings due to their haughty and immoral desires. A Radiant Idol uses Disguise Self to conceal this fact and enhance its appearance overall. In fact, its innate spells overall lend to the Radiant Idol portraying itself as a living god, capable of healing, communing, bringing the dead back to life, and also charming, dominating, and mass suggesting people, or even calling down a plague of insects. Using its magic and every kind of manipulative scheme that it can, a Radiant Idol gathers a cult following, and, in the end, leads its followers into a downward spiral of corruption. And, quote, fanatical doom. Unfortunately, the lore leaves things sort of incomplete, never answering bigger questions such as, what is it the Radiant Idol really wants? What's its end goal? Sure, it wants to be worshipped, but to what ends? Is it like a devil who wants more souls for hell? In fact, this creature seems more like a devil than an angel. At what point does a fallen angel become a devil? These questions of the Radiant Idol's nature and true motivation and ultimate objectives are just left up to you. In combat, it can make 2 powerful flail strikes that bludgeon and deal 48 extra radiant damage. Once per day, it can convoke a 30-foot radius cylinder of searing radiance that lasts for a round. It also has magic resistance, resistance against radiant damage and non-magical weapons, and a few other skill proficiencies and such. Its passive feature, Aura of False Divinity, does strike me as somewhat odd. The concept fits the Radiant Idol. When someone is close to it, they have to make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by it. But the charmed subject repeats the saving throw at the end of every single turn, and it becomes immune for 24 hours once they succeed on the save. I suppose that in a straight-up combat encounter, this could be a strong effect, but in a role-playing context, it's bizarre. Imagine every new potential follower of the self-styled god meeting him for the first time. The newcomer gets charmed, feeling an immense affinity for this influential and exquisite holy being. But then some seconds later, that intense feeling just fades away. Shouldn't such an effect last much longer? And if the player characters meet the Radiant Idol in an RP context, which I imagine they probably will, they too will experience that strangely short-lived charm effect. This isn't some wandering beast monster or ravenous demon. It's a creature that is 100% built for social interactions. So the aura really might have no bearing on a combat encounter at all, because some of the characters, if not all of them, would have already timed out the charm effect and gained the immunity during the interaction sequence. The Radiant Idol is a great monster, one that I could totally see myself using in a campaign. Yes, it has a few shortcomings, but nothing majorly detrimental and nothing that can't be improved upon by some DM creativity and storytelling. In the Magic the Gathering plane of Theros, which is inspired by Greek and Roman mythology, the Archons once had a mighty empire. It fell because of reasons, and some of the remaining Archons who were embittered by the rise of humanity fled into the underworld. Dwelling in that dark and fearful place eventually broke and transformed this group of Archons into Ashen Riders, a type of lawful evil Archon hell-bent on laying low great heroes and reducing mortals to ash. It is an ominous figure in mythic full plate, riding atop a giant winged white tiger and wielding a heavy sickle-like blade somewhat reminiscent of the Aurochs from the Dothraki in Game of Thrones. Mechanically, the first thing I noticed about the Ashen Rider is that it is a legendary creature, yet does not have legendary resistance. Then I saw that its hit points are kind of on the low side, considering that it has no damage resistances nor magic resistance, though it does have the rare immunity to thunder damage. So this essentially means that the offensive capabilities are going to be very high, balancing out the weaker defensive shortcomings. It has an aura of silence that can render foes mute and deaf, which shuts down effectively all spellcasting, unless the target succeeds on a wisdom save, that is, in which it gains 24 hours of immunity to the silence aura. The Ashen Rider has the innate spells of Command and Compel Duel at Will, Banishment, and Blade Barrier once per day each. It has that wonderful teleporting mount feature like the Archon of the Triumvirate we saw before. For attacks, it has an Ashen Blade that deals a good amount of slashing and radiant damage. It has a Bolt of Ash, a ranged spell attack that deals 4d10 necrotic damage and the target can't regain hit points for a round. With an action, the Ashen Rider can make 3 blade attacks or 2 bolt attacks, and it can make an additional attack per legendary action it spins, meaning up to 5 to 6 attacks per round, so there's the high offensive capability I was expecting. Its two other legendary actions are a coordinated assault, in which the Archon and its mount both make attacks, and reduce to ash, which uses all three of its legendary actions for that round. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or take 5d10 necrotic damage, and its max HP are reduced by an amount equal to the damage. If this reduces the target to 0 max HP, it and all of its non-magical equipment are disintegrated to ash, with only a wish spell able to restore it. So mechanically and style-wise, the Ashen Rider is a tremendous, awe-inspiring force, especially considering that it will be flying on its mount. Though, as we often see in D&D, we are left to fill in the blanks left by the creature's lore, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But when we are looking at a race of creatures whose CRs range from 12 to 16, and they used to have an empire, you would think the actual books would provide more information about them. But no, we're just left with the seeds and sproutlings of the ideas. The Planetar is actually a step above the Deva in terms of the core three angels from the Monster Manual, but even though its numbers are mechanically superior, and it has access to some more powerful spells, it lags behind a bit in versatility because it cannot change shape like the Deva can. More on that in just a moment. Planetars serve as the weapons of the gods. They are devastating forces, high CR beings that can unleash tremendous radiant greatsword attacks, heal with a touch, remove curses and diseases, or call down divine magic in the form of invisibility, blade barrier, insect plague, flame strike, raise dead, commune, and control weather. For whatever stupid reason, though, it has no ranged weapon. It has intelligence 19 and wisdom 22, yet it isn't smart enough or aware enough that it should bring along a bow and arrow. I don't buy it. Give this bald giant angel a longbow for heaven's sake. The thing that I probably like best about the Planetars is that they also serve the role of giving mighty quests mortals. They unfortunately don't have the Gesh spell, which they totally should, but they do have divine awareness, allowing them to know whenever they hear a lie. This, paired with their true sight, makes them nearly impossible to bluff. Could their lore be a bit better? Yes, but that's like 80% of D&D, so take your average lore rating and let's move up. Or perhaps shoot down, as the Archon of Falling Stars is our next entry, coming to us from the Theros setting. Like all other Archons, this is an enigmatic figure wearing heavy armor, including headwear that shadows its facial features. It wields a mighty weapon, or I guess the creature's innate magic imbues whatever weapon it wields, and it rides atop a majestic celestial mount. This time the artwork depicting one of those winged bulls or winged ox. As I stated before, my main criticism with the Archons is their lore. The book says the Archons are conquering warlords who once ruled vast empires with iron fists, yet somehow these empires all fell, and the scattered remaining Archons went their own ways. So how did their vast empires topple? Who or what caused this? Why were the immensely powerful Archons and their people unable to stop this apocalypse? Are there Archon Empire ruins left over? What about powerful Archon magic items or artifacts? I checked the treasures section of the Mythic Odysseys of Theros book, and there is no mention of Archon items. What was the Archon's religion or philosophy? What were their laws, their system of government? How were their societies structured? Where did the Archons come from originally? There is almost no end to all these questions, and some of them are really big questions with tremendous implications for the setting. So, you get to develop all of that yourself because the game's developers, I guess, weren't interested in creating or including such content. The Archon of Falling Stars, specifically, it does have a nugget of interesting lore referring to an ancient battle between a party of champions favored by the gods fighting a mighty Archon at the eastern edge of the world. The Archon was defeated. It fell off the world and was about to be consumed by the sun when the sun god Peleos heard his pleading, his promise to uphold order and goodness. Peleos accepted the promise and gave the Archon a spear of light, thus creating the first Archon of falling stars. I'm actually not sure where the stars part comes in, as the creature's lore, appearance, and abilities have nothing to do with stars, but it's rather kind of like an angel phoenix theme. So is this a hint of what happened to the ancient empire of Archons? Did the gods and the champions of the gods topple them? If we get past the incomplete lore, the Archon of Falling Stars is an otherwise amazing creature with that teleporting mount feature that we've seen with the other Archons, magic resistance and true sight, innate spellcasting, including Crusader's Mantle and Spirit Guardians, and a fantastic Radiant Rebirth feature, which states that once per day, when the Archon of Falling Stars is killed, it comes back immediately with 30 hit points, unleashing a burst of radiance that deals damage and blinds all creatures within 30 feet. It has a Radiant Spear attack, and its first legendary action option is to attack with the spear or cast its at-will Guiding Bolt. It also has the Coordinated Assault legendary action like we saw previously, where it and its mount both attack together, and its 3-point legendary action is called Return to Nyx, which obliterates a dead body in a burst of radiant damage. Overall, it's a really cool monster, a nice mid to high CR champion of Stoic Might and Radiant Phoenix type elements. The next entry is another angel, the Deva, which is actually the very first angel you come across in the Monster Manual. It's the very first angel you find in 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons. The Deva and the standard angels are exactly what we think of in terms of the traditional sense of an angel. Beings that resemble beautiful people to some degree, but they're more sublime, closer to God than we terribly flawed humans. Angels are sent by deities in times of dire need, when lowly mortals are in terrible crises, desperate for some force of goodness to lead them from darkness back to the light. There are also the fallen angels, which we've already glimpsed in this ranking as well. And there's also the Erinyes fallen angel, which is technically a devil. I covered it in my devil ranking video. So it goes to show us how even a creature as divine as an angel has some degree of susceptibility to corruption. The Deva is a beautiful angelic agent with a number of resistances and a mace that deals a substantial amount of radiant damage. I do find it incredibly odd, just as with the Planetar, that it has no ranged attack. No angelic longbow, no ray of searing light, not even javelins or the sacred flame cantrip. This makes absolutely no sense. This creature is so smart and so cunning. He would know to bring along at the very least a short bow. The Deva's innate spells are Detect Evil and Good at will, and once per day Commune and Raise Dead. It also has a Healing Touch that restores hit points and cures any curse, disease, poison, blindness, or deafness. Any? Like even the curse from a god or an ancient lich? Well, I suppose the DM can make the call on that. This miracle-working celestial also has the fantastic change shape ability. With this, it can transform into any humanoid or beast that has a challenge rating no higher than its own. In this way, it can move about the world, or even on other planes, in a more discreet way, or it can utilize this ability to gain different powers and traits that it doesn't normally possess. It's pretty incredible when you think about it. All the humanoid races, I assume you could do the NPC stat blocks in the Monster Manual as well, and all the different kinds of animals and beasts that exist, it can become any of them at will. This change shape ability alone gives the Deva access to so many different kinds of abilities and mechanics, and allows it to break certain limitations, such as abilities that a race or a beast can only use once per day, but then each of those forms would grant its own daily power, which the Deva can access effectively every other round if it has the opportunity. The Deva is an all-around classic, really the most classic angel in all of D&D, I would say, and it's well deserving of its high rank here in mid-A tier. Serpents are often creatures associated with evil or chaos, but the Coatl is a lawful good winged serpent of celestial origin. I had always imagined this creature to be really big, but apparently, according to the Monster Manual, it is medium-sized. Long, long ago, a good-aligned god created the Coatls to fulfill his divine plans. For whatever mysterious reason, this god was killed, imprisoned, or somehow removed from godhood and then forgotten, except by the Coatls, who probably won't tell you anyhow, as they are a secretive and even reclusive type of creature. The original mandates of their creator have long since played out, but those few Coatls that are alive still follow in his spirit, and thus they exist as stewards or guardians of sacred places, of divine treasures, or even of favored bloodlines. Another interesting tidbit about the Coatls is that while they can live for a very long time, they are not immortal. A Coatl can sense its death approaching up to 100 years in advance. And in the case of it having unfulfilled goals, which who doesn't have those, it will seek out a mate. The female of the pair lays a jewel-like egg, and the Coatl who's going to be dying will then raise the young one, instructing it on how to carry on the parent's duties and objectives. Personally, I really find the Coatl's aesthetic quite appealing and inspiring. I find myself captivated by seeing its wings with vibrant, colorful feathers, and it's on this big serpent, and I imagine it floating and coiling in a mystical air dance. I also like how this creature draws from Mesoamerican mythology, which can be underutilized in fantasy. As much as I love the various mythologies from Europe and the Eastern Hemisphere, the Americas have a lot of gems too. Looking at the Coatl's mechanics, it is reminiscent of the Deva in some ways, in that it has magic that can heal and cure conditions, and the amazing change shape ability once again, where it can turn into any humanoid or beast of its CR or lower. Its attacks, though, are quite different than a Deva. It has a poisonous bite and a constricting tail. It can also cast Dream and Scrying spells. Meanwhile, it itself is immune to scrying and divination effects of others. All in all, this is one of the most powerful CR4 creatures I've ever seen. By and large, creatures in 5th edition tend to fall on the low end of power for their CR, but the Coatl here is an exception. It's great also to see celestials other than angels and angel-like creatures. Now, angels are amazing, but so are mythical, magical beasts, which leads us to our next entry, the Kirin, which comes to us from East Asian myth, which is sort of like a huge flying unicorn. They're beautiful creatures, reminiscent of works of art, living paint or jewelry. They radiate majesty and nobility, and as full legendary creatures, they have legendary resistance, legendary actions, and regional effects, though no layer actions. Their melee attacks are not the most powerful, though they are incredibly fast, especially in the air, and they are powerhouses of spellcasting, having both innate spells and spellcasting as an 18th level cleric. When I first looked at the Kirin entry in Volo's Guide, I saw all the space dedicated to its lore, and I got really excited and hopeful. Unfortunately, all these paragraphs don't really tell us very much. Kirin are aligned with gods of goodness and order, and when they appear in the material plane, they often herald good tidings to come, or they might even fight directly against evildoers. People typically love and adore Kirin, as they're creatures of luck and good fortune. And there are even a few monk sects that are led by Kirin. Sometimes Kirin watch over or safeguard a place, and their layers are beautiful Aries that radiate sacredness and purity. So definitely not bad, but I expected a bit more considering that there's like 3 or 4 times as much space given to the Kirin's lore compared to a typical monster. This is a beautiful and mystical creature. It's definitely a very potent spellcaster. It has spells like 6th level Major Image at will, True Resurrection, Plane Shift, Hero's Feast, Mass Cure Wounds, Banishment, and many more. Again, it's as an 18th level cleric.
So, it could be improved a bit, but the Kirin really deserves its spot here in mid-A tier. The most powerful of the 3 core angels in the Monster Manual is the Solar, which we can think of as an archangel. It's nearly a god in its own right. Their lore states that only 24 Solars exist, some as the right hands of gods, others as contemplatives who await the coming of some epic level threat, which they will then rally and fight against, apparently. So this lore, and the lore of all the angels in general, does make me wonder, why don't we ever see angels in action in D&D? There are endless amounts of adventures and campaigns in which terrible forces assault towns, cities, nations, even whole planes. Demons and devils immediately come to mind, but there are also aberrations, undead, and various evil humanoids. How many of these modules or campaigns contain angels showing up to fight against the forces of darkness? How many of your campaigns have had angels or Kirin or Coatls flying around and defeating malevolent monsters and NPCs? Or perhaps a better question, what is stopping all these mighty celestials from descending to the mortal world to slay the wicked and otherwise bring them to justice? It's worth pondering. The Magic the Gathering setting Ravnica has angels actively present in the world, the same as pretty much any other fantastical race in the setting. Their great power is balanced, you could say, by equally powerful opponents in rival factions or enemy guilds. It's something of a solution, but it does bring about the same issue that I touched upon earlier, in which the world turns into a battleground of epic contenders. This ends up belittling and neglecting the small folk, the commoners, the low-level characters, the simple, smaller-scale stories. These more humble and gritty people get pushed aside like disregarded little children, while the lofty giants stomp around with their grand, all-important plots and competitions. So you'll have to take your pick. What do you want? Would you prefer this material plane to be the world of mortals, or would you rather it be the battle arena of titans? As usual, it's up to us, to the world builders and the players and the DMs of D&D, to come up with our own solutions. What if each god has a certain level of divine power, something like a star or an energy reactor? Typically, mortals exist simply due to the latent energy that the god gives off. The passive force that a god radiates is enough to generate souls, to fuel the basics of life, and to provide that spark that divine spellcasters utilize or tap into. The magic of clerics and such that they develop and they wield can come off of this passive radiation of a god's innate power. But in order to produce something greater, say to create angels and other celestials, the god must sacrifice part of his divine power. He must give up a sliver of his greatness to birth a mighty being. Maybe the god also must do something similar in order for the most powerful divine spells to function, such as resurrecting someone who has died. This puts a limitation on the angelic forces and the reality-breaking spells, and it simultaneously aids our storytelling and our world building. It presents an interesting and difficult choice that the gods must make. Is it worth giving up some measure of divine power or divine rank in order to create a squad of devas, a duo of planetars, or a single solar grand archangel champion? Is it worth the deific self-sacrifice in order to bring a mortal hero back to life? If you tread deeply into the difficult questions of religion, spirituality, and cosmic law, you are putting your own mind and soul into a great existential forge. Hopefully you come out stronger in the end, for an unforged mind is like an unedited draft, vague, cliché, unoriginal, and full of defects and impurities. Let us return to the Solar and behold its awe-inspiring stat block. It is a large-sized celestial with AC 21, 243 hit points, and a flying speed of 150 feet. It has true sight, telepathy, and a number of resistances, including magic resistance, yet, for whatever frustrating reason, no legendary resistance. It has innate spellcasting like a planetar, and a longsword that deals a tremendous amount of damage. As well, the longsword has the ability to go flying off and act as a bonus action. It's like a high-powered version of the spiritual weapon spell. And by the gleaming nose hairs of Baelor, it has a ranged weapon! A really good ranged weapon at that. A high-powered longbow that can automatically slay targets that have 100 hit points or fewer. The Solar can heal and cure afflictions with a touch, like the other angels can. And its legendary actions include a medium-range teleportation, a searing burst of radiance and fire, and a blinding gaze. The Solar is immensely powerful, and beyond sheer power level, it has terrifically interesting and dynamic abilities. Its style is about as grand as it gets, filling us with a sense of power, sacredness, nobility, hope, and saving grace, as well as holy righteousness and divine retribution. If there were a war of spiritual proportion, you would want to be on the side of this Sun Angel. And with a stunning charisma score of 30, and its entire existence bound to the interaction between the divine and the mortal, the Solar absolutely is steeped in role-playing. Just imagine everything you would want to ask an angel such as this. Imagine the gravity of the Solar's magnetism. A being like this could influence and redirect the entire spirit of a society. This angel is one of the greatest creatures ever known to D&D, and its only shortcoming lies in the area of how to actually implement it in a setting, and how to get it to go beyond a mere generic stereotype of an angel. There is one celestial that comes in at an even higher position, however. A creature that is nearly perfect, and one that I wish I would have discovered before now. I wish I would have discovered it before I made my most recent top 10 D&D Monsters ranking video. It, or rather she, would have certainly made that list. Found in the Ravnica setting, aligned with the Orzhov Syndicate, is the Death Pact Angel. She is a raven-winged, scythe-wielding dark angel, dwelling in towering Gothic cathedrals and captivating thralls of her own. When a seeker comes to this angel, he will make his plea for wealth, for glory, for healing, for vengeance, whatever his heart most desires. If the angel deems him worthy, which she often does for those who manage to reach her lair, she immediately grants the boon. In exchange, the person is indebted to the angel for eternity. He becomes a fanatical follower or cultist in her service, and even after his death, he exists in a spirit form, continuing his service. The only hope for release is if the angel mistress is slain, the indentured spirit can sacrifice itself unto oblivion to restore the angel back to 1 hit point. As we are seeing, the Death Pact Angel is a lawful evil creature. And like the Radiant Idol, she is in some ways reminiscent of a devil, but she is not corrupt enough to be a denizen of hell. She is not fully evil, but rather a sort of callous and cruel dominatrix who is interested in preserving society, if only for the sake of perpetuating her own designs. Whereas most angels' weapons deal a substantial chunk of radiant damage, hers deals necrotic. She whips about, flyby attacking with her scythe, and calling upon spells such as 2nd level Command at Will, 5th level Charm Person, and Magical Darkness, which of course she can see through. Along with her scythe attack, she can paralyze creatures charmed by her, which is quite a strong feature, though it is just limited to humanoids, so she is not as effective in combat against non-humanoid creatures, of which there are many. She can also drain the life out of people charmed by her, dealing damage to them while simultaneously healing herself. This is one of those excellent cases in which a monster has unique abilities that mechanically express what is in the monster's lore. At first glance, it might seem to be a little wrong to have a dark creature be at the top of the Celestials' ranking, but such a perspective might be too limited or perhaps too cliché. For if you spend any time at all reading ancient stories that feature angels, they are more than simply beings of comfort and loveliness. They are also the angel of death, the harbingers of doom, and the reapers enacting the nightmarish side of God. I personally would not want to become entangled with the Death Pact angel, but I cannot deny that she makes an excellent NPC for storytelling and a spectacular opponent for a combat encounter. Skirmishing upon dusken wings with indentured souls fighting alongside her and sacrificing themselves, both the ultimate expression of their devotion and the sweet final release of bondage in a moment of spiritual obliteration. If I were to have an S tier in these rankings, the Death Pact Angel would be in it. Well, that wraps up the Celestials ranking. They are a majestic and inspiring group of creatures, often with some of the higher power levels as compared to most creatures of the same CRs in D&D. If you can figure out a way to implement them without resorting to Deus Ex Machina or story-shattering plot holes, they can be wondrous. And I also think an area of opportunity exists for the characters to fight angels. It doesn't necessarily have to be evil characters fighting against the angels and fighting them to the death. The angels could be guardians that test the characters at certain important locations. And it doesn't even have to be a fight completely to the death. The angels could be summoned, or they could be just called magically. Or it could be that they're fighting as allies of the rivals of the party. The character's enemies don't always have to be evil. There are plenty of neutral or even good aligned NPCs that can have very different motives and goals and philosophies and laws, etc. All of this can clash against the same perspectives of the player characters, and this leads to conflict. Enemies don't always have to be ugly orcs, goblins, and kobolds, or demon-worshipping cultists. I also have to say that this was one of the more profound script writing experiences for me, perhaps the most profound, with the dragon ranking coming in second. If you get into monsters and mythical creatures, and I really do get into them, you have to seek out what's under the surface. Try to get to the roots and to the core. In the case of Celestials, this caused me to end up grappling with some really big questions, and I'm still grappling with them. But I suppose that's what we were born for, to strive and to seek. That is the journey, and that is the adventure. And as always, I wish that yours will be many, my friends. Plant creatures, the leafy, rooty, viney, thorny, mossy, sappy monsters of Dungeons and Dragons. They are not the most prominent creature type, nothing compared to things like undead, monstrosities, humanoids, but there are some iconic plants that occupy a unique and important place in the game. But are any of them any good? Do they have interesting combat abilities and other features? Do they have engrossing lore and inspiring adventure hooks? Do they engage the characters? Do they provoke decision-making points? Do they have interesting and effective styles and aesthetics? These questions and more are the kinds of things that I'm after. If we look into the background of plant monsters, we find quickly this is not a typical type of creature in mythology, religion, and folklore. Sure, there are lots of mythic plants, but plant creatures are another thing altogether. There are various cultures that have old tales of man-eating plants, which could serve as a generalized inspiration for the plant monsters of modern-day media and games. There are also plant spirits and tree spirits and such from early animistic religions, but it's not so easy to think of them as plant creatures. For example, the Kodama from Japanese Shinto are spirits that inhabit trees, or sometimes the term is used to refer to the tree that is inhabited by spirits. But again, these aren't really plant creatures, rather they're supernatural or ghostly things that dwell inside of plants. Another reference sort of along these lines would be the dryads from ancient Greek mythology, also known as tree nymphs or oak nymphs. While they are spiritually connected to trees and they are embodiments of the essence of the woodland, they are really depicted as human-like maidens. D&D categorizes dryads as fae, after all. Turning to nature for plant monster inspiration, there of course is no shortage of plants found all over the earth that can stab, scratch, and poison. And let's not forget about actual carnivorous plants, though they are so small that they only eat tiny critters. Much like what we saw with the oozes, when it came to the 20th century, there was an explosion of genre fiction, first in books, comics, and magazines, then in movies. This caused an absolute mad rush to create all kinds of different creatures for the burgeoning tales of adventure, horror, fantasy, and sci-fi. Probably the most well-known plant monster from film is Audrey 2 from Little Shop of Horrors, but there are some others which had their own varying degrees of success. Even the original The Thing movie from 1952 featured a plant-based alien life form that could take on a humanoid-like form, though the John Carpenter version from 1982 is vastly superior and also closer to the original short story Who Goes There, with what is clearly an aberration monster. All of these cultural phenomena went on to influence gaming, which brings us here to this analysis of the plant creatures from D&D. So get out your scimitars, axes, and fire spells. It's time to hack and burn our way through this hellacious jungle and figure out what is just overgrowth and what is fearfully ferocious flora. Starting off F tier is the Thorn Slinger, a creature from the Hidden Shrine of Tomoakan adventure in the anthology book Tales from the Yawning Portal. The Thorn Slinger has no lore, so I won't be able to talk much about this creature. It is a thorn, shrub-looking plant creature with highly sticky blossoms growing on it. It attacks in melee and at a range with thorns, and it adheres to anything that touches it. The stats describe how to resolve a creature that is stuck to the plant, but not an object. If you strike this creature with a sword, the wording indicates that your sword will get stuck. How do you try to get your sword back? As a DM, I could pretty easily come up with something like opposed strength checks or a contest of skills or whatnot, but it's quite odd that the creature's ability does not provide any standard rule for this. Other than a couple decent abilities, the Thornslinger has nothing going for it. It's basically just a stat block. Our next F-tier creature is the Shrieker, which really is not bad per se, but it is so limited. It really shouldn't be classified as a creature, but rather just a fungus. It cannot move, it has no attacks, it doesn't really do anything but grow there. It's a human-sized mushroom that emits a loud sound when creatures or bright light come near it. It does hold a niche in a cavernous or underdark ecosystem, as monsters use it to become aware of approaching creatures or interlopers. So in this way, I'm glad that we have the Shrieker around, but if I had been the designer, I would have made a bigger section in the Dungeon Master's Guide about plants, fungi, and other kinds of non-creature things and their effects, terrain hazards, and other challenges of that sort. Slightly higher up is the Violet Fungus, another creature here that is barely a creature at all. Really, it's just a plant. Well, really, it's a fungus. Fungus and plants are entirely different things. Whatever. So, like many creatures in this running, the Violet Fungus is incredibly slow, with a snail-like speed of 5 feet. All characters can easily outrun it, outdistance it. The most likely scenario is that a character will stumble upon the Violet Fungus unknowingly as he tromps through patches of underdark fungus growths or even a mushroom forest. When the Violet Fungus strikes, its number of attacks are determined randomly with a d4 roll, and each hit deals 1d8 necrotic damage, as the purple stalk appendages rot flesh away upon touching. A chance to deal up to 4d8 necrotic damage on a CR 1/4 monster is quite extreme, though it's also pretty situational. What are the odds of that happening? Getting into D tier now, we come across the Tri-Flower Frond from Tomb of Annihilation. I really like the general concept of this creature, a human-sized plant with 3 trumpet-shaped flowers, an orange, a yellow, and a red, which each presents a different kind of attack. But unfortunately, this monster suffers from 2 major issues. 1, it is not properly designed, and 2, it has no lore. We could also levy a criticism that its simple plant nature makes it barely even a creature, it has no personality, no goals, no dynamics, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. There are some really cool creatures that are nearly mindless. The design problems are a double-edged sword. You see, when the Tri-Flower Frond attacks, it uses 3 flowers in a certain order. First is the orange blossom, which, if the target fails the Constitution saving throw, it's poisoned for 1 hour and unconscious while poisoned in this way. The target makes a new con save to overcome the poison once every minute, not at the end of each of its turns. This is exceptionally punishing for 5e standards. It feels like something from an older edition. You will have a very hard time finding any other monsters that operate this way. Now, you can make an argument that 5e goes too easy with the saves at the end of each of your turns, that mechanic, but that's a whole other discussion and really does not justify this one obscure plant monster doing something more powerful than even demon lords and ancient dragons. The second blossom, the yellow one, has the target make a dexterity saving throw, and on a failure, it is coated with an acidic sap that deals 5 acid damage at the start of each of the target's turns. The only way to get this sap off is to douse the target with water. Otherwise, it lasts forever. That's right, it has no natural expiration. And guess what? If the target failed the save against the poison on that first flower and went unconscious, it's now going to automatically fail the dex save on the second flower. I cannot think of any ongoing damage in 5th edition that literally never stops and can never be stopped unless you douse the target with water. The third blossom is the red one, which is an attack roll that does a mere 1d4 piercing damage and grapples the target. While grappled, the target takes 2d4 poison damage at the start of each of its turns. You know, to go along with the forever acid. These mechanics just needed a solid revision to bring them in line with the design standards of 5e and the power level of a mere CR 1/2 monster, because they are just crazy. And if we combine that craziness with the fact that this creature has no lore, it just exists because, and who knows what the heck it even is, that is a recipe for low tier. Sure, there is the other side of the coin that I alluded to just a bit ago, in that this monster will get a kind of infamy. It maybe shock and terrify the players, but that shouldn't be because the design is wonky, rather that the design is very effective. The only silver lining in this case for me is that after reviewing 1001 5e monsters that are underpowered, it does amuse me to see one that is overpowered. And now, the Compestry. Compestry? Not sure on the pronunciation there. No, we have not suddenly slipped into reviewing My Little Pony or the Smurfs or Super Mario Brothers, but a cutesy little cartoon mushroom from the Wild Beyond the Witchlight module of D&D. So, to put it lightly, this creature is not my cup of tea for tabletop role-playing. Keep in mind that the creature speaks in a nasal falsetto voice, and it can only talk using mimicry, imitating words and sounds it's already heard. I have to work on that. Its speed is a mere 5 feet, which is as slow as it gets without having no speed at all. It attacks by headbutting, and once per day it can release spores that incapacitate and slow for up to 1 minute. The Compestry come in individual and swarm varieties. They are happy-go-lucky goofballs who love music and will sing and cavort and emulate any music, even bad music. It's something of a joke how they wail together off-key. Personally, I'm a big music lover. It means a lot to me and always impacts most of my creative projects. So, Someone who frolics about unaware that they're listening to or producing crap music is not exactly appealing. A final note worth mentioning about the Campestri is that its illustration depicts it as an Amanita muscaria type mushroom, which is probably the most utilized look for a mushroom in art and pop culture. Curiously, this kind of mushroom is poisonous and psychoactive, as its toxins induce altered states and hallucinations. Humans in parts of Siberia and northern Europe have a long history with this mushroom, which has in many cases served a role in shamanic and spiritual practices. There's something really deep that could be tapped into with this type of creature, but in true pop style, all that gets ignored in favor of silly shenanigans and cheap gimmicks. Let's just move on. Next is the Quaggoth Spore Servant. A Spore Servant is actually a template that can be put onto many different types of creatures. Basically, any living flesh and blood creature that was slain, then reanimated by a Myconid sovereign's animating spores. More on that in just a bit. The template is honestly quite a boring one, and it strips the base creature of about everything. In a way, the Spore Servants are the plant equivalent of a zombie. The example entry shown in the Monster Manual is that of a Quaggoth, and it is a boring bag of hit points with just a basic attack. So much of the very limited space in the Myconids section got taken up by this template. The designers should have given it some kind of interesting quality or ability, but they didn't. Bleh. The Man-Trap is a large-sized plant monster that, like many on this list, is more plant than creature. Once per day, it can release a 30-foot radius area of pollen that allures creatures to it. Once a target does come close, it entraps it in sort of a maw of giant leaves. The engulfed creature is blinded and restrained, and it takes ongoing acid damage as the Man-Trap is digesting it. The subject can attempt to attack the Man-Trap from within, and essentially the only way to free the engulfed creature is by killing the Man-Trap. This is a fairly simple creature with only some bare bones lore, but it does have a certain stylishness to it, a kind of classic plant monster from an exotic adventure location, and its abilities are quite memorable and effective for what they are. Like many of the creatures in this ranking, it has an abysmal speed, so the vast majority of encounters will involve the characters keeping their distance and destroying it at a range, as it will be unable to ever reach them after its initial ambush. Shambling into mid-D tier is a classic D&D plant monster, the Shambling Mound. These walking compost piles spontaneously animate when either lightning or powerful fey magic infuse a heap of plant matter. The Shambler then plods about, or swims even, looking to consume any creatures it can, living or dead. In a way, it's reminiscent of an ooze. It's a fairly simple, big dumb brute creature, and if both of its slam attacks hit the same creature, it can then engulf the target, which is a nasty and rather perilous situation to be in. The creature within gets restrained, blinded, is suffocating, and being crushed to death. Unlike many plant creatures, the Shambling Mound resists fire and cold damage. And not only is it immune to lightning, but it's actually healed by it. Like I mentioned with the Black Pudding in the Oozes Ranking, an awesome encounter idea would be to ally the Shambling Mound with an NPC who casts lightning bolts, or some other creature that deals area of effect lightning damage, so it could simultaneously assault the characters and heal the Shambler. There could even be a flesh golem in the mix as well for some extra challenge, as it's also healed by lightning. Like most plant monsters, the Shambling Mound has some major limitations that hold it back from reaching into higher tiers. But nonetheless, it is a great low-tier monster and one of the most iconic plants from D&D. Creeping along, we find the Yellow Musk Creeper, one of the plant monsters from the Tomb of Annihilation module, along with the Tri-Flower Frond and the Man-Trap we just looked at. This campaign has the characters exploring a lush jungle region, so it is good that the designers included some new plant creatures. Well, What happened to you, Yellow Musk Creeper? You went from this to this. From huge size to medium, from damaging intelligence scores and eating brains to not doing that. This pernicious, puffing plant of peril is known for attracting humanoids through its strong musk that imposes a charmed condition. It's very much like the harpy's song, in that the charmed creature spends its turns moving as close as possible to the creeper, though also like the harpy, the DC is low, it's only 11. A humanoid slain by a yellow musk creeper becomes a zombie ally of the plant, specifically a yellow musk zombie. What is the difference between the yellow musk zombie and a regular zombie, you ask? Well, my brave companions, the standard zombie's undead fortitude is negated when it's killed by a critical hit or radiant damage. The yellow musk zombie's undead fortitude is negated when killed by a critical hit or fire damage. Haha, it's different. This monster was a terror from the 3E Fiend Folio, but now it is a smaller, weaker thing and has a downgraded art style. I suppose it's still quite good for a mid-D tier entry, but if I were to feature the Yellow Musk Creeper in a game that I ran, I would rather adapt it from the previous version instead. Next up, we have the simple Awakened Shrub and Awakened Tree. The Monster Manual says simply that it is an ordinary shrub or tree that is given sentience through magic such as the Awaken spell. Both of these living plant creatures have an intelligence score of 10, which is higher than many player characters, especially in 5e. They also have a wisdom of 10, though only a charisma of 6, and they speak one language known by the creator. Their lore is skimpy, their abilities are incredibly simple, just with a basic attack and the ability to appear as a regular shrub or regular tree. Really, it's the intelligence and burgeoning personality that makes these creatures kind of cool. They're held back from high and even mid tiers due to their major limitations, but as far as D tier monsters go, these are nice. They're good baseline plant creatures with nothing glaring or annoying about them. They also serve as a nice base to build on top of, as these sapient speaking plants could learn new abilities, or even in special cases, gain class levels. Floating at the top of D tier is the Gas Spore, a rather unique creature in D&D. Like what I said about the Shrieker before, it is debatable if we should actually consider this a full-on creature or rather just a fungus. But there's a decent case that you can make that the Gas Spore is a creature, since it can actually move around and does have an attack. A gas spore grows from the corpse of a creature, and the original gas spores spawned from dead beholders. It takes the form of a beholder, though if you inspect it up close, it's obviously made from fungal matter, not flesh and blood or whatever the hell beholders are made out of. Its stalks can touch prey to deliver a deadly disease, and if it is damaged, it bursts, releasing a 20-foot radius cloud of poison damage that also delivers the same disease. Believe it or not, despite this creature being a mere CR 1/2, the disease's DC is 15, and its effects are that the infected subject dies in a number of hours equal to 1d12 plus its constitution score. For the second half of the disease, the host also suffers the poison condition. After the infected creature dies, 2d4 tiny gas spores arise from its corpse, and they grow to full size within a week. I have to applaud the gas spore. Rarely do 5e creatures have that deadly of effects. This is surprisingly lethal, as there is no way to overcome the disease non-magically. So you need someone in the party who can cast Lesser Restoration, or a paladin who can use Lay on Hands, or perhaps the group can reach a healer that's capable of removing disease. Honestly, diseases in 5e were handled so poorly, and it's a shame because they were done rather well in 4e. Personally, I have a house rule that requires the healer to make a spellcasting ability check when they attempt to cure diseases, poisons, curses, and the like. Otherwise, baseline 5e just sweeps all diseases and curses under the same rug with simple spells that don't care if the affliction was caused by a CR 1/2 fungus creature or a CR 24 demon lord. A final note worth mentioning about the gas spore is that the noxious spores it releases can carry memories from the original beholder that spawned its fungal lineage. A character who is afflicted by the spores but cured before dying retains these impressions, which could provide important information or perhaps seed a strange character development arc in which a beholder-touched mind influences the character. That brings us to the end of D tier. Many of the plant creatures are in this tier and C tier, though there are some that are higher up too. So far I'm liking the plants overall, despite their limitations. A few of them have been just annoying though, or maybe too lacking in their designs, but that's not an issue exclusive to plants. Starting off C tier is the Vegapygmy, a mold creature with a roughly humanoid-shaped body. Their name is somewhat misleading as they are not actual vegetable creatures. Technically, they're not plants either, but fungus. I'm not a big fan of the look of this creature. I think it goes too far into the silly look, but it isn't the worst in this area, so I'll spare it my verbal scourging. The Vegapygmy actually gets a half page of lore, which is more than some monsters have. They are associated with russet mold, a dangerous type of fungus that grows on metal and can be mistaken for rust. Creatures that die from the toxic spores of russet mold end up spawning Vegapygmies from their corpses. The origin of Vegapygmies is debated, with some sources claiming adventurers discovered them along with russet mold in a remote metal dungeon that held bizarre and rare life forms. Other sources say russet mold and Vegapygmies first came from a fallen star. I wonder if this was supposed to mean meteorite, as a blazing ball of fire would not support the mold or the Vegapygmies. In fact, fire and bright sunlight destroys them both. Whatever the case, Vegapygmies are a simple life form, not very bright, but intelligent enough to form a kind of crude language composed of hissing and bodily gestures. They dwell in dark, moist, warm areas, either underground or in dense forests where sunlight does not pass through the canopy. They possess little to no technology and just wield their natural claws or maybe some simple weapons that they manage to scavenge. They camouflage readily among plant life, and they have a natural regeneration which makes them nearly impossible to kill without cold, fire, or necrotic damage. There are two variants of the Vegapygmy. One is called Thorny, which has a spiky body, is medium-sized and a bit more animalistic, both in its body shape and intelligence level. The other is the Vegapygmy Chief, which is essentially a stronger kind of the baseline Vegapygmy, that it can also release a burst of spores once per day. The spores deal poison damage, inflict the poison condition, and if they slay the creature, its corpse spawns one or more new Vegapygmies, depending on its size. All in all, the Vegapygmy is not a bad monster, but not a great one either. Next up is the Twig Blight, which belongs to the Blights, a kind of corrupt plant creature that gets a nice half page of lore in the Monster Manual. Long ago, there existed a dread vampire named Golthius, who worked fell magics and otherwise was a villain of the land. A hero eventually slew Golthius and drove a wooden stake into his twisted heart. Years later, a monstrous plant growth sprouted from that stake, and a mad druid took this sapling and planted it in a forlorn grotto, where it grew into a dark tree called the Golthius tree. This tree is essentially the progenitor of all blights, and has spawned other such trees and different lesser forms of blight, such as the Twig Blight here. It is a nasty, spiteful little creature that resembles a dead shrub. It is an incredibly simple creature with just a basic claw attack and a will to spread malice and to harm life. Blights cannot speak, but they do have a rudimentary understanding of the common language and a tiny bit of intelligence. More than an animal, but rarely more than an ogre. Just a tiny sliver above the Twig Blight is the Needle Blight, which is a bit bigger at medium size, and instead of just clawing in melee, it can also throw needle spikes at a range.
Both the Twig Blight and the Needle Blight are very simple creatures. Really, it's their creepy, menacing style and their interesting lore that puts them just above the lower tiers. And now we come to the Myconids, starting off here with the Myconid Sprout. They're a kind of intelligent fungus. They walk about with vaguely humanoid forms, and they have goals and behaviors, so in a way we can consider them a kind of people. They do not speak, nor do they have mouths, but they communicate through spores that provide a kind of organic telepathy. They're sort of hive creatures, and they follow a very organized and structured way of life. Generally, they are conscientious, dutiful, and peaceful, and they often deal with or help adventurers who approach them in a non-threatening way. A Myconid colony centers around a sovereign, which is a larger and stronger variety. The Myconids often commune together, connecting through a dream-like hallucination brought on by the sovereign's special spores. This group meditation is called a meld, and it represents a convergence of entertainment, socialization, and spirituality. The Myconid Sprout is a young and lowly form of Myconid, a CR0 specimen that has very little in terms of combat abilities. Like all Myconids, if a Sprout is damaged, it releases distress spores, and all other Myconids within 240 feet of it can sense its pain. Also, like all Myconids, sunlight severely affects the Sproutling, weakening it, and if exposed for an hour or more in direct sunlight, it dies. Myconids are a pretty interesting monster, I have to say. They definitely represent a kind of creature that could have been illustrated or shown in an immature way or a goofy way, but fortunately the 5e Monster Manual kept them serious enough. In fact, they're one of the very few creatures in 5th edition to receive full-page art. There isn't even a dragon that gets this treatment. Mazes and Myconids. Has a nice ring to it. Getting back to the Blights, we now have the Vine Blight, which is slightly stronger than the Needle Blight. It does have a major drawback in that its speed is a paltry 10 feet. But it has two effective abilities: a restraining vine constriction melee attack, and an entanglement area, much like the entanglement spell. It sprouts up, centered on the Vine Blight, and it holds onto non-plant creatures, locking them in place. The ideal setup for a low-level Blight encounter is the character stumbling unwittingly upon a Vine Blight, which entraps them, while Needle Blights assail them with those thorn attacks from a range, gaining advantage due to the adventurers being restrained. Finishing out the cycle of Blight creatures is the aforementioned Tree Blight, which is actually found not in the Monster Manual but in the Curse of Strahd module. It hates other Tree Blights, and even more so, treants, but it allies with other lesser forms of blights in their evil-natured will to dominate woodlands and slay people and animals of all kinds. At CR7, the Tree Blight is much stronger than the lesser blights, and it is able to attack with a branch, a grasping root, and a bite all in one turn. That said, I ran the numbers on the Tree Blight because they looked a bit low to me, particularly its AC and hit points, and according to the official 5th edition monster design rules, it is actually a CR5 monster. Its offensive capabilities are those of a CR7 monster. It's able to deal an average of 44 damage per round, and with an attack bonus of +9 to hit. But its defensive stats are those of a mere CR3 monster, with a fairly mediocre AC 15 and 92 hit points. There aren't any other factors that would raise its effective defensive stats. It has false appearance, being able to seem just like a dead tree when it's motionless, and the siege monster trait, meaning that it deals extra damage to objects and structures. It has a completely average speed of 30 feet, and blind sight of 60 feet, though blind beyond that radius. So nothing that would really influence its combat abilities for the better. So yet again, we see 5e provides us an underpowered monster. What a bummer. In high C tier comes the Kelpie, which is a neutral evil plant creature with a good amount of potential that unfortunately does not get fully realized.
It is an aquatic plant monster, which, as its name indicates, has a kelp-like or seaweed-like body. It swims decently fast, though it's very slow on land. It can form itself into the shape of a humanoid or a beast, giving it a deceptive appearance, though if viewed up close or in bright light, it's clear to see that the thing is made of plant clusters. It is a somewhat intelligent creature, and it can speak, common and sylvan, so right there we have the makings of a trickster-type monster. Aha. In melee combat, it attacks with powerful slams, and they deal impressively high amounts of damage, 2d8 plus 2 bludgeoning per slam, on just a medium-sized creature. The slam also grabs hold of the target on a hit, though the Kelpie's most signature feature is its drowning hypnosis, a charm effect that works very similar to a harpy's song. It makes the affected creatures approach it in a stupor where they presumably go to their doom. The disappointing part of this ability is that the DC is so low, it's just 11, just like the aforementioned sirens, and also the yellow musk creeper. A charmed creature repeats the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, and it also repeats the save anytime it takes damage from a source other than the Kelpie. Once it breaks free, it becomes immune to drowning hypnosis for 24 hours. It's a powerful, iconic effect even, but the low DC means it probably won't be very effective. The other shortcoming with the Kelpie is that it has no lore. The creature appears in the 5e remake of the classic adventure White Plume Mountain. It's featured in the anthology book Tales from the Yawning Portal. Its bestiary entry provides zero lore about the Kelpie, and the dungeon area in which the Kelpies dwell does not describe anything beyond them just lurking in the water, seeking to slay the adventurers. There's a lot that could have been done with the Kelpie, considering that they are sapient, talking beings that can take on all kinds of appearances, but they just didn't get fully fleshed out in 5th edition. Continuing through high C tier, we come across the Artuk Warrior from the Spelljammer setting. This unique race is composed of intelligent plant creatures that have bodies resembling a cross between fungus, starfish, and octopuses, all covered with a bark-like natural hide. Their heads can extend and retract, popping out from the bodies to lash with this long, sticky tongue that grapples a target and pulls it in close. They also attack with spiky, suctioning branch arms and radiant pellet spits. Their limbs allow them to spider climb, which provides some fantastic mobility and another dynamic dimension to the combat encounter. Particularly if these are featured at low or low to mid-tier levels, that could be quite a challenge and make the characters have to change their tactics to some degree. Lore-wise, the Artuks are a curious race. Their homeworld was destroyed by beholders. The scattered bands of survivors were banished to the material plane, though some of them managed to then go on and hijack or steal Spelljammer astral vessels, which they pilot as they go about their plots for conquest and plunder and whatever else. They are a lawful evil race and have little compunction about hurting others to accomplish their goals. They speak their own language, Artuk, which sounds like crackling, popping, and hissing. I'm overall pleased with how the Artuks were adapted into 5e. The warrior here is basically the baseline version of this monster. The Artuk priest and the elder are coming up in just a bit. At the top of C tier is the Myconid adult. Take everything we already knew about the Myconid from the Sprout entry, improve its overall statistics, give it a thrice per day ability called Pacifying Spores. The name, by the way, is misleading. A creature that fails its con save is not just pacified, but completely stunned for a minute, repeating the save to regain control at the end of each of its turns. The DC is pretty low, it's only 11, but for a CR 1/2 monster, this ability could potentially spell disaster for an adventurer who got on the Myconid's bad side. That takes us through C tier. Some nice creatures, not without their flaws though, and in some cases frustratingly so. But as we've seen before, that's just the way things go in the old Dungeons and Dragons. Kicking off B tier is the Woodwode, a creature which I have a particular fondness for. due to my liking of it during the 3.5 era. It comes from one of my very favorite 3.5 books, Monster Manual 3, which I did a video on regarding some fantastic monsters that I wish would make a comeback. Due to my love of Monster Manual 3, I cannot help but view the 5e Woodwode in a contrast, and I have to say, it's really a mixed bag. I much prefer the look and the art of the 3.5 Woodwode. Its texture is so great, and it has an almost humanoid look, muscular. Its expression is menacing and foreboding, striking that great balance between dark and light. I also like the look of its club and its shield better. There's just more weight to everything. The 5e Woodwode looks like something out of World of Warcraft or a kid's cartoon. Its club looks kind of weak, and its shield is awkwardly growing out of its left arm in place of a hand. What if it needs two hands to accomplish some kind of task? There are many things for which you need both your hands. By the way, this is not a knock against the artist. Just to be clear, the art talent is very high. Rather, it's a criticism against the art direction. Overall, the 5e Woodwode just looks smaller, skinnier, weaker. It loses that tough, intimidating presence of the 3e one. The lore has also changed. Whereas the previous Woodwode were their own race, sort of a distant cousin to treants, now the Woodwode is created from a dark druidic ritual in which a willing subject is sacrificed, has his heart cut out, a special magical seed planted into the heart, then the heart planted into the hollow of a tree or a stump, and the corpse buried amongst the roots of said tree or stump. After 3 days, a sprout grows from that spot, and it quickly grows into a Woodwode. It is an intelligence creature. It speaks Sylvan, though it doesn't have much free will in 5th edition. It essentially carries out whatever orders from the druid or fae group that perform the ritual. Generally speaking, this includes defending a woodland area or some site of importance to the druids or the fae. The Woodwode has always been fairly neutral in this area, with the potential to be either an enemy or an ally of the party, depending upon the circumstances. There are also the situations in which a Woodwode outlives its master or leader, which is a very plausible occurrence due to the fact that it is essentially immortal, almost a kind of plant lich, though to a much lesser degree of power. So this new lore actually is fairly interesting. It gives us something more unique than the original, which didn't give a whole bunch in fact. So which one's better? The dark druid ritual that turns a person into a Woodwode, or the Woodwode being their own actual race? It's sort of a toss-up for me. Both have their pros and their cons, so you decide for yourself. In combat, the Woodwode has tree stride, essentially teleporting from tree to tree like a dryad can. It is fairly stealthy, and the strikes from its club deliver quite a wallop. It has no ranged capabilities, which will inevitably lead to its downfall against player characters, and sadly, it is lacking the signature Warp Wood magical ability from 3.5, which was effective at messing up player weapons, shields, and spellcasting staffs. I wish the 5e remake of this monster would have been a bit better, but all things considered, it isn't bad. Next up are the Bridesmaid of Zuggtmoy and the Chamberlain of Zuggtmoy, found in the 5e module Out of the Abyss. I'm including them together because they are really about the same place in this ranking, and they do operate together. The Bridesmaid, as its name suggests, is a vaguely humanoid-shaped fungus creature serving the Demon Queen Zuggtmoy, who is the legendary patroness of fungus and vermin. In this module, Zuggtmoy plans to wed, quote-unquote, herself to Aramikos, the largest fungus being in existence. Once she unites with this colossal life form, she will come to dominate a large portion of, if not all of, the Underdark, transforming it into an extension of her layer of the Abyss. The characters, along with allied Myconids, seek to thwart this plan, and Zuggtmoy's long-standing rival, Demon Lord Jublex, also seeks to ruin her corrupt mockery of a wedding. The Chamberlain of Zuggtmoy is a large-sized creature and resembles fungus or big mushrooms. The Bridesmaid monster itself is pretty cool. It can magically warp between large mushrooms and areas of fungus, again similar to how a Dryad can tree stride. It can use a Chamberlain of Zuggtmoy as one of these warping points, by the way. The Bridesmaid's abilities include hallucination spores that can incapacitate a target, and a burst of infestation spores that radiate from the Bridesmaid, inflicting the targets with the disease known as Madness of Zuggtmoy. This imparts indefinite madness flaws, which are quite interesting, assuming a player is able to roleplay them effectively. If the character fails 3 saving throws against the disease, it overwhelms him and his body reanimates using the dull and flavorless Spore Servant template that we covered earlier. The Chamberlain of Zuggtmoy attacks with basic slams, and once per day it can release a cloud of infestation spores, much the same as the Bridesmaids. Also, whenever it takes damage, it releases toxic spores, and all creatures adjacent must succeed on a con save or become poisoned for a minute, with a poisoned creature repeating the save at the end of its turns. So these are both pretty cool monsters. I quite like how they work together, how they serve an interesting role in the story, and how their spores can impart madness with effects found on a special random table, and it can even end up turning a character into a kind of fungus zombie, should things go that far. Building onto the baseline of the Artuk Warrior are the Artuk Priest and Artuk Elder. The Priest is the same CR as the Warrior too, and it can cast Revivify and Tongues once per day, which means that it can bring back a recently slain ally to life at 1 hit point, even in the midst of battle, and it can communicate with the characters in common or whatever other language. As well, the priest can end the charmed and frightened conditions on its allies within 30 feet once per day. So these aspects increase its range of abilities and its role-playing potential beyond just the baseline warrior. The Artuk Elder, surprisingly, is only CR3, just 1 higher than the warrior. It is much bigger, actually large size instead of medium, and it's much stronger, which greatly improves its branch attacks. It also has some innate spells, once per day being able to cast Calm Emotions, Detect Magic, and Sending. The artwork of the Elder shows a couple of neat details, one being that its face/head portion is retracted, and the other being the triple pseudopod digits extruding like fingers from one of its suction cups. What a weird race, these Artuks. I'm not the biggest fan of Spelljammer, but these guys are most curious. At CR8, the Corpse Flower is on the high end in terms of powerful plants, with CR9 being the highest CR of all the official 5e plant monsters. In fact, I considered this when designing my 5e book, Esper's Emporium of Esoterica, and I made sure to include a couple higher level tree folk, the Grandmother Willow and the Sylvan Lord. Anyhow, the Corpse Flower is actually one of the coolest plant monsters, and a lot of people speak highly of it. It is chaotic evil and slightly intelligent, due to the fact that a corpse flower grows from the grave of a necromancer or maybe the buried remains of a powerful undead. It is a giant mobile flower that exudes an overpowering stench of rot and attacks with poisonous tendrils. It carries humanoid corpses within its mass, which it digests in order to heal itself, or it releases them as allied zombies. It has some similarities with the yellow musk creeper in this way. It's not the deepest plant monster, but certainly far from the shallowest. It has an awesome aesthetic that blends the theme of big carnivorous plant monster with zombies, and it has enough storytelling potential to be featured predominantly in an adventure. At last we come to the Treant, the tree people of D&D, who are inspired by the Ents from Tolkien's Middle-earth. Treants begin as normal trees, but they have a special quality to them that means they will one day awaken, developing into thinking, sapient beings. This is usually due to magic infusing the area in which the tree grows, and druids often protect and tend to treants while they are in their developing stage, which lasts for decades, even centuries. Once the treant becomes a creature, a face forms on its trunk, its roots form into feet-like appendages, and its lower branches come into place as arms. Treants are fully realized intelligent beings, and thus they have personalities and motivations of their own, though there are some common characteristics that they share, such as a need to protect their woodlands from those who would destroy carelessly, or who would harm the forest and its denizens on an excessive scale. Treants are also chaotic good, that makes them wild and impulsive, yet with an inclination towards morality and an opposition to evil. Mechanics-wise, their attack options are pretty simple, with slam attacks and thrown rocks that both deal a substantial amount of damage due to its huge size. Once per day, it can animate 2 trees, which serve as allies, and quite potent allies, as they have the same stats as a treant, except they can only make a single slam attack and they can't animate other trees. Overall, the treant abilities are pretty simple. It's a big brute creature that makes powerful slam attacks, though it's a good candidate for a DM to add 1 or 2 additional abilities, or perhaps a few innate spells to spice things up. The treant is a classic creature, and really such a staple of plant creatures. I wish I could rate it higher, but as I've said 100 times, I'm only rating the actual content presented in the books, not the potential of what a DM could do with his own homebrewing or modifications. I should also take a moment to mention the treant sapling, which is found in the Wild Beyond the Witchlight module. It is part of the Witchlight Carnival, a whimsical fey carnival that comes and goes, even flying away if needed, by way of fantastic fairy wings that can sprout from its NPCs and animals. The treant sapling is a younger and large-sized treant at CR2 instead of CR9. This does break the established lore of the treant, that they have to develop for many decades or centuries as a tree before they finally emerge as the powerful treant. But hey, in a world of fantasy and magic, anything is possible, right? Well, yes, in a way. You see, there needs to be some kind of backstory or reason as to why you are breaking the established laws of the fictional world. Otherwise, things just start to feel like nonsense. It's all so arbitrary. You see, with fantasy, and especially the very high magic fantasy, things are already so fantastical that if you don't balance them out with logic, reality, and consistency, the whole thing just feels immature and shallow. It feels like Calvin Ball. Now, I do understand that not all players care about this, but there's also a lot of players that really do care about this, and I'm going to make a comparison here. The first few seasons of Game of Thrones felt grounded, realistic, and had internal consistency. This contributed to the show being so amazingly good, and it allowed the more fantastical or supernatural elements to be special and to be believable. The later seasons abandoned logic and were wildly inconsistent, and that hurt the show so badly. We see the same thing with the Lord of the Rings films versus the Hobbit films. The original trilogy was grounded, historically inspired, and, with a few exceptions, it maintained its consistency. The Hobbit trilogy has video game-like sequences, Spider-Man acrobat dwarves, CGI goblins and orcs instead of real actors in costumes, numerous other problems that prevent us from taking it seriously, from remaining in the immersion, and these things greatly harm the quality and the depth. The same thing happened to Star Wars. It happened to many other franchises, and I fear the same thing is happening with D&D. I can handle this treant. It is a little bit cartoonish, but it also has a classic aesthetic in a way. But it's hard to handle this treant, which goes full-on cartoon, complete with strapped-on fairy wings, and it breaks the established lore without any good explanation as to why. I'm sure plenty of people find it cute, they think it's funny, it doesn't matter, but to me, it just strikes me as a cheap gimmick. Anyhow, let's move on. In upper B tier is the Myconid Sovereign, a bigger, stronger, more intelligent, and more flexible kind of Myconid. Honestly, I expected this creature to be higher than merely CR2, and it comes off as more powerful both in the lore and in the kinds of things it can do. It builds upon what we know from the baseline Myconid Sprout and Adult. except it can use that stunning pacification spores at will. Also, it is the one who produces the hallucination spores, which it not only uses for the communal melds, but also in combat, which it can use to incapacitate targets. Also, 3 times per day, it can create a spore servant from a corpse via its animating spores. The Myconid Sovereign really is a great creature, one that leads to all kinds of potential for storytelling, adventure, and even world building. I would have loved to have gotten a sidebar or a bit of lore that described the hallucinatory meld from an immersed perspective. There's so much that could have been done with the Myconids. That's it for B tier. We're running out of plant monsters to rank. I wish it weren't this way, but this is what we have to work with. Going on into A tier, mid A tier in fact, we find an obscure monster from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, the Body Taker plant. Scholars disagree on whether this huge plant monster originated from somewhere beyond the stars or from somewhere in the depths of the Underdark. It communicates in both deep speech and telepathy, and is sort of part plant, part aberration, if it's not already miles. If the Body Taker plant is slain, its minuscule root filaments remain in the ground and allow it to regrow after some months. It is possible to prevent this regrowth, but you have to thoroughly salt or poison the ground. While the Body Taker plant's description refers to it as a malicious entity that views itself as the superior life form in its given ecosystem, the stat block strangely provides no alignment. It seems neutral evil, and I must wonder why that information is missing in an official capacity. What I love about this creature, other than its grisly and hair-raising habits, is that it leads to so much role-playing and storytelling. It prompts the DM to utilize podlings as imposters in a given scenario, and the player characters, through social interactions, will sooner or later start to pick up on odd mannerisms of the NPCs. And that's actually it for the plant monsters of D&D 5th edition. There are some others that I left out, such as the Groff, but they don't really add anything that's new or different than we've already seen here. They would really just end up serving as filler in an already unexpectedly long video. So there's only a single A-tier plant and no S-tier plants. I'm really disappointed by that. In fact, I have an idea. Why don't I go over a plant creature from my book and explain why I think it's S-tier? So here we go, let's do this. In mid-S tier, we have the Grandmother Willow from Esper's Emporium of Esoterica. Beautiful violet tresses hang from the willow. The trunk bears the face of a wizened woman with eyes that must have seen the triumphs and tragedies of many long years. Grandmother Willow is a rare kind of elder tree folk or tree spirit that dwells near water. She is a maternal support figure, providing defense, wisdom, and storytelling for a forest community, and she also spends time alone when she sings her songs of tragedy and lament by the water's edge. Sorrow is a sibling of love, and as a mother's heart holds immense love for her children, she must also endure immense grief as her offspring suffer through the hardships of life. There's even a short poem included that expresses this aspect of her lore. The falling leaf was once a flower, a golden child with endless hours. His coat burns orange once the sun has spent. On scarlet wings drifts the great descent. So the mother watches her grown son stumble. So the world sees the high king humbled. Autumn's caress draws night over day, a fleeting dream of summer's last ray. Mechanically, the Grandmother Willow has a large array of features. Characters who listen to her stories during a rest often recall forgotten memories, which grants them advantage on ability checks to recall information or lore. Her rooted trait prevents her from getting shoved around or knocked over, so long as she's in contact with a solid surface. Her violet leaf tresses give her and all allies within 5 feet of her magic resistance, advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. She has a powerful 2-slam multi-attack and a special ability called Grief Comes to All, which is a recharge 6 feature. She speaks magical words of lament, and each creature within 60 feet that can hear her must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or suffer disadvantage on all attack rolls and a negative 30-foot penalty to speed. These effects last for a minute, with the target repeating the save at the end of each of its turns. Though if it accumulates a total of 3 failures, it becomes charmed and cannot take hostile actions for 24 hours. And of course, the spell casting. The Grandmother Willow casts as though a 13th level druid with such spells as Entangle, Cure Wounds, Conjure Woodland Beings, and Wall of Thorns, as well as some new spells from the Emporium, the cantrip Water Lash, 2nd level Shackle to the Earth, which stops a target from flying, climbing, and jumping, 3rd level Rune of Binding, an area effect that can shut down enemy offense, and the 7th level Force of the Woodlands, which conjures up a thicket of trees, briars, and vines that harm and restrain the enemies within. Along with the poetic lore, the arsenal of potent and stylish abilities, and the wonderful role-playing potential, the Grandmother Willow has some beautiful art done by Ian Sibujano, which combines aspects of the Weeping Willow and the Wisteria tree, and portrays a grandmotherly face that is both tender, with feminine nurturing, and hardened from the grief of life's hardships. That is how you make a fantastic plant creature. Thank you very much. If you are curious about the Emporium, visit esperthebard.com or follow the link below. And please do not forget to check out my new Kickstarter for the grand adventures of Labyrinthine Gardens. Your support means so much to me, and I hope to keep making content of all kinds for a long time to come. This is Esper. I'm wishing you inspiration on your saving throws against the thorns in your side, the alluring pollen of deadly temptations, and the choking vines that hold you back from reaching your goals. As always, may your adventures be many.
Welcome back to another D&D Monsters Ranking. In this new installment, we'll be looking at humanoid creatures, of which there are many. Some of the most well-known and classic monsters are, in fact, humanoids, from orcs and goblins to kobolds and lizard folk. But there are many lesser-known humanoid creatures, and they are all worth considering. To be clear, what I'm reviewing in this ranking are the monsters that are in the bestiaries of 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons that have the humanoid creature type. I'm not reviewing character race options from the player's handbook or other player supplements, nor am I reviewing NPCs. You're not going to see generalized NPCs like Bandit or Cult Fanatic, nor am I reviewing specific named NPCs from an adventure module. There are a ton of humanoid monsters throughout the 5e bestiaries, so there's no way I'm going to be able to include every single one of the entries, but I'm going to make a concerted effort to get a lot of them into this ranking. Lots of humanoids also have several different variants, so whenever possible, I'll include the base version, such as Orc, plus one of the best variants, such as Orc Red Fang of Shargos. As always, I'm going to be looking at each creature's different attributes, mechanics, style, role-playing, lore, and versatility. In other words, I'm concerned about the whole picture. How interesting are its abilities? How effective are the aesthetics? How much does it engage and interact with the characters? How interesting and inspiring are its stories and its ecology? How much can it fill different roles and pursue different goals and not just be a one-trick pony? And as we go along, I'll be ranking each creature, lowest to highest, F tier through S tier. There are a lot of really cool humanoid monsters, so I'm pretty excited to jump in here. Just before I do, I want to say if you enjoy this kind of content, please subscribe and hit the like button. Your encouragement is like sending me a die of bardic inspiration. And while I love being the one who gives out the inspiration dice, it also really helps when others give it to me. So there you have it, and thank you. Now, let's break into the monster's lair and see what savage forces are mustering. What strange rites are being performed. The only humanoid monster in F tier is the Lokotha. It's not a Quotoa, not a Sahuagin, not a merfolk, not a marrow. It's that other kind of fish person that is often forgotten. It really deserves some better abilities and better lore and a makeover to give it a unique and effective appearance. What we have here is kind of a soggy potato. Its mechanics are incredibly simple, just has a basic spear attack, and it has advantage on saving throws against a few conditions. Oh, also it requires that it can't be out of water for more than 4 hours. Overall, it's a neutral-aligned beast folk race that is minimal, mediocre, lacking in lore, lacking in role-playing traction, and to top it off, has this goofy, awkward appearance. So that's it. Just the one creature in F tier, and it's at high F tier, but still, it's just too disappointing to be in any other bin than back to the drawing board. It's in mid-D tier that we find our next creature, the Tortle. I spoke about my criticisms and dislikes for this creature in my top 10 worst D&D monsters video, which essentially boil down to basic, uninspiring lore, an aesthetic that comes off as cartoonish, and a pathetic shell defense ability that in most situations is worse than just taking the dodge action. I think turtle creatures can work, especially as giant turtle beasts or ancient turtle monstrosities or even turtle dragons, yes. But a turtle humanoid, I don't know, just doesn't seem to come off as cool as, say, like a lizard man or a Yuan-Ti. Next is the Troglodyte. They are cave-dwelling, simple-minded humanoids with an extremely crude society. They're lazy, violent, stupid, and completely uncivilized. They dwell in filth and debris and have no higher ambitions. Really, troglodytes represent the most vulgar and rotten of humanoids. In combat, they attack with bites and claw strikes, and they give off a stench that can sicken non-troglodytes. Their skin can shift colors, helping them to hide and ambush, but otherwise they are not intelligent enough to craft strategies. Troglodytes worship Laugzed, a great demon that resembles a giant toad crossed with a lizard. He is a putrid creature whose only role seems to be that of a hunter or scavenger who constantly engorges himself. And that is it for D tier. So as it turns out, most humanoids are pretty good, so we're going to have a lot more to come in the other tiers. So getting into the low C tier, we have the Thrycreen, maybe Thrycreen, I'm not sure on the pronunciation there. This is an odd entry in that it's found in the Monster Manual instead of waiting to put it in a Dark Sun campaign setting book, if we ever get one in 5e, which I hope we do. These are insectile humanoids that wander deserts and savannas, hunting and killing to survive. They savor elven flesh in particular, though outside the Dark Sun setting, I don't imagine elves typically live near the scorching, arid regions that the Thrycreen inhabit. In combat, Thrycreen are skirmisher-type monsters. They can jump really well, they can change color like a chameleon, they have natural attacks in the form of claws and poisonous bites. They also craft unique polearms and bladed boomerangs. Some Thrycreen also wield psionic spells like invisibility, blur, and mage hand. It's a decent humanoid monster, but it's really not reaching its full potential as just this single page in the Monster Manual. Darrow are Underdark-dwelling humanoids distantly related to dwarves. They are paranoid, twisted, chaotic evil things whose own mythology tells their race originated from an underground dwarf who betrayed his brother in order to steal magic power and escape some deadly foe, perhaps mind flayers, perhaps not. I appreciate the conflicting bits of lore, the disputes that arise from it varying from Darrows to Duergars to dwarves. Individually, a Darrow is a weak creature. It wields a hooked spear and a light crossbow, though it does have magic resistance, which is somewhat similar to the Duergar's resistances to spells and other effects. A further nice touch is the Darrow Madness table, which provides 20 different madness quirks and flaws that a Darrow might have. Grimlocks are eyeless, underdark humanoids with a freaky appearance and savage nature. They have 30 feet of blind sight but are otherwise blind, and in combat they hide against stony terrain and attack with spiked bone clubs. Their origin is a disturbing read. Grimlocks were originally humans, but their worship of mind flayers and their practices of cannibalism caused them to warp and degenerate over time. The pre-Grimlock human priests of old were subverted by illithid mind control. In time, they changed from their original true religion into the deification of the mind flayers, going so far as to regard illithid's brain devouring as a sacrament. They would help the mind flayers abduct victims for this fell rite, and afterward, they receive the brainless corpses as a reward. Grimlocks are fairly simple creatures, but their aesthetics and their race's story are certainly effective. Strangely, the Monster Manual only has a single entry for the Merfolk, and it's a very bare-bones CR 1/8 creature with only a simple basic attack and the ability to breathe both air and water. For as big as Merfolk are in fantasy and popular culture, you would think that there would be more Merfolk entries, especially if you consider that their lore states their kingdoms and tribes span the world over, and we get nice tidbits like how Merfolk build their settlements in vast undersea caverns, or mazes of coral, or the ruins of sunken cities, or just structures that they carve from the rocky seabed. It's strange to me, it just seems like such a waste. Grungs are another D&D monster for which I have long expressed my dislike. They do have some interesting mechanics with their high mobility of jumping and climbing, as well as their different natural poisons, but they're bright and shiny, small-sized, cutesy things like something straight out of an animated movie for little children. They also have some decently good lore, with their society's caste system and the rituals and their slavery practices, which do set things up for a lot of storytelling. Imagine an adventure to free the captives enslaved by a faction of grungs, and the characters have to both fight in dynamic acrobatic skirmishes and navigate skillfully through the grung society, learning about their peculiar practices as they go along. The Darrow Savant is a leader type in the Darrow Society that wields magical power. It builds upon the baseline Darrow, adding essentially 5 levels of Sorcerer. It's not completely 5 levels of Sorcerer, as there aren't any other Sorcerer features other than the spell casting. It does leave me wishing that it had at least one other thing, maybe some kind of wild magic feature. I think that would be really cool and fitting for the theme. It has a lot of evocation spells to deliver powerful blasts, as well as some classic spells like Sleep, Prestidigitation, Invisibility, and Spider Climb. So the spells make this a more dynamic and bombastic kind of monster, but I do wish the spells would have played into the madness theme better. Sure, the maniacal sorcerer throwing around evocation blasts is a sort of arcane craze, and maybe the invisibility plays into the Darrow paranoia, but why not something like Crown of Madness or Fear? Quaggoths are an Underdark race of wild, furry savages. Long ago, they dwelt on the surface, living in trees, but they had many conflicts with elves that resulted in their defeat and near extinction. The surviving Quaggoths fled underground, where over time, their fur became pale. They eventually allied with Drow, sharing the common enemy of surface elves. Dealing with Drow is usually a treacherous bargain. The Dark Elves came to rule and then breed these less intelligent Quaggoth creatures, selectively mating them in order to enhance both their physical strength and their obedience. In combat, Quaggoths are excellent climbers, and they attack with twin claw strikes. They're especially dangerous when seriously wounded, as they deal substantially more damage. They also see incredibly well in darkness and are immune to poison, due to building up natural toxin resistances over many, many generations. Latent psionic magic infuses certain areas of the Underdark, and Quaggoths are sometimes influenced by this, resulting in psionic shamans that the Quaggoths refer to as Thonauts. Maybe Thonauts? I'm not sure on the pronunciation there. They can call upon magic such as Featherfall, Mage Hand, Cure Wounds, Enlarge/Reduce, Heat Metal, and Mirror Image. Next we have the Bullywug. Whereas the Grungs are small-sized, brightly colored frog people, Bullywugs are medium-sized frog people with skin tones that are more suited to blending in with their surroundings. They're very good at jumping, they're amphibious, and they can speak with frogs and toads. Their combat abilities are limited to basic attacks, and they are slow on land but fast in the water. Bullywugs consider themselves to be the rulers of the swamps and organize themselves into castes and classes ranging all the way up to aristocracy and royalty, but their society is a corrupt, poorly executed mockery of what you would find amongst, say, humans or dwarves. Bullywugs have potential, but they're held back by their lack of interesting mechanics and an appearance that could come off as cheesy. Skulks are an interesting case of having a number of intriguing attributes, but almost nothing in terms of role-playing. They are humanoids who get lost in the Shadowfell until that dreary plane saps them completely of their identity. Devoid of personality and self, a skulk becomes naturally invisible. It's almost like it doesn't even exist. It can be seen under certain circumstances, though. It casts a reflection in mirrors, appearing as a drab, smooth-featured humanoid. It can also be seen by humanoid children. And it can be seen while in the light cast by a tallow candle made from the rendered fat of a corpse whose identity is unknown. Other than the invisibility, a skulk has a single claw attack that deals a sort of sneak attack, but it's necrotic damage, and it cannot be harmed by radiant damage nor blinded. Skulks are known to attack and kill people, either at the bidding of a summoner who calls them, or due to their own spontaneous urge to slay that which they once were. Sometimes, skulks carry out the tasks that their victims had previously performed, but all is done in a hollow, meaningless way. Imagine a silent village where invisible people go through the motions of upkeeping the settlement, but do so in flawed, incompetent ways without any emotion or personal connection. It's certainly eerie, but ultimately it is quite limited unless a DM goes in and customizes the skulk to be able to speak or to have some kind of personality or goal. Measles used to be humans, but they were transformed by dwelling in the Shadowfell, which exacerbated their bitter, resentful hearts and turned them into these twisted creatures that exist in places where the Shadowfell and the material plane meet, shadow crossings as they're usually known. Though the measles are not very versatile monsters, and they typically are not much for compelling dialogue or interactions, their mechanics are pretty damn cool. Their main tactic is to sneak up on someone, choke and grab them with a garrote, and then teleport themselves and the subjects through the shadows up to 500 feet. Upon arriving, the subject suffers a curse that alerts nearby undead and shadow creatures to its location. I quite like this monster. It's definitely one of my favorite C-tier creatures in this ranking. Shambling out of some strange and spooky old sea shanty is the Sea Spawn. They once were normal people, but were transformed by powerful aquatic beings, and are now simple-minded monster folk encrusted with coral, barnacles, urchins, and the like. I really like the lore for the Sea Spawn. It makes a great connection between maritime fables and the foreboding, mysterious powers found in the ocean. Their abilities are nothing too splendid, just simple attacks and maybe some venomous spines or grasping tentacles. And the role-playing is quite limited due to their crude minds and their inability to speak, but their style and the inspiring lore that surrounds them really can make up for that. Moving into high C tier, we have the Fire Newts. They're amphibious humanoids that dwell in warm, wet areas such as hot springs or volcanic islands. They're immune to fire. They chew an alchemical admixture that allows them to spit fire at a range of 10 feet. And otherwise, they fight using metal weapons and armor. Nothing too amazing there. Their society is corrupt, as they fervently worship Imix, who is an evil-aligned elder or fire elemental. The Fire Newt Warrior and the Fire Newt Warlock of Imix are the only two entries we have for this race of humanoid, with the Warlock being more dynamic mechanically due to its fire spells and its cantrips. Overall, the Fire Newts have some interesting bits, but they aren't the most inspiring creature ever. The Coalinth is a kind of aquatic hobgoblin, which we find in the Ghosts of Saltmarsh book. There is very little lore provided, so I'm not sure if we should go off the general hobgoblin lore or goblinoid lore in general, of which there is a great wealth, or if the Coalinth really should have their own lore. The book gives us two entries, Coalinth and Coalinth Sergeant. The base Coalinth really is just like a hobgoblin with a swim speed and water breathing, and it wields a trident instead of the normal hobgoblin weapon. The Coalinth Sergeant has much more interesting mechanics, including a hooked net and the ability to dart in and stab a creature that it has just netted. The Coalinth represents the most medium kind of creature imaginable. It's cool, but not so cool. It's developed somewhat, but not too developed. It's viable, but it's really not remarkable. Getting into the upper end of C tier, we have the Gnoll. This is one of the most classic humanoid monsters of D&D, and it comes with a lot of lore and history in the game. We can find gnolls in the Monster Manual and Volo's Guide to Monsters. This entry in the ranking here just represents the baseline gnoll, and we'll get to a more advanced one here in a bit.
The demon lord Yinogu is a being of slaughter and endless hunger. Once, long, long ago, he was able to assault the material plane directly, wreaking havoc wherever he wandered. In one region, a pack of hyenas followed behind Yinogu, feasting upon the carcasses that he left behind. This transformed them into the Gnolls, crazed, sadistic killers and demon worshippers, about as close to being actual demons as a humanoid can get. The baseline Gnoll only has basic weapon attacks and a rampage feature that allows it to move and bite after it's reduced a creature to 0 hit points, so it's nothing special mechanically speaking, but this entry forms a wickedly fantastic foundation to build upon. At the top of C tier, we have the Orc, which is not too different than Gnolls, though slightly less on the demonic and animalistic side and slightly higher on the actual humanoid side. Well, what could I say about orcs that has not already been said? Such a classic monster, one of the most classic of all, tracing roots back to the works of Tolkien. Ugly, brutal, savage, fierce, intense, orcs make for excellent enemies and villains, and in certain rare cases, a mighty kind of anti-hero. As with the Gnoll, the baseline orc warrior is not very unique, essentially just an aggressive bandit or berserker type melee warrior, though I do rather like the orc's racial feature of being able to dash towards an enemy as just a bonus action. And that brings us all the way through C tier. What a motley bunch of monsters it is. It had a lot of creatures, and many of them had some good aspects along with some mediocre or not so good aspects. If you're someone who really enjoys when a creature has both interesting lore and interesting mechanics, consider getting yourself a copy of my book, Esper's Emporium of Esoterica. It features over 170 original monsters that are bursting full of personality and adventure hooks. There's quotes and stories about them, dynamic combat abilities, and lots of unique features. As well, there is a lot of fantastic art from artists all over the world. Here are a few examples for you if you want to pause and take in their glory. In addition, the book also has tons of content for players, from new class options to feats and spells. The link to my website where you can purchase your copy is down in the video description. Currently, the PDF version is available, and in the near future, the hardcover version will also be out. This ranking is a big one, so I'm splitting it into 2 parts. The second one will be out very soon, and it's going to have even more creatures than the first one. So look out for that coming just right around the corner. There are a bunch of humanoids to go through still, and some excellent ones at that. I will see you in the next video, and may your adventures be many. We're back with part 2 of the Humanoid Monsters Ranking for 5e D&D. There are still lots to go through, so let's get in. Jumping into low B tier is the Bullywug Royal, which expands a bit on the baseline Bullywug. It's sort of a frog knight, wielding a lance or long spear weapon, riding atop a giant frog mount, and croaking battle cries that embolden its allies. It captures that Bullywug aspect of making their own warped versions of human-type society, and if you can get past the potential cartoonishness, it can serve a pretty neat role in an adventure or in a corner of your setting. I just wish the Bullywugs had a slightly more realistic and gritty style, or a cool origin story like the orcs and gnolls do. The Zvarts are a rather peculiar type of humanoid with some great lore. Long ago, a lowly creature named Raxavort served as a treasurer to the demon lord Grast. He ended up stealing a powerful artifact from Grast's hoard called the Infinity Spindle, which he used to become a demigod. Grast sent out all kinds of bounty hunters and bloodhounds to retrieve Raxavort and the Spindle, but Raxavort hid within Pandemonium, then devised a rather curious plan. He went to the material plane and spawned short, blue-skinned creatures that resembled himself. These are the Zvarts, and any divination attempt to locate Raxavort instead just finds the nearest Zvart. They're not able to reproduce, so it is solely Raxavort that brings them into existence. They are weak, disorganized, unmotivated, and lack morals, and they fear most other races. Their only allies are rats, bats, and perhaps other vermin, sometimes were-rats too. Abilities-wise, a Zvart is a sneaky, slippery thing with simple short sword and sling attacks. It can disengage as a bonus action. It's good at shoving creatures when it gangs up on them with allies, and it can communicate with bats and rats. These are decent if utilized well, but nothing amazing. It's really the great lore and general flexibility of the Zvarts that makes them work pretty well. Not a were-jackal, but a jackal-were. The distinction is important, as these are not lycanthropes, but rather jackals turned into a monstrous-type humanoid by the demon lord Grast. A jackal-were has 3 forms: a jackal, a human, or a hybrid of the two, which we see often in the artwork. It is usually a marauder-type creature, attacking with bites and scimitar strikes, and as well it uses a sleep gaze. The sleep effect is not too difficult to resist. It has a low DC of 10, and anyone who saves becomes immune to sleep gazes for 24 hours. But oddly, it does not specify that a sleeping creature taking damage will wake it up. Only if someone spends an action to shake it awake is it going to come out of the slumber. Anyhow, if the jackal-were subdues their targets, they drag the victims away and bring them to Lamia masters, who either kill or enslave them. Next is the Kinku, a curious type of humanoid that is a mixture of tragedy and comedy, trickery, and the hope for redemption. Their race was cursed long in the past by some powerful entity whom they betrayed, possibly the Raven Queen. The details are largely erased from history, and the Kinku as a whole share a dream to piece together this enigma. For their crimes, they lost their ability to fly, as well as their ability to speak like people. They can only mimic voices and other sounds that they have heard, though their mimicry is incredibly competent. The Kinku now flock about the material plane, forming peculiar little communities of their own, and getting along as best they can as messengers, spies, thieves, criminals, and who knows what else. It's the Kinku's interesting background and racial plot hooks that really sell it, and they are also quite versatile as a creature. The Sahuagin are one of the most recognized oceanic humanoids in D&D. They're connected to sharks and indeed worship a shark goddess, Sekola. They dwell in Sahuagin cities within deep ocean trenches, but often venture out to hunt and raid. The Sahuagin are generally lawful evil, making them organized, pitiless reavers who follow their own strict codes and take what they want from others. Their eternal enemies, no surprise here, are the Sea Elves. The Monster Manual also features the Sahuagin Priestess and Baron, which are slightly better than the baseline one, though not enough to get it up out of B tier. We now come across another very classic monster, the Lizard Folk. As I've mentioned before, certain animal-human hybrid creatures work better than others. I don't want to bog down into this point, but let's just say there are reasons why a penguin folk or a hippo folk are goofy and tone-clashing, but a lizard folk works really well. While lots of humanoid monsters are evil-aligned, the lizard folk are neutral. Yes, they will fight in war and make living sacrifices to their great crocodile goddess Samoanya, but they usually do so for less sinister purposes, and in general are merely trying to survive and carry on their traditions. Sometimes a lizardfolk tribe comes under the rule of a dragon, and indeed they are inclined to revere dragons. They even speak Draconic, not some lizardfolk tongue of their own. So the dragon's goals and commands can have a big impact on lizardfolk's behavior, for better or for worse. Their abilities are nothing too special, essentially just basic attacks, a swim speed, and the ability to hold their breath for 15 minutes. They're a great race in many respects, but I cannot justify putting the baseline lizard folk any higher than low B tier. The Gith. Some of the best racial lore in D&D goes to this race, which is composed of 2 subraces, the Githyanki and the Githzerai. I'm not a big fan of how they look, which always reminds me of bony, jaundiced elves with their noses hacked off, but that's my only real nitpick with the race. For a great span of time, the Gith were enslaved by the Mind Flayers. In captivity, they gained psionic powers, and later fought back and won their freedom. They split into 2 separate factions afterwards, and this rivalry has turned quite bitter. The Githyanki are usually lawful evil, more cruel and harsh like reavers and warlords. They serve a lich queen, and they dwell within a massive city built from the corpse of a god floating in the astral sea. The Githzerai are usually lawful neutral, and they are more contemplative, seeking enlightenment in seclusion within their great stronghold in the plane of Limbo. There's so much to their lore, and if you take the time to read about it and delve into it, it's really worthwhile. The Githyanki warrior is a kind of psionic swordsman. It uses a silver greatsword that deals extra psychic damage, and it wields some innate psionic spells: Mage Hand, Jump, Non-Detection, and Misty Step. If only the Gith had a better appearance. But don't worry, you haven't seen the last of them in this ranking. Now we have the Goblinoids, another super well-known type of monster, a classic staple of D&D, one of the most core types of monsters in the game and just in all of fantasy. Between the Monster Manual and Volo's Guide, there is a ton of Goblinoid lore. Their gods are monstrous, mean, and warlike, and the Goblinkin themselves hit a sweet spot of being more monster-like than humans, but still more human-like than most monsters. Beginning the cycle of the three core Goblinoids is the Bugbear, the largest, strongest, and least intelligent one. It's a big, hairy Goblinoid brute that has expertise in stealth and a sneak attack that it can use on the first round of combat if it surprises a creature. Bugbears love mayhem and marauding, and they are typically chaotic evil in alignment. Adventurers often encounter bugbears along with other goblinoids. Perhaps they are bullying around a bunch of little goblin minions, or maybe they're working for the more intelligent and organized hobgoblins. They worship Hragek, the bugbear god of ambushes, combat, and violence, who traditionally wields a morning star, which is thus the typical melee weapon for bugbears. Hragek's home is on the plane of Pandemonium. It is a cavern with multitudes of tunnels and chambers. The central cave features impaled, severed heads of various races, which eternally wail in praise of the savage god or beg him for mercy. Next is the Hobgoblin, the most advanced and civilized of the Goblinoids, which typically has a lawful evil alignment. They are of human-level intelligence, with a penchant for smithing, construction, strategy, and organization. Whereas goblins are weak and skittish, and bugbears are lurkers and brutes, the hobgoblins form militaristic legions bent on conquest. Imagine goblins are rats, bugbears are bears, and hobgoblins are wolves. In fact, they are known to breed and train wolves to aid them in battle and in hunting. The baseline hobgoblin warrior has an ability called Martial Advantage that allows them to deal extra damage whenever they gang up on a target. Their mechanics are simple, but they express the hobgoblin quite well. They have superior equipment and tactical training, but are still not very tough. Hobgoblins worship Maglubiet, the Mighty One, the chief of the goblin gods, and they believe that death in battle will grant them a place of honor in the afterlife. He appears as a giant-sized, black-skinned goblin with fiery eyes and a massive battle axe. His domain is war, and his home plane is the infinite battlefields of Acheron. Last is the Goblin, one of the all-time most recognized creatures in all of fantasy. Fighting goblins as your first-level adventure is like the most staple low-level trope of D&D, just behind fighting kobolds. In a way, goblins and kobolds are essentially the same monster, but D&D has distinguished them over time, particularly starting with 3E, the kobolds were taken in a more draconic direction. Goblins are typically neutral evil. They are agile skirmishers with expertise in stealth and extremely low hit points. They jitter about, shooting arrows from their short bows or slashing with scimitars if forced to fight up close. As a bonus action, they can disengage or hide, which perfectly captures how they are nimble, sneaky little buggers, yet cravens who are used to scampering away from direct combat and fair fights. They also worship Maglubiet, though are far from expressing his mightiness. Rather, goblins are the grunt swarms and fodder in battles, where greater warriors get to claim the honor. Ah, Goblin, the eternal underdog, the mischievous scamp that hides in the filthy nooks of the world. We could never go on without you. Moving into mid-B tier, we have the Orc Red Fang of Shargos. As I mentioned, it would be practically impossible to cover every single variant humanoid monster in one ranking. In the case of certain creatures, I thought it would be worthwhile to give an example of an advanced member of that monster race, one that I think is really among the best of what that kind of creature has to offer. Shargos is an orc god of darkness and stealth, and he seems to have a particular liking for outcast orcs, showing his favor to those clandestine orc assassins. Shargos hates all creatures other than orcs and bats. Those elite orc stealth warriors called Red Fangs serve Shargos, riding giant bats on assassination missions and other covert operations. They have the cunning action of a rogue, the assassination, automatic critical hit against a surprise target, like an assassin rogue, and once per short rest, they can cast darkness as an innate spell. They have the ability to see in magical darkness, so they have a built-in, very effective combo, and this couples with how they will likely be riding on giant bats that have blind sight and thus can see in the magical darkness. It does make for a potent orc assassin type creature and a stylish foe, to be sure. Nagpas are nasty, vulture-like humanoids that wield tremendous magical power. In fact, so mighty is their spellcasting that they are actually one of the most powerful kinds of humanoids in D&D. They sit at a lofty CR 17. They are not truly a race, but rather 13 great archmages that were cursed by the Raven Queen, the lawful neutral goddess of death. She cursed them for being conniving, plotting schemers whose tampering ruined a ritual that the Raven Queen was performing to avoid a war between the gods. What this potentially war-preventing ritual was exactly is not specified in the book. The goddess's curse restricted the Nagpas from ever learning any arcane knowledge or gaining any new magical abilities or items except from ruins or places that have been devastated by catastrophes. This is a bit odd, as it only fuels the Nagpas into being ever more the sowers of destruction and calamity. It's also odd that the lore says that the Raven Queen brought them so low, yet they are CR 17. The Archmage General NPC is CR 12. A 20th level player character is probably something between CR 12 to 14. Maybe a little higher, depending upon what magic items they have, but the Nagpa is CR 17 without any magic items, which is also odd. Why would they have no magic items, after all their long years of pursuing wizardry and combing through ruins? These issues and more hold the Nagpas back, which is a shame, because they are an intriguing, Skeksis-like monster. The Shadar Kai are Shadowfell elves, dreary and gloomy gothic elves who revel in extreme exploits and tragedy. They serve the Raven Queen, who is kind of present all over this ranking. They have a number of different elite ranks such as Gloom Weaver, Shadow Dancer, and Soul Monger. The Gloom Weaver imposes disadvantage on the saving throws of nearby enemies and has a number of Fey-packed warlock magics. The Shadow Dancer teleports between areas of dim light or darkness like a Shadow Monk, and wields a spiked chain weapon that it uses for a few different combat maneuvers. The Soulmonger is a kind of Gish that's a skirmisher controller. It has dagger attacks that are powered by necrotic damage and impose disadvantage on the target's saving throws, and its weary gloom slows down enemies, assaults their minds, and exhausts them. Shadar Kai have evolved a fair amount over the editions, but they've never strayed too far from their original spirit. They are interesting creatures, maybe not the greatest ever, but certainly worthwhile in many respects. The Duergar is another humanoid race with a long and storied history in D&D, with all kinds of lore, both of their own and in relation to the dwarves, who are their close cousins. By this point, it's something of a cliche to say this, but the Duergar were once dwarves, but after dwelling in the strange and sometimes magical Underdark as slaves of the Mind Flayers, they developed into their own race with their own powers. They are resistant to poison, like dwarves are. They're also resistant to spells, illusions, charms, and paralysis. They can enlarge themselves to a stronger, ogre-like size, and they can innately turn invisible once per short rest. They retain the orderly and structured lawful natures of dwarves, but have fallen from their original guiding morals into a corrupt, subterranean society. Just as they were once slaves to the mind flayers, they themselves now seek to dominate and enslave any who stand in their way. Of course, two wrongs don't make a right, simply more wrong. Thus, the Duergar function as an excellent option for villains in a campaign, bringing with them a wealth of stories, details, and plot hooks. The kobold is another fantastic staple creature in D&D. They are small, scrawny, malicious, and pitiful, and at the same time, crafty, agile, and they're often allied to a dragon overlord to be exact. Kobolds are the weakest and lowliest of the dragonkin, though they pose quite a threat in large numbers, especially when you consider the abilities of their trapsmiths and sorcerers. They tend to live in underground tunnels and complexes that they build, and are overall quite an industrious race, a great monster for low levels, and even well into the mid-levels of the game. Moving into high B tier, we find the Lizard Folk Shaman. It takes the solid baseline of the Lizard Folk and gives it some druidic magic like Entangle, Fog Cloud, Heat Metal, Spike Growth, and Conjure Animals, reptiles only. As well, it has the ability to shape change into a crocodile. It's thematic, dynamic in an encounter, and it serves a great leader/wise man role in lizard folk society. The Quotoa are Underdark fish people who, you guessed it, were once enslaved by the Mind Flayers and experimented upon and warped into what they are now. Yeah, D&D really uses that trope a lot. The Mind Flayers' magical tampering drove the Quotoa insane, and from their shattered minds they ended up spawning their own mad gods, born of nightmarish imaginations and collective magical power. Are these true gods in the celestial sense? No, but powerful enough to serve as deities. The Quotoa have some cool combat abilities, from slippery bodies and sticky shields to amphibious movement and otherworldly perception, and the always interesting net weapon. Their appearance can be hit or miss, as we've seen with certain kinds of beast folk creatures. For me, they work better than, say, the Lokotha or the Turtle, but not as good as some others. Though their strange, eldritch tone does enhance the aesthetics. The Flind is just one of the best gnolls out there. It's favored by their demon lord Yinogu. The Flind is like a gnoll general or a war band leader. It's much more powerful than a typical gnoll, and as vicious as they come. It has a bloodthirst aura that lets all gnolls around it make extra bite attacks as a bonus action. It wields a scourge flail of skulls that it uses for 3 different attacks: madness, pain, and paralysis. If needed, it also has a longbow for ranged attacks, though it is nowhere near as strong as it is in melee. At the top of B tier, we have the lycanthropes. Mechanically, they are of medium complexity, essentially having their 3 forms: animal, humanoid, and hybrid. Each form has its own advantages, and overall, 5e went to great efforts to make the lycanthropes easier and simpler to run than before. They used to be far more complicated, especially in 3e. Drawing from classic lore, they are immune to weapons that are not silvered, but in D&D they can be harmed with magical weapons and spells. There are actually various lycanthropes. Essentially any predator animal or semi-predator animal can serve as a base type, bringing with it its own maneuvers, its own look, and even its own alignment. And of course, as we would expect, a lycanthrope's bite can inflict the target with a curse that turns it into the same type of lycanthrope. Werewolf is by far the most classic lycanthrope, but others such as werebear, wererat, and weretiger exist too. B tier has a lot of creatures in it, and they're each worth reading about and using in your own campaigns. Some of them do have some substantial limitations though, but you can always improve upon that by adding in enhanced styles, or an additional combat ability, or maybe a kind of new intriguing personality or a story hook. Now, let's set our sights on A tier. The Nilbog is quite a unique monster. Long ago, Maglubiet and all the other rising goblinoid deities rivaled one another for the top position. During this struggle, Maglubiet slew a trickster deity whose name has been either lost or erased from history. As a god cannot truly 100% die, the essence of this trickster scattered into a weakened state through the cosmos. In the present day, this spirit can possess a goblin, turning it into an exaggerated prankster known as a nilbog, goblin spelled backwards, as it causes others to do the opposite of what they want to do. A nilbog wreaks havoc throughout a goblin community and is extremely difficult to defeat, as it can turn damage against itself into healing, and if someone does manage to slay it, the spirit will then go on to just possess a different goblin host. The best remedy is to actually appease the nilbog and let it play out its riotous antics. Due to paranoia over nilbogism, most goblin bands have an appointed jester. This joke-playing rapscallion is allowed to say and do whatever it wants, and is generally treated with good humor. Goblins believe that by allowing these jesters, they will make the unnamed dead trickster god happy, and he will not visit them with nilbog possession. This is some of the best goblinoid lore, even some of the best D&D lore in general, in my opinion. It's the sort of monster that I just can't wait to feature in a campaign. And as you probably know, I really get into character, hamming up these kinds of eccentric creatures, and especially something as sadistic and darkly humid as a goblin is just a blast to run. Next we have the Duergar Warlord. There are actually various kinds of Duergar, each one fulfilling some kind of role or specialization in the Duergar's plot to conquer foes and ultimately wreak their revenge upon the pantheon of dwarven gods, who they claim abandoned them and rendered no aid when they were enslaved by the Mind Flayers. The Warlord builds upon the baseline Duergar, adding to it a battle cry that lets other Duergar use their reactions to make attacks, and a scouring instruction in which the Warlord bolsters allies' d20 rolls by sacrificing a bit of his own hit points. The Warlord can also enlarge and make attacks in the same turn, instead of having to dedicate a whole turn just to the enlarging. I also want to mention the Duergar Despot here because it's just as cool. It's the highest CR Duergar in 5e, representing a kind of psionic warrior that has replaced parts of its body with mechanical or golem-like parts. Aside from its psionic spells, the Despot has a flame jet, stomping metal feet, and iron fists that pummel enemies and send them flying back, only to crash and take more damage. The Aarakocra is a fantastic humanoid creature, a bird folk or eagle folk with connections to the elemental plane of air. They also have the claim to being alphabetically first among all the D&D monsters. The base Aarakocra flies about, hurling javelins and dive-bombing targets with claw swipes. 5 Aarakocra together can form an aerial dance over 3 rounds that summons an air elemental, a rather strong ally compared to the Aarakocra's own CR, a mere 1/4. The Aarakocra also shines in the areas of role-playing, lore, and versatility. I suppose they could use a bit more lore, but what we do have is fertile, and it's unique enough to serve as the foundation for entire adventure locations, or even a whole region of a setting. The Quotoa Archpriest serves Blibdoolpoolp, or one of the other bizarre Quotoa gods. It is basically a 10th level Quotoa cleric with a lightning-infused melee scepter. Its typical spells include things like Scrying, Mass Cure Wounds, Spirit Guardians, Hold Person, and Sanctuary. It takes what's great about the weird Quotoa race, leans into their strange religious practices, and gives us a bunch of spells that make an encounter far more dynamic. Much more serious in tone, but possibly even more intriguing is the Hobgoblin Iron Shadow, which leads us into mid-A tier. It's something like a multi-class of 2 levels of Wizard and 3 levels of Shadow Monk. This clandestine order of Shadow Monks serves as spies, scouts, and assassins, and they operate both within the Hobgoblin's own clan and externally. Within their own home ground, the Iron Shadows keep a sharp lookout for any signs of treachery or rebellion in the ranks. As such, they're a type of secret police amongst the Hobgoblins. When making direct attacks, They don devil masks that not only serve to instill fear in their foes, but also represent how Maglubiet once bested an archdevil and stole the powers of shadow magic to bestow upon these favored agents. My only real nitpick with the Iron Shadow Hobgoblin is that I think its CR should be a bit higher. I don't think that CR2 quite captures it. If you read the lore, acceptance into the Order of the Iron Shadows is no easy task. The entrance trial is a matter of life and death, as those who fail are slain, that is, if they don't perish from the trial itself. Those who are accepted then go through years of rigorous training and study in order to become one of these rare and elite types of hobgoblins. Similar to the sea spawn in some respects is the Deep Scion. Originally a human or other common race, a Deep Scion was transformed by a fell and powerful monster of the depths. Perhaps a kraken, perhaps, who knows, maybe Dagon. Deep Scions can shape change between their regular humanoid form and their nightmarish hybrid form that we see here, which is something straight from the pages of a Lovecraft story. Aside from natural attacks, the Deep Scion has a psychic screech that stuns creatures within 30 feet of it, and if it's in the water, the screech transmits the Scion's last 24 hours of memories to its grim master, across any distance, just as long as the master is also in the same body of water. In high A tier, we have the Kobold Inventor, which is probably my favorite of all the kobolds. This monster is just a toolbox of unique, flavorful, and fun options. Just listen to these things it has at its disposal. Acid, Alchemist Fire, Basket of Centipedes, Pot of Green Slime, Pot of Rot Grubs, Scorpion on a Stick, Skunk in a Cage, and Wasp Nest in a Bag. Monsters don't get much more fun than this. The Kobold Inventor embodies those interesting bits of lore we've read about in the monster manuals over the years, about how kobolds use murder holes and defensive terrain while they sling alchemical goop and poisonous vermin at their adversaries. I just love it when the lore and the writing also exists as interesting abilities in the stat block. You know that a monster is really well designed when, right after you read its entry, your mind immediately fills with ideas and motivation for an encounter with it. It's nice to have the simple baseline kobold. Those are the average Joes, and the DM needs to have uncomplicated moot creatures to fill out the enemy ranks. But the Kobold Inventor expresses the true soul of kobold kind, a rascally ruffian with an arsenal of bizarre tools. At the top of A tier is the Drow. It is hard to think of another humanoid monster in D&D that is this stylistically evocative, this rich in lore and storytelling. The Drow strike a balance between dark, seductive beauty and wicked, complex plots. It's so ripe for conflict and adventure. Lately, there has been a push to make the Drow and other evil creatures broader, such that they don't all have to always be evil killers, rapists, xenophobes, slavers, demon worshippers, tyrants. Well, you get the idea. We'll see how this new approach pans out. I'm not sure that this is being implemented in the best way, and I do worry that in its attempt to improve the game, it might inadvertently weaken the game. After all, conflict drives stories and plots. But again, we'll see. It's probably too early to know for sure. Anyhow, the Drow, as they've classically been known, have obsidian black skin, pale white hair, and pale nearly white eyes that can see far in lightless caverns. They have a bitter rivalry between others of elven kind, and surface dwellers in general. Their main deity is Lolth, a demon queen of spiders who is as vile and treacherous as they come. Lolth is fickle, though immensely powerful. Drow society is matriarchal, and women are seen as superior to men. All religious leaders are priestesses, as men are not allowed to hold such a position. That said, there are many powerful male Drow that are wizards or warriors, but they will always serve the will of their house matron, and in theory, the will of Lolth. The baseline Drow wields a short sword and a hand crossbow that has poison that could potentially knock a creature unconscious. They have a few innate spells, dancing lights, darkness, and fairy fire, and they are sensitive to sunlight like many underground creatures are. There are a number of other drow variants and higher ranks, and we'll touch on another one very soon. Overall, they're such a fascinating creature in D&D, one that I have been interested in since I first read the great 3E book, Drow of the Underdark. But that concludes A tier. They are all excellent options for campaigns, but there are a few that rank higher still, which brings us to S tier, the cream of the crop, the best of the best, the monsters that are nearly perfect in how inspiring, interesting, and wonderfully challenging they are. In low S tier is the Yuan-Ti Pureblood. Most Yuan-Ti are monstrosities, but the Pureblood is actually a humanoid, and it is the closest to the Yuan-Ti's original roots as humans. There's a wealth of Yuan-Ti lore in D&D, but the basic concept is that in ages past, they were humans of a great and powerful empire. A serpent-worshipping religion rose to prominence, which led to magic rituals that transformed the Yuan-Ti into human-snake hybrids. Their empire eventually fell, but there are still remote areas in which Yuan-Ti communities thrive, erecting settlements around their mystifying temples and shadowy cabals. They view emotions as nothing more than a weakness to be exploited, and their serpent gods are but a means by which to attain power. The Yuan-Ti are perfect villains in many contexts, from evil spellcasters and cultists, to assassins and blackblades, to fanatical warriors and battle mages, and on and on. Their plots and aspirations are many, though always with an evil design, or at least an impure or selfish design. The Yuan-Ti purebloods sometimes infiltrate cities and other places where they can disguise themselves as humans. Their snake-like eyes, forked tongues, and patches of scales give them away, but they take measures to avoid these features being noticed. Mechanics-wise, a pureblood shoots poison-infused arrows, has magic resistance, and wields a few interesting innate spells: animal friendship, snakes only, poison spray, and suggestion. There are some really great Gith entries in Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, one such being the Githyanki Supreme Commander. It is exactly what the name would lead us to imagine, the leader of a Githyanki army. He rides into battle atop a red dragon, and wields some incredible abilities. Innate psionic spells like Big B's Hand, Telekinesis, Mass Suggestion, and Plane Shift. Along with this, he has legendary actions to make extra attacks, teleport at a short range, or command an ally to make an attack as a reaction. He also wields a silver greatsword that deals an extra 5d6 psychic damage per hit, and on a critical hit, it has the unique ability of being able to sever the silvery cord of a creature who is astral projecting, which kills it instantly. We also have the Githzerai Anarch, which is a mystical leader in one of the Githzerai adamantine citadels that exist throughout the plains. It's a sort of legendary monk with immensely powerful unarmed strikes, innate psionic spells like Telekinesis, Shield, Globe of Invulnerability, Plane Shift, Wall of Force, and others. With legendary actions, it can make even more unarmed strikes, teleport up to 30 feet, or cast Reverse Gravity. It also has layer actions. It can cast a 5th level lightning bolt spell that can be any type of elemental damage. It can cast a creation spell, and it can move objects with its mind. Furthermore, if the layer is on the plane of limbo, the Anarch can stabilize the chaotic matter and potential around it for miles, creating pockets of order and habitable environments. However, if the Anarch perishes, those in this region have only a matter of a mere 1d6 rounds before all unravels back into the churning chaos. This has some dire implications for all those who are currently there. In mid-S tier, we come to the final creature in the Humanoids Ranking, and what a fitting creature she is, the Drow Matron Mother. Such a Drow is a grand high priestess of Lolth and the head of a major Drow noble house. This loftiest of the Dark Elves is a staggering confluence of awesome magical powers, dark and sinister beauty, and vile, treacherous evil. This is the type of villain that works as the final boss of an entire campaign, and there's no limits to how far her webs of insidious influence reach. Her stat block alone engulfs nearly an entire page. It's filled with all kinds of spells. Essentially, she has a slew of Drow innate spells, plus the spells of a 20th level cleric. She can bestow Lolth's Fickle Favor, which harms the recipient even as it grants their next attack advantage. She wields 2 weapons, a demon staff that deals psychic damage and inflicts fear, and a tentacle rod that can inflict a slow-like effect, though I do think his attack modifier and effect DC are too low. She can summon a Yaklul demon or a retriever. Both are incredibly strong allies. Her legendary actions are additional spell casting, a demon staff attack, and a command that gives a demon ally an attack with its reaction. I wish that she had layer actions as well. It's possible the designers just had space limitations here, and so they opted going for an additional Drow creature entry instead of her layer actions. Also, I know that the creators of D&D are trying to broaden the Drow race currently, such that they're not all evil. But there's no denying how epic and inspiring this wicked matron mother is. Along with all her house members and rival houses, and the plots and the Underdark conquests, it's just so hard to top that in terms of how ripe it is. It's just begging for adventure and all its dire conflicts and ordeals that push mortal heroes to the extreme limits. I may have no love for the Drow matron mother herself, but I love the villainous power, the fuel that it puts into the fire of that grand struggle to reach ever higher character levels in order to finally fight for ultimate victory against this villainess, or perhaps end in ultimate tragic defeat. This is the stuff of legends, my friends. Here we have the humanoids of 5e D&D. Again, there was no way to fit every single one of them into this hefty and ambitious ranking, but I'm glad I was able to get so many. They are overall an incredible bunch of monsters, composing large swaths of the fabric of D&D. There are many of them that I personally like very much, and I have used time and time again in my campaigns, and my desire to feature them seems to never run out. A number of memorable adventures from my campaigns, even in recent years, have included various different humanoids. There were the 3 warring goblin tribes in Moss Folly Caverns, a swampy cave which used to be a dragon's lair, where the turtle-riding Keershades clashed against the frog-riding Bogspikes and the bat-riding Rumstalegs. There were the 2 rival lizardfolk tribes of the Dins Morris and Dreckengrim, the Greenscales who sought symbiosis with the swamp dwarves, and the Hydra tribe who allied with trolls, dwarven renegades, and the necromancer Swamp Queen. There was the Grimlock Bat Shaman of an Underdark Grimm's survival campaign, who ended up exchanging valuable information with the party, which then went on to battle one Grimlock clan and interact peaceably with another. The same campaign featured darkly mystifying Drow elements, and eventually led to an unforgettable assault sequence at a Drow city which lay at the edge of the bay to an underground sea. One of my few campaigns to end in a TPK, by the way. There have been hobgoblin cities and pirates, goblin cults of Maglubiet, kobold trap gauntlets, Yuan-Ti temples with terrifying rituals, Swagan raiders, and Knoll uprisings that sacked the borderland villages, Kinku assassins who the characters could never pin down, Durgar clans in league with the archdevil Geryon and marching to dominate the world, Shadarkai cultists of the Raven Queen at the harrowing Shadow Temple, orcish armies that swept across the realm, provoking endless debates amongst the civilized folk as to how they should handle the spreading crisis. These and many more, my brave companions. These and many, many more. These are our memories. These are our myths and legends. These are the epic poems and the heroic stories of which we are all a part. I don't know exactly what the future of Dungeons & Dragons is going to bring, but I do know that I will continue to uphold my vow to keep the torch of inspiration and courage held aloft so that we may forge our way through the unknown. Once again, I invite you to experience more than just these videos. If you're eager to find more wondrous creatures and game options, I'm leaving links down in the video description to my Patreon, which has monthly content, monsters, maps, and much, much more, as well as a link to my website where you can acquire my 5e book, which is bursting full of content for players, GMs, and those who are simply monster lovers. Thank you very much for watching as always, and may your adventures be many.